A very good morning to you and welcome to the east coast of India and the Bay of Bengal. We're in Visakhapatnam for the second test of this 5-match series between India and England. And of course, England 1-0 up after that incredible win in Hyderabad. India was stunned by what England did in that match, winning a game from a seemingly impossible position. So how will the home side respond? They're going to have to make changes because of injuries to senior players within the camp. Are England ever going to get a better chance to go 2-0 up? Or will it be like the COVID-era series with the hosts coming roaring back? Sit back and enjoy the next few days of exclusively live international cricket. It's the second test between India and England here on TalkSport 2. A very good morning to you. I'm Andrew McKenna. Welcome along, and we are about to get underway. So, the all-important business, let's head down to the middle and join Ravi Shastri for the toss.
It's a balmy morning, and we're coming up to toss time in the second test match between India and England. Rohit Sharma, Ben Stokes, Richie Richardson, all in readiness. And Rohit will give it a spin.
Tails.
Well, Rohit, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We're going to bat first.
What do you make of the surface?
It looks a good pitch. The pitch is going to do its thing. We just got to play good cricket to win the game. Hyderabad
is history. New game, new test match, long series, time to bounce back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important that, what happened in Hyderabad, we take some positives out of it, but then quickly move on. That's the best thing that we can do as a group. We've spoken about certain things that we need to do, and hopefully we can come and execute those plans.
Which are the areas you think you've got to really improve on?
Well, look, if you're playing test cricket over the period of 5 days, you've got to do well in all sorts of department, whether you bat or you bowl. I thought, we batted well in the first innings, but didn't, have the same intent, batting in the second innings. We bowled pretty all right, in the first innings. And the second innings, obviously, was a brilliant knock, by Ollie. But yeah, again, we do understand what went wrong for us. We can come and correct those mistakes and not repeat them.
When your top players get injured, opening test of a series, that does hamper your progress, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Those are part and parcel of the game. We do understand, when you play so much cricket, there will be some injuries, but that's why you got guys who are sitting in the bench who have extremely done well, whenever they've gotten an opportunity. So hopefully, they can come and cash in that opportunity.
Big question, what's your combination for today?
Yeah, look, two unforced changes in Jadeja and KL. Obviously, they miss out, and Siraj, obviously, looking at how much cricket he's played in the past 6 months, we've rested him as well. So we've got Mukesh, Kuldeep, and Rajat Patidar makes his debut.
Have a good one, Rohit.
Thank you.
Well, Ben, you lost the toss. You would have batted too, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we were going to bat.
Now, your dressing room must be pumping. An outstanding victory in that first game, but in a long series, you've got to quickly put that behind you.
Yeah, definitely. Look, obviously, it was a great week last week, but we've got that out of our minds, concentrating on this week, and we know, that India's going to come back hard. So, new game, new week.
And you have a young side, and when you respond the way you did, in that first test match, after that deficit in the first innings, you must be proud of your boys.
Yeah, definitely. I think to come from behind like we did is obviously very pleasing. Then to end up on the right side of the result is obviously great for us. We'll obviously take the confidence out of that into this week. But as I've just said, it's a new week. We've got to start again.
And you mentioned the young side. Must be a great learning experience playing in these conditions in front of noisy crowds and big crowds.
Yeah, definitely. I think coming out to India is an experience in itself. It's an amazing atmosphere to play in front of. The noise, the love the fans obviously have for cricket out here is a great experience in itself. And I think the opportunities that get presented to guys at such a young age and at the start of their career is only going to do them great in the long term.
You had some injury problems as well. What is your combination for today?
So we've got Jimmy Anderson comes in to replace Matt Wood, obviously with a forced change with Leach's injury from last week, so we get to see Shoaib Bashir make his debut.
Have a good one. Keep entertaining, Ben.
Thanks very much.
It's the news from the centre. It's India who won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Thank you very much to Ravi Shastri. So there's the details. India have won the toss. They have made 3 changes to their side and they will bat first. We knew KL Rahul and Ravindra Jadeja wouldn't play because of injuries. We're also told that Mohammad Siraj is being rested because of his workload over the last few months, which is odd because he barely did a stroke of work in Hyderabad, but let's not dig too deeply into that one. So Mukesh and Kuldeep come in for KL Rahul and Jadeja. Rajat Patidar will make his debut in a reshuffled side. Rajat Patidar is a batter who in 55 first-class games has made 4,000 runs at an average of 46, 1200s, 22 50s, a best of 196. For England, it is, as we brought you yesterday, Leach and Wood are out. Leach obviously with the thigh problem. Mark Wood just rotated, rested, call it what you want. Bashir in for his debut. Anderson back in as well. Delighted to say a couple of international cricketers alongside myself. Steve Harmison, the former England fast bowler, Kath Dalton, the former Ireland batter. Harmy, first of all then, your reaction to the team news. We already knew about England, so some reaction to, I suppose, what India have done.
Yeah, India have gone in with a batter light, really. If you look at the group that they've gone with, R. Ashwin's probably going to bat 7, Axar Patel at number 8, so they've got an inexperienced middle order, which I thought was vulnerable before the series started, especially when Virat Kohli was missing. So that makes it even more of a target, a get at for the England bowlers. So when you in the grand scheme of things, I think Joe Root, I've never seen this happen before from an India point of view, but Joe Root's got more test runs than the accumulative batting order of batting unit of India, and that, I think, it tells its own story. So I think from an India point of view, yes, they're one batter short. They've got options with the ball. I think Rohit Sharma needs the options with the ball, but I think Rohit Sharma's got to have a better game as captain. I think it doesn't matter about the lineup. I think it's about the captain making sure that he's in tune with the bowlers, and more importantly, the bowlers have got trust in the captain, because I think that was it was straining up in Hyderabad, and I think that will be an interesting viewing point from here, watching how Rohit goes in the field when he gets a chance to field. But first and foremost, a great toss for India to win. It's an absolute belter. It's a shirt front. It looks a good wicket. One, I think, because of cracks that's in it, that's platy, I think the drier it gets, I think the more broken up it will get. But I think first and foremost, for the first innings especially, days 1 and 2, I think it'd be beautiful to battle.
Just while we're talking pitches, by the way, and we talk a lot about red soil and black soil in this part of the world, the information on this particular square is the base is red soil and then the top inch is black soil. So that is what we've been told this morning. So and generally speaking, in the cricket that they play here, it is an absolute belter. There's loads of runs. Right, Kath Dalton, let's look at this England side then, because if we don't count Joe Root as a frontline bowler, although he's very much becoming that, James Anderson's 184th game of Test match cricket. The others have got 3 between them. I mean, this really is one extreme to the other stuff, isn't it?
Oh, it is completely. And you look at Jimmy Anderson, he was making his Test debut before some of these players were even born, which I find fascinating. I know his captain Ben Stokes dug him out in an interview yesterday, which was quite funny to see. But yeah, as you said, a lot of inexperience. If you take Jack Leach not playing this game through injury, that's another one, I think, for England. That's a little bit gutting, actually, because his experience and his control with the ball, although he wasn't standout in terms of the wickets, because we know Hartley, who came back and bowled beautifully in that second innings. It's disappointing that Jack Leach isn't there, but Jimmy back in brings in a bit of control. He doesn't go for many runs per over. He'll bring a little bit of stability to the team and a lot of experience and leadership, I think.
Shoaib Bashir then, 6 first-class games before he makes his debut, taken 10 wickets at 67, best of 3 for 67, but as with so many things, Harmy, that players, generally speaking, get picked on potential nowadays. And the story went round the media the other day that Ben Stokes saw a video clip that was posted on the County Championship Twitter feed of Shoaib Bashir bowling to Sir Alistair Cook. Let's give him his full title. It was a 2-minute video clip, and he's got a WhatsApp group with the England management and went, just keep an eye on this kid. He said, I think there's something there. I mean, it's an incredible way to scout players nowadays, but welcome to the 21st century, everyone.
Absolutely, 100%. And now you have so much technology. The umpires have got GoPro cameras on. And you talk about that's how Tom Hartley got selected. Why not? Honestly, why not? My eyes are wide open now about the selection of young players. Having seen Rian Ahmed, first and foremost, Josh Tongue came in and did well. Tom Hartley this week has gone and done well. You look at Joseph going over to Australia and played 5 first-class matches or 6 first-class matches and bowl Australia out at the Gabba. So why not? These kids now are fearless, absolutely fearless, coming into the Test arena or the international arena, and I think it just gives the older players some energy when they do come in. I speak to Ben about the likes of Shoaib Ameen about Rian Ahmed, and he just says he's a bundle of fun. He just loves cricket. He's either walking around with a cricket bat or tossing the ball in the air. He's always cricket. So, these young lads give the group some energy. Tough first week for Bashir because it's only human that he's thinking, well, all the visa problems, it's my fault. I'm bringing undue pressure onto the team. I'm bringing undue noise about the team. But I think Ben and Brent have tried to reassure him, and I think that was one of the stories that Ben was talking about, wanting to steer back with him because he didn't want to make it his fault. He didn't want him to feel as though, actually, it's my fault that I haven't got a visa. It wasn't your fault. Go back to England, get your stamp, get back across here because you're part of what the unit is. And he's managed to get himself a game, which, whether it's a forced change because Jack Leach is not fit, but I still think over the course of the 5 games we would have seen him anywhere.
Right, let me quickly recap the teams for you. I'm sure there's people, the alarms going off up and down the country. So, India have won the toss and elected to bat. They have made changes. Jaiswal and Sharma at the top of the order. Gill, Iyer, Rajat Patidar making his debut, listed at number 5. Akshar Patel at 6. KS Barrett at 7. KS Barrett is the local boy, and his face is all over everywhere at the moment. R. Ashwin at 8. Kuldeep Yadav is listed at 9. Jasprit Bumrah at 10. Mukesh Kumar at 11. England, as announced yesterday, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow, Ben Stokes, Ben Foakes, Rian Ahmed, Tom Hartley, James Anderson, Shoaib Bashir. Kath Dalton, this might be a somewhat unfair question. Lots of people will be thinking, no Virat Kohli, no KL Rahul, no Ravindra Jadeja. Are England ever going to get a better chance to go 2-0 up after 2 games against India in India?
Yeah, quite honestly, no. I think this is, their chance. They have the momentum. There's almost a certain expectation that England should go 2-0 up in this series. Certainly, I think from the last Test match, the missing of Kohli was massive for India, not only from his captaincy point of view, but also when England were up and Pope was scoring, there was nothing in the field that was really boosting them. You know how Kohli likes to get the crowd up, he likes to get everybody with him, and he changes the atmosphere, and that's what makes him such a good captain and leader. And I think they missed that in the last Test match for sure. So England, big chance. Still some inexperience, as we said, in this team going into this Test match, but I think this is the biggest chance that I've seen for a long time for them to go 2-0 up for sure.
I'm going to bring you in on this one, Harmy, because we had a chat about this the other day, and you were saying you're sort of coming back a little bit from that, going, well, hang on, these are guys who might not have got a chance, with Virat Kohli, for goodness sake, Jadeja, KL Rahul, they get into any side in world cricket. So now there's guys coming into the side thinking, this might be my chance. They're going to be absolutely chomping at the bit. And worth pointing out, they actually have been playing against the England Lions side in those games in Ahmedabad, and all of they brought 3 guys from that squad into the Test squad. All of them are coming off the back of performances in whatever field or ever part of the game that they were involved in. So, yeah, okay, they might not have the names, they might not have the numbers at the moment, but they can have that desire and drive.
It's probably their one and only chance, and that's how much pressure you put on this. That's how much pressure is put on this part of the world. You might only get one chance. It's not Zach Crawley having countless numbers of failures before he gets scores, and the England team, the management team back him. Ollie Pope the same. Rajat Patidar comes in. He got 111 in the 2-day game. He got 151 in the first test against England here, against England's next best. Gets put into the squad. He's going to bat number 4 or number 5. But at the end of the day, the grand scheme of things, he's only got one game because Virat Kohli's coming back next week. He might have 2 games because KL Rahul might not be back next week. But if KL Rahul and Virat Kohli are back next week for the 3rd test match or the week after, then all of a sudden Rajat Patidar is going back to play against, would have been going back to play against England Irons. So that's the small margins that these guys have got. So because of that, the hunger and the drive to perform is definitely there. So we might not recognise the names of Patidar and Barrett, Kumar, the bowler, but I tell you what, they're desperate to perform for India. So I think just a little sample size of what Rohit said at the toss when he talked about Mohammad Siraj. These guys have played a lot of cricket in the last 6 months. They're giving them a break, bringing fresh players in. They might actually be a stronger team, not in name, but actually in performance, because these new players are wanting and desperate to perform, and they haven't had the volume of a long series, the World Cup, and now the pressure of this. So I'm not saying it's a positive for India, because it's not. Virat Kohli, Jadeja, Siraj, KL Rahul, phenomenal cricketers. But just be careful if you think they're weakened. Then they're not weakened that much for me.
Welcome along to Visakhapatnam for this second test match. It's a beautiful venue, this. It really feels like the Caribbean, something like Grenada, maybe the old Port of Spain in Trinidad. There's two level stands all the way around this particular ground. Then away to our right-hand side behind the Sanjay Godwat school stand and the Rashok Gajapathy Raju stand, there are big hills with trees. And we're on the other side, we've got the main road back down into the main town centre. It's a lovely, lovely ground. And by the way, the outfield is a billiard table. It is absolutely fantastic. If you could only play in one ground for the rest of your career, this would not be a bad one on cricketing reasons. It's a beautiful part of the world, known as the City of Destiny. So what will be England's destiny? India have won the toss. They have elected to bat. Now, to give you some statistical analysis of things now, delighted to say that Jared Kimber, our analyst, is with us, along with Chetan Narula, our Indian commentator as well. So England have only ever once gone 2-0 up in a series against India after winning the first 2 matches. That was in 1976-77 when they won at Delhi and Eden Gardens. They actually won in Chennai too to take the first 3. They end up taking the series 3-1 because the 5th test was a draw. Chetan, just give me some context, if you like, from an Indian perspective. Going 2-0 down in this series would be massive. And we touched on it just before a few moments ago with Harmy and Kath about the fact that people are maybe expecting that to happen because of the names that are missing. And how much of a mistake would that be by what India have brought in?
Well, a very good morning, Andrew, and a very good morning to all our listeners. There's never going to be a better chance for England to go 2-0 up. With the likes of Virat Kohli, Ravindra Jadeja and Lokesh Rahul missing from this test match. I mean, it just shows you from the crowd reaction this morning here at the ACA VDCA Stadium. I'm using the short acronym.
That is the short version, by the way, folks, and it's still long.
It's quite a mouthful to use the entire name. Well, if Virat Kohli were here, or Ravindra Jadeja and Rahul were here, this would be jam-packed by now, and the noise would be absolutely insane. There's a huge queue outside as well for people to get in, but you don't want to miss Virat Kohli warming up. You know, the Indian cricket fans just want to breathe in Virat Kohli, just want to take the sights in every time he's on the field. So the fact that it's still half empty or more than half empty in fact, tells you a story how much India are missing Virat Kohli in this test series. And of course the result in Hyderabad speaks for itself, the way the Indian batters got out. And now you look at the Indian batting lineup and Rohit Sharma up at the top, and then you have Ravichandran Ashwin coming in at number 7, and there's literally not much experience between the two. The 6 batters, or there's 6 spots in between There's not much experience. Yashasvi Jaiswal last year, Shubman Gill just very nascent in Test cricket. Shreyas Iyer yet to do anything of note. Rajat Patidar making his debut, and there's Shrikar Bharat, who's also not had a best of times with the bat. So, well, the Indian side wouldn't be thinking of 2-0. They'll be thinking of 1-1, trying to bounce back. They've obviously won the won the toss, and it's a good toss to win and bat first. But I think it's the English camp who will be thinking, you know what, this is our opportunity. And the bowling changes, specifically of James Anderson, I think that reflects it.
Jared, there's only been 2 previous tests here in Vizag, and they're not exactly recent either. The first one was against England 2016, and the last one, South Africa 2019. So how do teams analyse a venue when there's so little data to actually be gleaned?
It really depends on, if it was me, I'd be going into first class data and just having a look. But generally, we do look at that. The problem is it depends on what the home team want for their first class matches, and generally test wickets don't always follow that trend as much. There's always a bit of a shadow there. I can tell you this, I'm pretty Rohit Sharma's made 176 and 127 at this ground. So, if you want to Rohit viz this, Macca, it seems like he's pretty good here. So I would suggest getting him out for less than 176, 127 would be my first aim, and then come back.
I can see why you get paid the big bucks as an analyst now.
Yeah, that's the sort of information I give teams, if you could stop that. But yeah, so you'll be looking at first class stuff. You'll be looking at little things like spin percentage. If you've got a wrist spinner or a finger spinner, both these teams obviously have options available to them. You probably, before you select your team, you'd be looking at if both do well there, and then you'd also be looking at what seamers do and everything else. But yeah, you can get an idea from first class cricket, but as you know, Mac, when you put the extra day, it's an extra 20%. And it means sometimes it can change the wickets quite substantially. But if nothing else, it's definitely Rohit heavy ground.
India have not won in their last 3 home test matches. You go back to February and March 23. They beat Australia in Nagpur and Delhi, but then lost in Indore, drew in Ahmedabad, and obviously there was Hyderabad last week. What are we reading into that, Jared?
It's a phenomenal record because I had to check which teams were the most dominant over a 10-year period recently, and they're basically, I think they're equal second with Australia from 95 to 2005, right? So West Indies went 18-1 in the 80s, so they're pretty good backer. I don't know if you've heard of them. And then Australia did very well from 95 to 2005, and India's record was very, very similar. But as you said, it's 3 tests in a row. I feel now teams are a little bit more accepting of the fact that it's going to rag sideways, and that they need to be a part of that. If you look at what Australia did, with Kuhneman and Todd Murphy and all, they're just like, we'll just get as much finger spin that also spins it as well, and then our batters are going to attack a little bit more. Travis Head did that for Australia at times, and some of the other Australian batters as well. So I do think there's a slightly different thinking before. Also, India have been absolutely dominating for a long time, but the last 2 sides that they played were the World Test Championship finalists and Bazball England, just a little bit stronger than some of the other sides. Not that they haven't played great cricket against good teams before, but sometimes it depends on who you go against. You could make a similar thing coming in on Bazball, of course. Bazball has an incredible record for 10 or 12 tests, and then had won 3 of its last 7 coming into the last test. So sometimes it's just a bit of a fluke.
Jared, for the time being, thank you very much. Umpires are on the way. It is Chris Gaffney and Maria Erasmus who are standing in this match. Paul Rifle and Maria Erasmus have swapped over, so Pistol is doing the third umpire duties. They are making their way out from the far end, the Dr. Vizzy end. We're in the DV Subarrow end, and pretty low down actually. It's a cracking view, this one. It's an awful lot like the view at Port Elizabeth when we were in South Africa about 3 years ago. Quite low down, close to the action, and if we had a window that opened, you could almost feel that you could lean out of it and touch the players. But the batters are on the way. Rohit and Shubman Gill, and Shoaib Bashir is walking out onto the field as an international cricketer. He will get into his position. You won't be expecting to see the ball particularly early, or maybe you will, I don't know. Steve Harmison and Jared Kimber will be your co-commentators for the first session of play. I'm going to get out of the way because Neil Manthorpe is going to take you through the first 20 minutes of this second test match, exclusively live here on TalkSport 2.
Thank you very much indeed to Andrew McKenna. Well, how exciting. The queues to get into the stadium stretching for several hundred yards when we arrived at the ground this morning, over an hour and a half before the start of play. And it'll be Jimmy Anderson to start off, as Macca said, from the Dr. Vizzy end. And he's got a very Ben Stokes field. 3 slips and a gully. Joe Root at first, Zach Crawley at second, Johnny Bairstow at third slip, and Ben Duckett in a very narrow rather than a very square gully. Other than that, we have a man at fine leg, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Shoaib Bashir's in front of the boundary down at fine leg. Here's the first ball. Jimmy Anderson up to the crease now, bowls down the leg side. There won't be too many of those in this test match, in this spell, but it was down the leg side to Yashasvi Jaiswal, and carefully tucked the bat out of harm's way. The venue, the Vizag, we'll probably talk about the full name of the stadium. It's the longest name of any stadium in any sport anywhere in the world, as far as we can ascertain, and we may give it one full mention. Harmy won't be volunteering to do that.
Absolutely not.
Here's Jimmy Anderson once again up to the crease now, bowls, and it's another one down the leg side. I said there wouldn't be many, but that's 2 in a row. Jaiswal leaves it alone. Holds about 40,000, Harmy, when it's full. It's not full by any means, but then we saw in Hyderabad, I mean, it's an early start, even, you know, for Indians. We've seen the country's quite slow to get moving in the mornings, isn't it?
Yeah, very slow to get moving in the mornings. Good morning, everyone. And morning manners. It's you know, you expect in rush hour when we left. It's still dark when we left. We left far too early. But when you come to the ground in the morning, it is, you know, there was nobody on the roads. Big queues. Still couldn't understand why they were there. But it's a lovely stadium. It really is a lovely stadium to play cricket in.
Jimmy Anderson in once again. This one just slightly too wide of the off stump to draw Jaiswal into the shot, but it fills up. I mean, you know, we had it's ironic really. The stadium was still filling up throughout the 4 days in Hyderabad, even after tea numbers were going up, and we expect that to be exactly the same here.
There's a lot of English supporters here as well. Made the trip. You know, the first test match and second test match being so close together. Visakhapatnam is a nice tourist destination to come. We were down the beach yesterday. It's lovely. So there was a lot of England supporters come out for these first 2 test matches, and a lot have headed down towards Visakhapatnam.
Anderson in once again. Jaiswal does finally have to play at one. 2 down the leg side, 1 outside the off. 4th ball pushes it defensively up towards Ollie Pope. Why is he not in at short leg, Harmy?
Probably just to try and keep the pressure on. Jimmy's, the likelihood is Jimmy's looking to get LBW or caught behind. That's the mode of dismissal that he's trying. He's tried to swing the first 2 into the left-hander, not give him any room. We've seen what happened when the bowler gave Jaiswal some room to free his hands. He's devastating. So he didn't really swing in, but he's got 2 to go away. Pitch is just probably also assessing the pace of the pitch, whether he needs a short leg or not.
Anderson in once again. Jaiswal back of a length, up onto his toes, pushes it up to the captain Ben Stokes, running in from mid-off to do the fielding.
Good bounce.
Yes, it was.
Good bounce, yeah, good bounce. Encouraged by the bounce. I wonder if England think now. It's always a difficult one. You pick a team because you try and win the toss, and that's the perfect game plan. Win the toss. You don't need the extra seamer, but when you bowl first, you might be that one seam bowler short, because it's not going to spin, it's going to skid on and bounce. And there's a nice bounce there from good length from Anderson.
Anderson to complete the first over, in up to the hip of Yashasvi Jaiswal. He turns it out to Rian Ahmed at square leg, and they're off the mark. India underway, winning the toss, batting first at a venue which has displayed very typically Indian playing characteristics in terms of the score deterioration over the course of 4 innings. Quite normal, quite common to see a very big score, batting first. India only played 2 test matches here, of course. Test status awarded in 20, which is when England played for the first time. India made 455 batting first against South Africa 3 years later in the second test match at this venue. They made 500. Mayank Agarwal made a double 100, and captain Rohit Sharma, although he wasn't captain at the time, made 170, an opening stand of 315. Joe Root opens the bowling alongside Jimmy Anderson. Something quite fitting about that, the 2 senior pros.
Yeah, there's 330 caps between Root and Anderson, and 3 between the rest. The bowling attack. So yeah, we're going with experience to get us started.
Here's Joe Root then, slipping a short leg in, and the first delivery is slash driven by Jaiswal through the covers. Rayan Ahmed's chasing, but a beautiful billiard table outfield. We'll see that one race away to the boundary at cover. Well, he's not held back there. Tiny bit of width on offer, and Jaiswal has accepted the invitation.
Yeah, a bit of width, not much spin, but wow, I think this was in the air. I'm trying to watch it again. I think he's hit this in the air. Yeah, he's hit it in the air towards that sort of cover point region. And then you can see why Joe was had his head in his hands, because that wasn't far away from Rayan Ahmed. I think Rayan Ahmed was just touch sleeping a little bit, and he was a bit straight. I think if he goes a little bit square, if he goes a little bit squarer, you on all the grounds you've got the advertising sponsors at one big one at either end of the bowler's mark, and then 3 little square ones on the on each side of the pitch. And Rayan Ahmed's on the left-hand one. If he had been in the middle one, on the white one, there's a good chance that would have gone straight to hand, and that would have been an easy giveaway from England's point of view. I mean, from India's point of view, to the first wicket.
Here is Joe Root once again for the second ball, and he's given that one lots of air. He said, "Come on then, have another drive," and he took the invitation, didn't time it. Bottom edge, trickles back to Joe Root. Really interesting field with 2 men in the covers, one quite deep, one a little closer, Ben Duckett. Rayan Ahmed is a bit deeper at cover. There's a backward point, and Ben Stokes is maybe halfway back to the boundary at mid-off. Here's Root once again outside the off stump, left alone by Jaiswal, taken by Ben Foakes.
Fun and games, first 3 balls, fun and games. First one goes through in the air towards cover. The next one, he's had another big slash at it, and the last ball there, he's left it, and it's gone straight on with the arm, just missed off stump. Jaiswal's not going to die wondering. This is going to be eventful against England spinners.
Here is Root once again. Quicker one, much quicker. Driven square at the wicket on the offside. This one stayed on the ground, and it's gone much quicker to the boundary than the previous one, which is in the air. Rayan Ahmed has to go and collect it. Eventful second over, as you said.
Eventful second. That's a half volley. That's an away swinger. That was a seam up away swinger. Joe Root's just bowled. He's not tried to spin it. Seam perfectly bowled upright, a bit like Jimmy Anderson would do, and it swung perfectly onto the middle, well, the bottom half of Jaiswal's bat.
No keeping it tight, really, is there?
I don't think from this end it's going to be kept tight. Anderson's end, possibly.
Here's Root once again, more air. That was an off spinner, and driven by Jaiswal, not timed. Rayan Ahmed will field, and 9 without loss. India winning the toss, batting first. Jaiswal has all 9 of them. Rohit Sharma's yet to face a ball. Joe Root's conceded a couple of boundaries in his first 5 deliveries. Slip and a short leg, 4 on the offside, 2 on the leg side saving, 1 Root in again. Jaiswal treats the final delivery of the second over with some respect, and plays a forward defensive nudge out onto the offside. India 9 without loss. Jaiswal has all of them. Rohit Sharma's about to face his first ball, and Jimmy Anderson, uncharacteristically, I wouldn't say wayward, but uncharacteristically not bang on the money in his first over.
No, he's gone for the in-swinger, was Anderson. He's gone for the big in-swinger for the first ball especially. I think he's trying to catch Jaiswal on the crease, show him that he's got the in-swinger, because Jimmy against left-handers likes to take the ball away. Unconventionally, the old school way would be to bring it onto off-stump, try and bring the pads into play, but Jimmy, he tends to bowl away and tries to get the batter across the crease. And I think for the first ball he tried to go for the in-swinger to show Jaiswal, I've got it, but it just dragged it side. Tried to pull his length back the second one, and again just didn't quite get his line right. After that he was his usual Jimmy Anderson, lining length best.
Ben Duckett took his place in the gully and then moved at the last minute to short mid-wicket. Anderson in, bowls to Rohit Sharma, beats him outside the off stump. Through it goes to Ben Foakes. But Duckett took his place alongside the slip cordon in the gully, and then not sure whether it was Stokes and Anderson or it was just Jimmy, but he said to Duckett, I want you at short mid-wicket. Rohit does play the flick.
Yeah, plays the flick and it goes in the air. It's a lazy flick. Very early in his innings, he plays that lazy flick which goes in the air. Anderson will not want to waste too many balls on this wicket, especially when it's new. So looking to bowl a bit straighter, tighter to off stump, going on to off stump.
Anderson in once again, and back of a length, punched. Super timing from Rohit Sharma, off the back foot, out towards steep backward point. Rehan Ahmed chases it back to the boundary and slides and flicks it back just inside the ropes. A very good save, but they've gone through for 3, and India into double figures, 12 without loss. Super timing.
Yeah, super timing, shows you how good this surface is. Balls bounce nicely, come onto the bat, lovely. You think another seamer might have been, from a first innings point of view, when you lose the toss, 2 seamers probably would have been handy and ideal. It does seem as though it's a very, very good wicket. Balls coming onto the bat nicely. And we've seen so far that both batters, when they do get the ball in their area, they are very, very good at timing the ball, and they've not missed out. That wasn't a bad ball by any stretch of the imagination. Just well timed by Rohit Sharma.
Anderson in once again. Good leave from Yashasvi Jaiswal outside the off stump. Good morning, Jared Kimber. I wasn't ignoring you.
Weren't you?
I just wanted to get the first couple of overs. Good morning, Kath Dalton. It's fantastic to have you as the super sub.
She's not on mine.
We used you straight away.
Be nice to her. We talk to her later. Soham from Crickviz has sent through something. This is the 3rd time England have used an opening bowler as a spinner in the first innings of a test match. Jack Leach did it in Karachi, and Jack White did it in 1921 at Leeds. Man, you would have been at that game. And it's not Jack White from the White Stripes either.
Here's Anderson again outside the off stump. Half a push at that one from Jaiswal. Harmy mentioned the nice bounce in the first over from Anderson. That one seemed to squat a little bit. Or maybe I'm imagining it.
Yeah, just nipped away. That one went off the seam more than through the air. A little bit sort of shorter of length, and it didn't quite bounce as much as the one that Rohit timed, or the ball before to Jaiswal. So early indication there might be a little bit of inconsistency in the surface.
Anderson once again running in towards us from the Dr. Vizzy end, and that does bounce back of a length up towards the rib cage, knocked away by Jaiswal defensively. Jared, where did Jack White open the bowling? Where was the venue?
Leeds. Might have been a sticky wicket early morning.
Headingley.
Sticky dog.
Yeah.
Must have been a wet
1921.
one.
Don't forget, in those days, seam bowling and spin bowling were kind of a little bit more all together. Sometimes there's a lot of old bowlers, as you know, Manners, that are referred to as seamers. You go back and you have a look at the footage, you go, that doesn't look like a seam bowler to me. So it was a bit more. So I would say Leach and Root probably the first 2 to open the bowling in a first innings of a test match as a proper frontline spinner in cricket as we know it. Or as me as Harmy know it. I don't know about you, Manners. You might have.
Here's Anderson again outside the off stump, left alone by Jaiswal. He's going to play a little bit more within himself. Certainly playing with respect against Jimmy Anderson. 3 overs gone now. India winning the toss, batting first on what looks to be a very encouraging wicket for batsmen early on, and they are 12 without loss.
Yeah, encouraging wicket for batsmen, but also some life in it as a bowler. I'm just chuckling to myself. I remember 2008 going to the Caribbean. We talk about the Caribbean feel, and had to play the first 2 test matches on a ball on a surface which didn't bounce above shin high, and then got dropped for Barbados, to which I threw my toys not only out the pram, but I threw them all at Andrew Strauss, saying, why on earth am I not playing on this wicket? I just wonder if Mark Wood's seen the bounce on that last delivery from Jimmy Anderson. He might have a quiet word with Stokesy at lunchtime and go, mate, you dropped me on this one. Have you seen the bounce? It's flat. It flew through that last ball, went head high over above Ben Folkes' gloves. I just wonder if Mark Wood's thinking, why am I not playing on this surface?
Here's Joe Root, full toss down the leg side. He won't be happy with it because it's flicked straight behind square on the leg side, fielded by Jimmy Anderson. It's gone straight to him. That was a shin high full toss on leg stump.
Oh, it's about the worst ball you can bowl, isn't it? A full toss low down the leg side. The chance of wicket is about 1 in a million.
is Root. Well, he's bowling to his field. He's bowling bad balls to his field. This is a bit much quicker and dragged down and bounces a bit, and Rohit turns it to Ollie Pope at short leg. Jared, so I'm really interested, you know, when people do look at the really old footage of the early test matches, or the ones that there is footage available on, they do tend to sort of think, well, they were all trundlers in those days. That one punched off the back foot up towards mid-on where Stokes fields. But we have to remember that, to give it context, you know, uncovered pitches, they were often much rougher than... And people bowled cutters, didn't they? Sort of Derek Underwood style.
Yeah, there was a lot of... there's an old South African bowler called Sid Pegler.
Here's Root, pushed away defensively, no run.
And on flat pitches, it looks like he bowls pretty much seam up, and when there was anything in the wicket, he would roll his fingers over them and bowl kind of leg cutters, almost like a Chris Harris or Virat Kohli kind of delivery. So, yeah, they had to do that because the wickets were so variable.
Here's Root again, and one worked with the spin gently by Rohit past Ollie Pope at short leg. Fielded by Duckett, they go through for another single.
It's really as 1925, 1930 comes along that we really start to get fast bowlers and spin bowlers separating. So Sid Barnes, for instance, he was referred to as a seam bowler, but referred to himself as a spinner. So there's plenty of that in the early days. Whereas now, you know, other than the odd Colin Miller, or perhaps Ben Stokes or Jimmy Anderson, if they bowl spin in this case, most people just bowl one or the other, right?
Here's Root once again, more to Jaiswal, the left-hander. Pushed out on the onside, fielded by Ben Folkes, running around from behind the stumps, and there's no run. Very good morning, especially to our TalkSport listeners joining us here on TalkSport 2, and be with us for every single ball of this entire Test series. But from time to time, particularly the first session of the Test match, it's a great pleasure to welcome our listeners to TalkSport as well. India winning the toss, batting first. Jaiswal 9, Rohit Sharma has 4. They've made 3 changes, 2 injury enforced. It's a debut for middle order batsman Rajat Patidar at the age of 30, and Mukesh Kumar, who bowled very well in India's last test but one against South Africa in Cape Town, bowled very, very impressively. Actually had first innings figures of 2 for 0 in South Africa, bowled out for 55 before lunch on the first day. Here's Jimmy Anderson again, bowls forward, comes Rohit pushing up towards mid-off, fielded by Stokes, no run.
Manders, when was the last time you can remember? I know, because there is a chance that Jimmy Anderson or Ben Stokes might bowl spin in this game. It's quite low, but it's possible. It's very rare now. I remember Graham Wagg, who played for Glamorgan, would bowl seam and spin. There really haven't been that many modern players that have done it. A lot of all-rounders sometimes do it because they're not particularly good at either, so they'll try everything. But it's not really something that specialist bowlers do, where it was something a lot more traditional. You know, Tony Greig and Garfield Sobers, even Ian Botham did it at times. It seems to have fallen from the game a little bit.
Andrew Simons.
Yeah, another all-rounder. And Andrew Simons, Mark Waugh, they were 2 all-rounders who did it.
One quicker from Jimmy Anderson, and maybe a nip backer to Rohit Sharma. Seems to be hurried by it. I think Mark Waugh bowled seam very, very seldom, and before everyone told him he was rubbish at it.
Yeah, he bowled it when he was young. I think he got old and decided it was easy to come in off 2 steps. I mean, Mark Waugh didn't want to put in any extra effort that he didn't need to. It was all about the elegance, wasn't it?
Yes.
Running in and bowling medium pace, that takes effort.
Yeah, he might work up a sweat as well. Jaiswal 9, Rohit 4, India winning the toss, batting first in the second Test match. Made a fairly comfortable start. Here's Jimmy Anderson once again, outside the off stump, and I think Rohit left that one alone, away swinger. Going through his box of tricks, Jimmy Anderson, while it's hard and swinging.
I think that's nip to wear. The seam was bolt upright, nip to wear. And there is just a little bit in this surface which you always get first morning of a Test match. And this will, looking at what's been happening so far, is it's not a bad pitch to bat on, and I think always first morning there's always something there from a bowler's point of view, a little bit of movement.
Third slip's out now. Anderson in, hits Rohit on the pads. Polite appeal from Ben Folkes. Jimmy Anderson doesn't bother. He knows that wasn't hitting the stumps. Third slip gone, gully gone. We started with 3 slips in a gully. And then we had a short mid-wicket and an extra man in the covers. I suspect at Jimmy's behest.
Yeah, I think so. I think Jimmy looks as though he wants to bowl straighter. That's why he's got protection on either side. He's utilising the new ball and making sure the new ball doesn't get wasted when he's got it out here 5, 6, 7 overs. You'll probably see Anderson bowl. He'll want to make sure that he's making the batter play as much as he possibly can while the ball has got any sort of movement off the seam or in the air.
Anderson into Jaiswal, the left-hander, for whom a third slip was reintroduced, Johnny Bairstow. That one played defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. I must say, people coming into the stadium all the time. The queues remain constantly fed outside the stadium. Jaiswal 9, Rohit 5. It was described, the pitch, this morning by Owen Morgan in his pitch report as a belter. Said it looks a beautiful batting surface. It will not remain in that condition for very long. Here's Anderson again, pushed away out towards cover, Duckett Fields, and there's no run. The groundsman was super protective of his pitch yesterday. Harmy and I have pitch acts. We all, TalkSport commentary team, have pitch acts, but it didn't matter what lanyard you had round your neck. The groundsman didn't let me get closer than 20 yards before shooing me away. But you had a look at it, Harmy. Not much live grass on it, is there? It seems to be grass clippings rolled into the surface. While you answer that, Chetan Narula will take over for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, not much live grass on it. There's a fair few cracks on it. It's quite platey in areas, and I think that's what maybe will make possibly a little bit of inconsistency of bounce. But our first initial thoughts are it's a good pitch. It's got a little bit of pace in it from an Indian point of view, or more from an Indian point of view.
Takes it on the full this time, does Rohit Sharma, and smashes it down towards mid-wicket where Rehan Ahmed is the fielder as Joe Root starts his third over from the DV Subbarao end. Very good morning to all of you.
Yeah, there's no inconsistency in a pitch when you don't actually use it. So that's the third full toss that
a couple of times
Joe's bowled so far. Again, it's not used to bowling with a brand new ball, the SG ball.
Root once again round the wicket to Yashasvi Jaiswal. Big stride forward there from Jaiswal, and it's a packed offside field. What do you make of that, Harmy? Well, just want to define that first. Ben Stokes at a squarish, deepish mid-off, and then we have Ben Duckett at extra cover, Rehan Ahmed at cover, which is a little pushed back. There's also point and backward point for Yashasvi Jaiswal, who once again is forward and defends the delivery from Root.
I think Joe Root's saying to him, you've got the whole of that side. India did that to Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, during the last test match, and they decided to turn around, back the other way and hit the ball into the gap. It'll be interesting to see if Jaiswal does the same if he wants to put pressure on Root.
Root once again, this time flatter through the air. He's cut it and tried to clear the fielder at backward point. Ollie Pope with a diving effort there, and he stops the ball. So you wouldn't want to see too much of reverse sweeping from the Indian batters. They've been practicing it in the net in the lead up to this test match for 2 days, as Ben Stokes drops himself down towards the long off boundary, and Ben Duckett is now in a short extra cover position. Root once again, the last, in fact, 2 deliveries left in this over. Back of length, rocks back does Jaiswal and tries to smash it, but straight to Duckett. They've been practicing those reverse sweeps in the nets, Harmy.
Yeah, it was quite interesting to watch that and see that, the muddled thinking of India coming into this game.
Root once again, not much flight on that one, as Jaiswal is forward and defends that. To me, that was a lot more about, like you said, the Indian thinking that they are reacting to the way England are facing spin, but not necessarily that's something that works for India. I think Jared Kimber can also comment on that one, because he knows what percentage of sweeps Indian batters play.
I think it was something, what did we look it up in the last test? It was like reverse sweeps.
2%.
I think reverse sweeps though were like 0.7%, right? So it's not a shot that you play. It was 2.7% for the sweeps. That one I do remember, you're right. And we know that Rahul Dravid talked to Kevin Peterson about it and said, I want our players to sweep more. And KP sort of said to him, why? Like, just play it normally. So I find it fascinating that they're going with this because I don't think they need to.
James Anderson from the far end, back of length delivery on the off and middle as Rohit stands tall on his crease and defends it.
I don't think it was the issue of playing the reverse sweep.
Absolutely.
Or playing, actually batting itself. I thought it was the actual captain had a problem with setting a field for the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
Or the Indian bowlers bowling to the reverse sweep. That was the problem. I thought Rohit's captaincy was bang average. Because I think he just thought, right, we'll stand here, first slip, I've got quality bowlers, 190 front, we're going to win. So they'll hit one in the air eventually.
Anderson once again back of lane on the middle end leg as he tries to flick it. Rohit Sharma coming forward but finds the fielder at square leg. You're right about the captaincy, but there's no doubt about it that he was passive in terms of his changes, in terms of both bowling and fielding, especially when we saw he was telling Akshar Patel to just carry on bowling without a fielder to protect him against that reverse sweep. We will talk about that, but it's also about the batting, the approach really. If the sweep doesn't work for you, it's not like the Indian batters don't know how to play spin. You play spin with what works for you, as Anderson bowls again. And this is a huge appeal. Is there an edge? Back of length delivery, he came forward. The ball looped up after making contact on its way to the keeper, Ben Foakes. Hami, what do you think?
Anderson's not keen. I don't think he's inside edge. He's not LBW anywhere. I think Rohit Sharma's too far forward. Lunging forward. I think he's a long way down the wicket. It's hit him in and above, if not above the knee roll. It's whether he's got a little tickle on it before it's done that. I don't think it's done. It's a beauty, an absolute beauty of a ball. It's pitched just outside off stump. It's nipped back. It's probably in line with the stumps. It's hit him probably just in line with the stumps, but was going over. And Anderson will be disappointed he didn't take the inside edge.
Beautiful delivery from James Anderson, and this one again coming in. Rohit Sharma forward on his crease. This time gets a little more bat on it. He has a fantastic record at this ground. 2019, the first time he had opened for India in Test cricket. 176 in the first innings against South Africa. 127 in the second innings.
Jimmy Anderson's got 2 now through Rohit Sharma nipping back. Just nipping back onto the inside thigh. That would have tickled a little bit. Just shows the quality of Anderson and possibly what England missed in control in that first innings in Hyderabad. He's got the ball to nip back twice now. Can he get the ball to go away?
Anderson once again to Rohit Sharma, who's come out of his crease with a big stride and defends it towards the covers. And I think that's very, very important what you've said, Hami, regarding Anderson and Wood. We're talking about the Indian batting, but let's also talk about the pace angle that England have used. Wood wasn't allowed to bowl the way he would have liked to bowl. He had to bowl to a particular short ball plan. With Anderson, you wouldn't do that, right?
No, you wouldn't do that. But Wood only did that for 2 overs. I think they realised quickly that this is not the plan. Then they went to the top of the stumps, which Wood bowled a lot better.
Anderson once again to Rohit Sharma, back of length. He's forward once again, this time much straighter, and defensive stroke from Rohit Sharma to end the over. A maiden over there.
Just worth having a look there that we saw 2 wobble balls come back in and beat Rohit, and then the next ball he comes down the wicket. So that again is something we're seeing a lot of modern cricketers now, just making sure that they're further down the wicket, slightly outside the line when they're getting hit to try and negate that delivery. We didn't see them do that much in the last test, partly because Mark Wood doesn't really bowl that kind of delivery, doesn't bowl this kind of line and length. So straight away we're seeing India use the crease in a way that probably in the last 3 years has become really popular around the world, that either batting a couple of feet outside of your crease or taking a step and a half down, almost playing it like a spinner just to get away from it.
As Joe Root continues from the DV Subbarao end to Yashasvi Jaiswal. Single of the first delivery there. Was trying to play it late.
The difference between the captains there, Jaiswal came out with all guns blazing intentions in that first test match against Tom Hartley. It's the first ball for 6, he wants to be aggressive and ultra aggressive. And Stokes has not waited for him to hit over the top. When Jaiswal's on strike, he's got 2 men in the deep.
Root once again round the wicket to Rohit Sharma, who's played it very, very late and with very soft hands. Gets it past the fielder at backward point and will get a run.
Jaiswal's going to be on strike now, and the field has completely changed for Rohit. he's saying to Rohit, right, you go and hit it over the top. What he's saying to Jaiswal is, well, if you're going to hit it over the top, you're going to have to get over the fielder. Ben Stokes, he was actually back on the boundary for the ball before. He's come in this time.
Jaiswal to Root, back of length, goes back in his crease and tries to punch it, but finds the fielder.
Benton was asleep because he was in the ring for the last ball. He's now gone back 20 yards. But he's saying to Jaiswal, look, your two big shot areas that you played, the slog sweep or you came down and hit it straight, I'm blocking them off. So you can still have that shot if you want it, but you're going to have to nail it because I've got a man back.
Root once again to Jaiswal, bowling with one slip. Again, had some room outside the off stump. There's a misfield, and he'll get runs here. It was cut. I think it was James Anderson at backward point who's missed it. And they will collect 2 runs very easily. It's 19 without loss for India. You're listening to us on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure Jimmy Anderson can blame the outfield, the surface here, because it's an absolute... It's
Root once again to Yashasvi Jaiswal, who's forward and prodding at it.
The outfield's beautiful. It is. It's an absolute picture out here. I'm not sure if our friend the painter's here, but he will definitely get his money's worth this week, because there's a lot of character in this ground, but the actual facility itself, the pitch looks very, very good. There's a definition between the pitch and the rest of as well as the outfield, looks immaculate.
Root once again to Jaiswal, slightly looped up that one, more flight, slower through the air, but Jaiswal is forward and defends it, and that's a dot delivery to end the over. Just a small pointer. You mentioned about those ad boards which are painted on the outfield. The painters come after the day's play every day to give it a fresh coat for the next morning. So yeah, definitely that's going to be hard work through those, I'm assuming, 5 days in this test match.
Yeah, looking at the surface at this moment in time, yeah, you'll say it probably is a 5 day. That 5 day surface, and a fast scoring ground. So if we do have cricket all 5 days, I think we're gonna be in for a run fest, and one where batters will get full value for their shots, because we've seen the balls coming on nicely, timing it beautifully. It doesn't take much to run across the surface to go to the boundary, and I think it's less than 60 metres all the way around. So it's not that big of a hit if you want to go over the top.
James Anderson continuing to Rohit Sharma from the Dr. Vizzy end, which is the far end for us. Bowls with 2 slips, back of length delivery, as Rohit Sharma just shoulders arms and lets the ball go to Ben Foakes to start this 9th over of the Indian innings, as Steve Hummerson leaves us, and I'm now joined by former Ireland cricketer Catherine Dalton. Very good morning to you, Catherine. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. Yes, I'm staying awake. That's the thing over here. But yeah, fantastic start to the test match. A lot of seam movement from Anderson, actually, and a lot of mix-ups between his deliveries, trying to bowl scrambled seam, which has been interesting.
Anderson once again, and Rohit Sharma is forward, almost out of his crease as he shoulders arms to this delivery. It was leaving him. And you mentioned that, Catherine, the mix-up of deliveries. Last over we saw a couple of deliveries coming in, and this time around just a hint of leave there. So Rohit Sharma well forward, as Jared had mentioned earlier.
Yeah, he is, and I think he has to be, because it's a little bit of seam movement off the pitch. That won't last too long in these conditions, I'm sure. But if anyone can do it, it's Jimmy, isn't it? We've seen him so many years be so successful, and I think this is the control England lacked in the first innings.
Fuller delivery from James Anderson this time. Rohit Sharma forward once again, but gets bat on it, plays it towards mid-on. No run there, and it's a coastal city. It's a coastal city, so you're going to get that bit of movement early on in the morning. And with the cherry being new, like you mentioned, James Anderson, he's the one to exploit it.
Absolutely. I mean, his wrist position is phenomenal, isn't it? It's absolutely incredible. You see the seam coming upright out of his hand, and the way he gets movement is just incredible skill and control.
2 slips in position, backward point as well. There's extra cover, and fielder at mid-off. Mid-off is a bit deeper, as Anderson bowls to Rohit Sharma, who drives it down the ground. Anderson gets the ball on his boot, makes that bit of a stop as it loops up towards Ben Stokes, who was fielding at mid-off, but a single to Rohit Sharma there.
Yeah, well played Rohit. I think just using his feet, as we were saying earlier on in the commentary, trying to get at the ball to stop it from that sharp jag back that we had a couple of overs ago. Jimmy there was looking for that inducker. Wonderfully well played by Rohit. It's just unlucky that it didn't pass Anderson's left boot.
And with the outfield being lightning quick here, that would have been a sure shot boundary. So now there's a bit of change in the field for Yashasvi Jaiswal. Is that going to be a third slip to be put in for the youngster? Yes, it is. 3 slips in position as Anderson bowls over the wicket to the left-handed batter. There's also backward point and cover in position for Jaiswal. Back of length, angled across him as Jaiswal rocks back into his crease and lets the ball go there.
Yeah, Anderson's looked to shake the ball back in a huge amount to Jaiswal so far. He's looking like he's trying to set him up, bowling a little bit straighter than you'd usually see Anderson, trying to hit the stumps and then potentially just going to get that one to go away at some point and bring those slips into play. And that's the skill that he has. On this surface, it looks like he's been a good pick so far.
Just the one ball to contend with for Jaiswal. There's also mid-off, mid-on in position. As this time beaten outside the off-stump, back of lane, angled again across Jaiswal. He tried to play at it, going nowhere, and beaten outside the off-stump. Beautiful from Anderson to end the over, just one from it.
Yeah, huge amount of control and skill. As I said, he was looking for that inducker and then bowling it a couple of times, just setting him up and then going away from the left-hander and trying to bring his slips into play. There is a little bit of bounce in this surface, which is, I'm sure Mark Wood will be a little bit disappointed to not have been selected for this.
Well, we saw bounce in Hyderabad as well in the first couple of days at least. Both pitches black soil. This one, surface is black soil, but the layer below the top surface is red soil. So we see a lot of that mix throughout the country in various locations. It's 20 without loss after 9 overs. Joe Root looks to be continuing from the DV Subarao end. You're listening to us on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. This is ball-by-ball coverage of Bazball versus the turning ball. England's tour of India continues on TalkSport. Joe Root, this time it was shot, banged in, and Rohit Sharma very quick on the pull, but there is protection in the deep. Rehan Ahmed at mid-wicket. It's just a single there to start the over. He's into his 5th over now, is Joe Root.
A little surprised Root's still bowling, to be honest. He's been quite inconsistent so far. I know he's got a lot of experience being captain, but there's been a lot of inconsistency in his bowling this morning.
Joe Root, obviously not a regular with that new cherry. SG ball, this one. Not the Dukes, not the Kookaburra. This one, flighted a bit more. Fuller as well, as Jaiswal is forward and pushes it for a single. So this is the SG red ball. Much more pronounced seam. Spinners like it. Ravichandran Ashwin likes it. Not better than the Duke ball, though. He absolutely loves the Duke ball. As Root bowls again. Fuller and Jaiswal is forward. So with Root, Catherine, it's more about the grip because he's probably not used to it as much. In Hyderabad also we saw that he was bowling those low full tosses, those looseners almost every over. But still was... at least until Hartley's 7-wicket haul, he was the best spinner for England in that game. As Jaiswal rocks back onto his crease and plays the ball towards mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to get used to the ball, especially if that seam is more pronounced. I think that actually does suit Anderson a lot more in terms of swing. You know, when the seam's more pronounced, it's going to shape a little bit more. It's also going to hit the surface and might jag, as we saw those couple of deliveries a few overs ago that jagged off the surface and went back in. So you can use it to your advantage.
Fuller delivery this time from Root, who's bowling round the wicket to Rohit Sharma. Sharma is forward and turns the ball away towards mid-wicket. So here's something interesting. This is only the 3rd test match being played at this venue. The first one in 2016, the second one in 2019. As Root bowls now with forward short leg and slip in position for Rohit. Again, a bit more loop and again a lower full toss. Rohit Sharma, it was slow through the air, so he's turned it towards square leg. Rehan Ahmed, the fielder there. That's a single to end the over. It's 23 without loss after 10. So it's the 3rd opening pair that India are using in 3 test matches here. It was Murli Vijay and KL Rahul in 2016, the inaugural test match against England. Against South Africa in 2019, it was Mayank Agarwal who scored a double 100 in the first innings. Rohit Sharma 176 and 127. That was the first test that Rohit Sharma had opened for India. Made a flying start, and now in 24 it's Rohit, the veteran, the captain, with young Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Yeah, amazing stats. I've been so impressed with Jaiswal. The way he was so attacking in the last test match. It's an exciting player to watch. He almost feels like he could be in the England side with Bazball, the way he plays. It is exciting, and he's been quite tame so far, so I'm waiting for a few fireworks yet.
Probably just taking his time, and
being sensible.
It's a good batting wicket. As a loud cheer goes across the ground, and there's a reason for that. Tom Hartley to bowl for the first time in this test match. 7-wicket haul in that second innings in Hyderabad. He's bowling from the far end to Rohit Sharma, who's back into his crease and plays it towards mid-wicket for a single. He replaces James Anderson, who's bowled 5 overs, none for 6, troubling the Indian openers on a couple of occasions at least. But it's all about Tom Hartley now and how he's taken India by storm in this last 1 week. He's going to be bowling over the wicket now to Yashasvi Jaiswal with a slip and forward short leg in position. There's also mid-off, slightly deeper, and now the fielder comes in at cover as well. There's backward point in place as Hartley bowls to Jaiswal, and he turns it towards long on for a single.
It's not often you get the opposition crowd cheering a bowler, is it? It's not often. Tom Hartley's probably played away somewhere and got a cheer. Fantastic to see that.
Well, the crowd is still streaming in. I would say there are more English fans here at the ground at present, Catherine, than the Indian fans.
Everyone's still waking up.
As Hartley bowls to Rohit Sharma around the wicket for Rohit. Rohit drives it towards cover for no run. I mean, this ground is a little far outside the main city centre. And India missing 3 stars, 3 big names. Virat Kohli, Ravindra Jadeja and Lokesh Rahul. All missing for a variety of reasons. Kohli taking some personal time. Jadeja and Rahul injured in that first test. As the forward short leg fielder goes out, and now there's a big cordon on the offside. Backward point and extra cover. Plays it late this time, outside the off stump. Towards the third man region does Rohit Sharma. And it's Johnny Bairstow giving chase from backward point. So a single to Rohit Sharma there. 3 in this over.
Not that convincing with Rohit's foot movements there. He looks a little bit unsure whether to come forward or stay back. There was a delivery early on. I think it was the second ball. He just looked like he stayed in his crease and just poked at it. He didn't look that confident.
He's done that on the previous occasion against Joe Root as well, trying to play late and towards third man. But this time it's Yashasvi Jaiswal facing Hartley, and he plays it towards mid-wicket. A bit of a chase there for Ben Duckett. And a single. So 4 runs so far of this first over. And I think Hartley will take it, because in the last match, the first innings, it was Yashasvi Jaiswal who was immediately after him. And India showing a lot more respect to Hartley now, obviously.
They've learned their lesson.
Rohit Sharma now facing. Yeah, absolutely, they've learned that lesson. Hartley again, much more looped up, as Rohit Sharma is forward and playing with soft hands. A defensive prod to end the over. So fine start by Tom Hartley. None for 4 in the first over. Catherine.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, the story of Hartley coming back from that first innings when he bowled so poorly, didn't he? And he looked nervous, and he learnt a huge amount from it. And sometimes I think, particularly in English cricket or in any cricket sports team at this level, sometimes you don't get that second chance. You don't have the second opportunity. Interesting, I was having a look at some stats, and you look at Shane Warne's first ever test match, which was in India. He took 1 for 150. Would you have picked him again? So, yeah, really incredible stats, and Hartley coming back from that was something to behold.
Thank you, Kath. We have a moment. Shoaib Bashir is coming on for his first bowl in Test match cricket. We're 11 overs into the Test match, and here he comes, the young man on debut. He is going to be bowling around the wickets to Jaiswal. If you don't know the story, 20 years of age, played only 6 first-class games for Somerset, but here he is bowling in Visakhapatnam in a test match. Tall man. Around the wicket he goes, and it's hit hard to point by Jaiswal, and there is no run as Ollie Pope does the fielding. So there's a slip in place. 4 in the ring on the offside. Backward point, cover point. Ben Duckett's at extra cover. Ben Stokes at a deepish mid-off. Bashir round the wicket, bringing Jaiswal forward. No run as he pushes to Duckett. So 10 wickets in those 6 first-class games. And the story goes that Ben Stokes saw a clip of him on social media, sent it to the England management and said, keep an eye on this guy, he looks like he could be one for the future. Well, here he is in the present. Bashir is in. It's off the back foot this time by Jaiswal. No intent in the shot, just drops in into the offside, and there is no run. 10:15 in the morning in Visakhapatnam. 4:45 in the UK. We're going to be here each day on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 at this time, and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel as well. Bashir brings Jaiswal forward, bat and pad very close together, just drops it down towards James Anderson at short third, and there is no run.
It's been a good start by Bashir here, you know, on debut. Little bit of nerves. You could tell he was quite excited yesterday in his interviews about this game. He's going to stick to his processes. He looks to spin the ball hard. That's a good start.
And he brings Jaiswal forward. So 5 balls gone. 5 dot balls. He's varied his pace. First ball, understandably, was the quickest so far as he got it down there. That was at 97 kilometres an hour. Slowest he's bowled so far is 85.5. The last one at 93. He goes in, finishes the over, and is clipped into the leg side. There is a fielder at deep square leg, and that will be just a single to finish the over. So Bashir is up and running. A single is in the book. It's 28 without loss here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. We've mentioned, Chetan mentioned on the commentary just a moment ago, the ground's still filling up. Apparently it's filling up quite slowly, as we've just seen a message from one of the tour groups here. They've been queuing outside the ground for over half an hour, and they're still not in yet, because apparently every single baggage and every single person is being checked. So it is pretty slow progress. So expect, if you are watching along as you listen to us, expect to see the ground fill up a bit more as the day progresses.
Yeah, well, let's hope they get in soon, because to see Bashir's first over in Test cricket was fantastic to see. He's got quite an upright action, gets a little bit wide of the crease, he's looking for angles.
Quite a tall man. It's going to be Joe Root around the wicket, who's hammered through the covers by Jaiswal, and the first ball of the new over goes for 4. This is India batting, 32 without loss at the start of the 13th over, and they are clattering along already here on TalkSport 2.
That's a sensational shot by Jaiswal. Anything outside off stump with a little bit of width, just throws his hands through the back of that ball. That's racing along this outfield. Can't afford too many.
Root goes in, there's some air on this one. Driven to square point, no run. So interestingly, the Root has replaced Hartley, who only bowled 1 over. 1 over for 4. So this is Root's 6th over. He opened the bowling along with Anderson, and Hartley bowled 1 over for 4, and now Root at the far end. From the Dr. Vizzy end comes in and bowls Jaiswal on his toes, plays back down the pitch, no run. Dr. Vizzy, by the way, is a fantastic character. Chetan alerted me to this earlier on today, and I've been and checked him out. So he was a captain of India back in the day, but not for ability. He managed to be financially strong enough that he managed to get his way, first of all, into the squad and then be captain. And apparently was so bad at captaincy, the players mutinied. But he had the clout to still carry on. I am all in favour of that kind of thing. I think that's a brilliant story. Joe Root comes in, brings Jaiswal forward, just pushing quietly into the offside, and there's no run. Let's be honest, there's a club up and down the land, and everyone who's played club cricket is thinking, yeah, I know, there's someone in my club, that's the player I know.
I know a few of those, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a name an end named after him here in Vizag. There's only a couple of former Test match players from this area as Joe Root comes in, brings Jaiswal forward, pushes to point, no run. Andhra Pradesh is kind of like a minor county area if we were to compare it to English cricket, but they still produce players. Root from the far end, little bit shorter. Jaiswal trying to force off the back foot, doesn't time it, and that will be the end of the over here on TalkSport 2. India 32 without loss. India winning the toss and batting. If you haven't been with us right from the top this morning, they've made 3 changes from the first test. We knew that KL Rahul and Ravindra Jadeja would miss out due to injury. They have also rested Mohammad Siraj to the extent that he's not even with the group who are here. So he's been given some time off. They've been replaced by Mukesh Kuldeep and Rajat Patidar, who is in on Test match debut. England, as announced yesterday, 2 changes for them. Jack Leach and Mark Wood not in the side. Shoaib Bashir and James Anderson are into it. And it will be Bashir to continue from the commentary box end. Now he's got a slip and a leg slip in place as Rohit is on strike. Stokes down beneath us, 10 metres, 15 metres in off of the boundary edge. Johnny Bairstow is shorter at mid-off as Rohit gets one from Bashir, and then he turns it gently to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's been brilliant control, hasn't it, by Bashir so far. Just looking to hit his area, nice bit of flight, as I said, coming in from that angle, and an attacking field.
Bashir is in, bowling it sort of quickly into the surface, and it's turned round to square leg. Anderson will field, and a single is taken. The thing you notice actually when he walks past you is just how tall he is. He's very tall, very wiry build, and you almost kind of think that if there was more of him, he'd be a fast bowler. But as Harmy said, look at those legs, there's no way he could bowl fast like that. I mean, it's not quite Solomon Ben territory. Bashir is in, around the wicket once again. Past umpire Maria Rasmus, pushes out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, they're a different breed, fast bowlers.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just leave it there. There's one not far away from me, that's why. Bashir starts in again around the wicket. It's off the back foot is Jaiswal. Duckett dives full length at point, but can't get anything on it to stop it going for a boundary. That one just a little bit short. Jaiswal in position quickly, hits it for 4, 37 without loss.
Oh, he's really impressed me off the back foot, has Jaiswal. Anything that's just a little bit short of a length, has a fraction of width. I mean, that didn't have a huge amount of width, but enough that he can throw his hands through. Almost a carbon copy of his last shot for 4.
Bashir is back in. This time Jaiswal is defending out on the offside. Duckett will field, no run. Jaiswal, in terms of the first test, well, in the first innings he made 80 from 74 balls. He got 15 in the second innings. He gets this one full and straight from Bashir to complete the over. 14 gone here on TalkSport 2, 37 without loss. Jaiswal 24 not out from 52 balls. Rohit will be on strike at the start of this over. He's got 13 from 32, and Bashir has now sent down 2 overs for 6 runs. Former Ireland international Kath Dalton alongside myself, Andrew McKenna, here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, it's been a good start by Bashir. A lot of control, apart from that one loose delivery on the 4th ball of his over. He's had a lot of control, getting a nice little bit of flight, coming from an angle as well. He's started really nicely, and I know we've heard so much about his story, but I just find it absolutely remarkable that a young player can get dropped from Surrey, a county like Surrey, and a lot of players at that stage would end up giving up, but he didn't. He kept going, played Berkshire and Middlesex, and then Somerset picked him up, and here he is playing in a test match against India. Just a very inspiring story.
Certainly is. So it's going to be Hartley from the Dr. Vizzy end, and he comes in, bowls left arm around to Rohit Sharma. and he pushes back down the pitch, no runs. We're almost in T20 mode here. It's sort of 1-over spells. Almost as if, well, if it's Rohit on strike, we're going to do this. If it's Jaiswal on strike, we're going to do this. That's the thing about Ben Stokes. If he's thinking it, he does it. He doesn't sort of wait and go, well, shall I, shan't I? Hartley in from the far end, brings Rohit forward. There's no short legs, so Ben Foakes will go out from around the stumps and gather the ball in. And there's no run. Just to look around the stadium, predominantly the people are in the lower of the two tiers of the stands. But there are some people who've decided to go into the upper decks. You can hear Simon the trumpet from the Barmy Army. This one from Hartley is shorter. Rohit is sort of bunting it into the offside. Can't beat the fielder at point. There is no run.
Yeah, Rohit again looking to use his feet, trying to attack that length that Hartley's trying to hit, trying to throw him off his length as much as possible.
Hartley from the far end. Oh, it's a full toss to Rohit. Clips it out towards wide mid-on. Ben Stokes will do the fielding. And it will be just a single. I don't know if it's my headphones, but that didn't sound... The bat didn't sound the best of contacts. It was a bit of sort of splatting, almost like there was a little bit of a split in it.
Sounds like one of my bats that's been in the loft for a while.
Do you know what I mean? It didn't sound right. It didn't sound that sort of pinging sound that you often get.
Yeah, absolutely correct. He didn't time that at all very well.
England are going to put a deep cover in place now for Jaiswal. The left-handers on strike. Hartley will bowl over the wicket, short leg in place and slip. So in he comes, and again it is a ball that sort of stands up, inviting Jaiswal to have a go, but he plays it off the back foot out quietly on the offside, and it will be a single. 2 singles in the over. Hartley, 1 ball left in his second, 0 for 6 so far. India 39 without loss.
Jaiswal just plays beautifully off the back foot, doesn't he? Every shot just looks classy off that back foot.
Hartley to finish the over. Rohit pushes, and Hartley will field in his follow-through. 15 overs are gone, and we've had almost an hour. So after the next over will be the drinks break. 57 minutes worth of play, 15 overs bowled, 39 without loss. India. Jaiswal 25 from 53 balls. Rohit 14 from 37. James Anderson, it was ever thus. 5 overs, 0 for 6. Joe Root has bowled 6 overs for 21. Those two sharing the new ball. Hartley 2 overs for 6. Bashir 2 overs for 6. And it will be Bashir to continue from our end. And he will be bowling to the left-handed Jaiswal. Just seeing Ben Duckett and Ben Stokes having a very long-range conversation. Duckett's at extra cover on the drive, just about exactly where he wants him to be. So Shoaib Bashir is in, and it's driven straight to Ben Duckett. So I imagine the conversation will be just exactly there. That's exactly the spot I'm after.
Yeah, he's looking to be attacking on the offside. So they're probably just discussing exactly where he wanted him. It's always nice as a captain when that happens.
Absolutely drilled straight to the bloke you've just positioned. Bashir around the wicket. Jaiswal aims a big booming straight drive at that one, and there is no timing whatsoever, and it bounces for a 3rd time as it gets to the bowler in his follow through.
You can see he's trying to go inside the line to open up that offside. I think England are wanting him to do that.
Let's see if he can manage it. Well, he stays leg side-ish of the ball, pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. I'm just looking at the window to the side of me here, and there's about 50 or 60 people all standing up because Ben Stokes is fielding at long off. They all want to take a photo of him. They're all shouting at him as he makes his way back to his position. Bashir is around the wicket once again. Jaiswal is forward and pushes to Duckett at short extra cover. No run, and Ben Stokes claps his hands, turns round and makes his way back to the point where he's fielding once again. People still streaming in. It is an early start. Bashir has drifted a little bit onto leg stump this time, but not badly enough to disappear to the boundary. It'll just be clipped out for a long single. India 40 without loss with 1 ball left of the 16th over. Quiet enough from an England perspective.
You sure they weren't cheering for you?
I can absolutely confirm that they weren't. Kevin Peterson was watching from the back of the box earlier, and they did spot Kev through the window. There was a mighty row and noise as that happened, but certainly not for me. Bashir over the wickets, finishes off, and Rohit Sharma will play defensively, and you may hear umpire Erasmus through the stump mic saying, and that is drinks. So that is an hour of play done and dusted. 16 overs have been bowled, 40 without loss are India. Jaiswal has 26, Rohit has 14. So the scoring rate 2.5 runs an over. James Anderson 5 overs 0 for 6. Joe Root 6 overs 0 for 21. Tom Hartley 2 overs 0 for 6. Shoaib Bashir 3 overs 0 for 7. It is 5 o'clock in the morning in the UK, so I'm aware that there may be some alarm clocks just going off at that point, so let me do a quick recap for you. India won the toss and elected to bat. They made 3 changes to their side. England made 2 changes to their side, the 2 that were announced yesterday. No late dramas there. So India winning the toss and batting. And Jared Kimbert has some statistical analysis for you, and Neil Manthorpe will pick up the ball by ball on the other side.
Macca, just before you leave, I just want to run you through. There's a famous photo of Vizzy, and I know that you were talking about him before, but there's a very famous photo, and we'll try and get it up on the blog if we can, of him playing. He's playing in All England 11. He was going up against Percy Freeman, who I think has the second most wickets in first-class cricket ever. And the wicket-keeper is Les Ames. And Vizzy is, I reckon, about 5 metres out of his crease, Macca. And the stump is on the ground, and the bail is in the air, and he's turned around in the least athletic pose of all time. So he's certainly probably one of the worst players to ever play Test cricket. You'd never see anything less crickety than this photo of Vizzy. Neil Manthorpe.
I recall you writing several blogs and comments on
that
his
photo.
Appearance, and I think one of them was on the subject of least likely international cricketers.
I think he's got a cravat on in that photo as well, man. It's just to
and
fully,
a cummerbund as well, I think.
It's just absolutely brilliant, the whole thing. He just looks like he's going for a walk, and he didn't realise a cricket game was happening.
Well, he was an outstanding administrator, Jared.
Why exactly?
India winning the toss. Always expected to be a very important toss. If this match follows the path and the pattern of the 2 previous Test matches that have been played at this ground, then winning the toss and going big in the first innings has been the key to success. Delighted to say that for the first time today we're joined by Kevin Peterson in the commentary box. Welcome back, KP.
Morning, everybody. Yes, it's been a very interesting morning. It's been a morning or a first hour of play where at the toss, Rohit Sharma talked about his batters not being as attacking as they should have been in the second innings, and they didn't go after the ball as much as they could have. So I expected after the first over of Joe Root, where he went 4-4, that we're going to see a little bit more from India, but Ben Stokes has said, hold on a second, we've seen this wicket, we've seen how flat it is, how flat it looks and how slow it is. How many do we need to chase? We don't want to chase too many, so why don't we have a long on, a long off, a deep square leg, a deep sweeper on the boundary. India, if you want to go for it, go for it.
Just shows that Ben Stokes isn't 100-mile-an-hour out attack all the time as a captain. No, drinks have been concluded. Here's Tom Hartley. Jaiswal comes forward again, pushing that one straight back to the bowler. It's really interesting, isn't it? Comparing Stokes' captaincy in his field setting and his strategy compared to the first Test match when he kept mid-on and mid-off up for the majority of India's first innings. Short leg and a slip in. Here's Hartley again. Forced off the back foot by Jaiswal, only as far as backward point, fielded by Shoaib Bashir. But he is. He's I mean, you almost sort of thought you kind of wanted, especially when Hartley was bowling his first spell in Hyderabad, you sort of said, oh, thought, well, Ben, just give him a little bit of protection. Hartley in again, right up in the block hole. And the noise of the stumps being shattered was caused by Ben Folkes. It was a Yorker, actually. He spun out, dug out, grabbed by Folkes in his right hand, whipped the bails off.
Did he whip the bails off, or did he punch the stumps?
Yeah, he punched the stumps. That wasn't a whip, was it? That was a punch. Not a gentle slap. That's why it made such a noise.
I thought you dropped your microphone or something.
Long on and mid-off, halfway back. Hartley in, forward comes Jaiswal, steers it again to backward point, fielded by Shoaib Bashir. You enjoying the change of strategy?
I have enjoyed the change of strategy, yes, because it's asking India some questions after they lost the first Test match. How brave are you? And how much do you really want it?
Hartley in again. Jaiswal struck on the pad. Very loud, but not confident appeal, if that makes sense. Just a really good throat clearer from Tom Hartley.
This is a very inexperienced batting lineup apart from Rohit Sharma, and you can see that because there's so many opportunities to rotate strike here against the spinners. Long on is in place, deep mid-wicket is in place, sweepers in place. Anderson at mid-off is halfway to the boundary.
Here's Hartley again. Another Yorker right up in the block hole. Jaiswal has to dig it out, and there's no run. Anything to be read into the speeds Hartley's bowling at, Kev? It's maybe just half a yard slower than he was in the first Test match, and he was really firing it in closer to 90 kilometres an hour. He's just slightly slower this time.
That's a more confident bowler. It's somebody coming off 7 wickets. I think in the first innings in Hyderabad he was bowling quick because he was being hit and he was nervous. You saw Bashir when he bowled his first ball, it was at 97 kilometres per hour. That was a let me get into this Test match very quickly, and then he sort of slowed down a little bit, got into the 80s, early 90s. You can see when the heart rate goes, it's very hard for the human to control it. We've seen a replay of the last delivery of the last over. It would have gone over the wickets, and that's what Hartley did show to keeper folks, and they agreed to not go upstairs. Once again, there's a huge field that's spread here. The only person stopping a single is short mid-wicket. Nobody else is stopping a single on the offside or the leg side.
Shoaib Bashir, with this beginning of another over, pushed away defensively by the right-handed Rohit Sharma. Can you think of, did you ever experience any captain who you would have rather, or you would have wanted as much as Ben Stokes for a 20-year-old off-spinner to make his Test debut? Here is Bashir once again. That's given some air, and it's flicked away with the spin out to short mid-wicket, Duckett Fields. Do you know what I mean? A 20-year-old off-spinner in India.
Yeah, I'll just go back to Michael Vaughan and say Michael Vaughan is pretty good at making people feel welcome as well and giving them that opportunity to be the person that they were, and also encouraging them and making you believe that everything was real and everything was possible.
Gone! Caught a leg slip! Bashir! Shoaib Bashir has made the breakthrough! Rohit Sharma turns it with the spin! Taken a leg slip! A terrific low catch! Shoaib Bashir, his first Test wicket, England's first wicket of the second Test match, and what a story!
Absolutely incredible here for the young man. He's bowled it straight at the stump. There's a leg slip in position, and what is the natural instinct for any right-handed batter is to put your bat there and just to knock it into the leg side. Well, it's come up the inside of the bat, and it's a sharp catch at leg slip. It's a wonderful catch at leg slip, and it's a young man that is celebrating, and he's celebrating quite rightly so, because he's the huge wicket of Rohit Sharma, and Rohit Sharma goes for 14. India 40 for 1.
Ollie Pope is so good. Just put him anywhere near the bat. It doesn't matter what side, how close, leg side, offside, leg slip, short leg, silly mid-off. He's taken a catch in all three of those positions. That was low down, it was straight to him, but kept low, kept his centre of gravity low, and took it almost with the backs of his hands on the ground. And I must say that was a completely and totally legitimate wicket. Nothing fortuitous about it. It was, he's turning it on the first morning, not extravagantly, but he's a big spinner of the ball. He's turning it into the right-hander. That's what the leg slip was there for. And the plan works. Shoaib Bashir is already 6'6", but he must be feeling 8'6" now. On Test debut, what a wicket. It's the captain. Rohit Sharma has gone. India are 40 for 1, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Shoaib Bashir. He's just grown a foot, hasn't he?
Oh, he has. He really has. And what a morning. Friday morning, 2nd of February, 2024 becomes a wonderful day for a young man that's made his way and made a difficult way to India. Rest of his teammates had a direct flight. He had an indirect flight, did Shoaib Bashir, but just here in his...
Here he is. Second delivery and right up in the block hole. He's firing it in, him and Tom Hartley, bowling very full. That one dug out by the new batsman Shubman Gill.
Yeah, in his 4th over, he just picks up the big wicket of Rohit Sharma. He'll remember that forever. Field is in now to Gill, quite interestingly. Mid-off is up, mid-on is up, the sweep is up on the offside. We know Gill is under pressure with the bat.
Shorter from Shoaib Bashir and turned away out to Jimmy Anderson, deep backward square leg, and Shubman Gill is off the mark.
That wicket there of Rohit Sharma again, I was just talking about the batters just lacking intent to rotate strike and put some sort of pressure on the bowlers. You don't need to come down the wicket and hit 4s and 6s. They've got real good defences. They've been defending all morning. But you've got to find a way in Test match cricket to put some sort of pressure on the bowler.
Here's Bashir to Jaiswal, comes forward and blocks that one defensively out towards cover, and there's no run.
Pressure one is making sure that you have a defence, so the bowler looks at you and he's running into bowl and thinking, right, I need to make sure I bowl my best delivery here and keep bowling my best deliveries and hope that I can get some sort of movement or traction off the wicket, because this guy's defence is rock solid. Then you've got to understand that if your defence is rock solid, like these batters are, and they've shown us all morning, try and find a way to open the angle of the bat. Be good on your feet. And Ben Stokes have given the Indian batters that many opportunities to score this morning. We'll have a look around the field now for Hartley here to Gill. Rain Ahmed is coming up on the sweep on the offside, but you can still run one onto the offside to him. Long off is Stokes. Long on is Anderson. 45 is halfway back to the boundary. Deep square leg.
Hartley to Shubman Gill, pushes it straight back to the bowler. So what is the field telling you immediately?
Yeah, field is, from the batter's perspective, saying we're not going to give you any free boundaries. There was a boundary fest in Hyderabad, and today you're going to have to work for your boundaries.
Hardly it. Good. Gill pushes defensively, no run. Work hard for your boundaries or take more risks?
No, you don't have to take risks. You don't have to take risks at all. And there's so many opportunities to score here. And scoring means just knock it into the offside. And block it into the offside, there's a single. Hit it straight down the ground. Use your feet. Knock it down to long off.
Hartley in. Bowl's very full again. Turned away off his toes by Shubman Gill to Shoaib Bashir at backward square leg. And Shubman Gill is off the mark. He'll be feeling the pressure. I mean, he's...
no, he will.
He's averaging just a fraction under 30.
Yeah, 29, yeah.
And there is talk that, and he won't be the first player to suffer from this, with great expectations, he's just trying a bit too hard perhaps. Hartley in, low full toss, swept away behind square on the leg side and runs into the boundary. Now, did Jaiswal turn that into a full toss, or was it a full toss anyway? It's 4.
Yeah, he's tall, is Jaiswal, and that's the first sort of shot in anger we've seen. It's the first cross-batted shot we've seen this morning. Probably would have been a full toss. So he picked the right delivery because he was fully committed there. No matter where it was, he was swinging. And he was sweeping.
Hartley again, 2 men round the bat. There's spread field otherwise, as Kevin Peterson describes, and that one is whipped away off his pads. Johnny Bairstow is in pursuit, and he will pick it up before it reaches the boundary. Deep backward square leg. They come scuttling back for 3, actually. That's very good running, good hard, intense running.
This is what the England players would be doing here. The England players would have been sweeping and reverse sweeping, which creates the shorter delivery from the spinner, because the spinner starts to think about the sweep. think about the reverse sweep. So it only takes a couple of shots to be able to get the bowler to think about something different.
Oh, that's a high full toss from Tom Hartley. That didn't go according to plan, and it's rightly dispatched to the deep mid-wicket boundary all the way along the ground from the right-handed Shubman Gill. That was a real gift, not what Tom Hartley wanted. That was about thigh height by the time it arrived. Whipped away for 4. Jaiswal has 33. Shubman Gill now has 6. And India winning the toss. They've got their 50 up on the board. 53 for 1 after 19 overs. Yeah, Shubman Gill 29 average after 23 test matches. And the talk is that he needs to relax and forget about the numbers and just be himself. He was almost shotless, wasn't he, in Hyderabad for long periods of time. And he has vowed to live up to his promise in red ball cricket. It bugs him that he hasn't done so yet. Shoaib Bashir in again to Jaiswal, no run.
He's got the perfect opportunity here with the field that's set back to not feel the pressure. I mean, he got that beautiful full toss from Hartley that got him to 6. Average 32 as an opener. He averages 21 at number 3, Shubman Gill. Hard to also forget.
Short and wide and cut, and straight to backward point.
Hard to forget the numbers. Hard to forget the pressure when you're an Indian Test cricketer. 1.4 billion people. Many broadcasters, different newspapers, different channels.
Forward comes Jaiswal to Bashir. No run, push to extra cover. It always amuses me when cricketers are told to forget the numbers. Just forget the numbers. You start fresh every time. It's like saying, just forget about it if it's raining. Who needs a raincoat? Here's Bashir again. It's just short enough to be forced off the back foot to Stokes at mid-off, halfway back to the boundary. The numbers are there, and even if you can forget about them for a minute or two, you'll be reminded by people like me.
Exactly.
And you now.
Yeah.
India 54 for 1. Shoaib Bashir with that 1 wicket. Here he is once again. Oh, given that lots of air, really held it back, tossed it up, and it's driven. He's got the protection, got a man sweeping on the cover boundary. That's Joe Root.
Good from Gill though, down the wicket and just punching it into the offside. If that's going to be the way that he plays in this innings, it's going to be good to watch. He's such a quality player, brilliant in white ball cricket. Free flowing bat. He's got a strong right hand, so he hits the ball well over the onside.
Shoaib Bashir in again and pushed straight back to him, and there's no run. It's just wonderful to see Shoaib Bashir. I mean, he's not afraid to provide his variations. I'm not familiar with his variations he has, but he really tossed that penultimate delivery up into the air, and he's trying things. He's just, as I say, metaphorically grown a foot taller with the wicket of Rohit Sharma. Caught round the corner at leg slip by Ollie Pope. Super low catch. And here we are, England well into their work with 2 spinners. Lovely statistic that their spin attack is a total of 83 test wickets, of which Joe Root has 65. And when Ben Stokes announced the team yesterday, he couldn't help this cheeky grin on his face when he said, yep, another debutant spinner, having Hartley debuting in Hyderabad and Shoaib Bashir here in Visakhapatnam. Hartley in again, pushed away by Gill up towards mid-off.
And they're bowling in tandem before lunch on day 1. It's the responsibility. Bashir's got 1 for 10 and Hartley's into his 5th. Anderson was good as ever.
Hartley once again from the far end, quicker one. Gill pushes it off his pads out towards wideish mid-off and deepish mid-off as well. Jimmy Anderson fields. They go through for a single. The expectation on India is vast at all times, but being 1-0 down, winning the toss, knowing the importance of big runs pretty much everywhere, but especially on this ground, they do need to remember to breathe relax. Here's Hartley to the left-handed Jaiswal, down the leg side, hits him on the pad as he tries to flick it through the leg side. Johnny Bairstow fields. There's no run. Enormous, and still are, just to get into the ground. The security is thorough, but not quick. Here is Hartley again. Jaiswal drives, and it's a good diving stop from Ben Duckett.
You guys come in through, will you get dropped outside, or do you drive in? I see you walking across the ground in the morning.
Yeah, we tried to get into gate 11,
Yeah.
but it
They wouldn't let you in.
unsuccessful this
Oh,
morning.
really? Even with the lanyards that you have, won't let you in.
Forward comes Jaiswal, drives it to mid-wicket, but Duckett fields. I think we need to accept some responsibility for this on the first morning. We did fail to get a parking ticket for our car. So, yeah, we've got we had to be dropped off at the main gate today, which is why we had to walk across the field. Here is Hartley again. Forward comes Jaiswal, pushes that firmly out towards mid-off, and there's no run.
But you walked across the ground in Hyderabad as well. Didn't come to the back onto the other side.
No, we couldn't get through the same gate as
Couldn't get
you.
through.
No,
No.
We unsuccessful in that regard. But we are hopeful. The media gate behind us here today is very modest, isn't it? I mean, it's on a tiny little street.
It
You
is.
wouldn't think that you were right on the edge of an international cricket venue. Anyway, more from you, Kevin Peterson, and then it'll be Chetan Narula for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, it is an interesting route, driving into the ground. Driving through a little suburb here, which is next door to the ground, and all of a sudden you end up at the gates. Walk through the gates, up the stairs, and you see a beautiful cricket stadium. Bashir is going to continue.
Shoaib Bashir to Shubman Gill as this one angled across the stumps. He tried to flick it off his hips, but nothing on there. So when the first test match here was held in 2016, was my first trip to Visakhapatnam, as Bashir continues over the wicket with slip and backward short leg in position. Gill comes down and drives it towards long on. Ben Stokes, the fielder there, just a single. There was nothing around the stadium. We just had this highway coming out of the city to the ground. Yeah, and now, just across the road, there's a mall.
Wow.
Where you get all sort of gadgets, clothes and everything. There are a couple of hotels that have sprung up, restaurants, everything. As around the wicket, Yashasvi Jaiswal plays it, it's in the air, but the fielder at short fine leg is not going to be able to reach it. Bit of a chase there. And in the meantime, they are able to get a single.
He went on the sweep, Jaiswal. He swept in the previous OB, and he swept it successfully because the ball was a full toss and he was able to pull it where he wanted. Here he was fully committed to the sweep shot again, and he had to sweep, and Bashir got that extra bit of bounce.
Bashir, this one flattered through the air as Gill comes down the track and drives it straight back to the bowler. And this is on the highway which is connected to almost across the entire eastern coast of India. So you can go towards Odisha and West Bengal and down towards Tamil Nadu through this highway. We get a lot of new stadiums built across India which are outside the city. So this is one of those, but very well connected in that sense, as Bashir bowls to Shubman Gill, who comes forward and defends the ball.
They need to get the airports closer to the cricket stadiums.
Yes, it's
in India. It is an absolute nightmare. Got a buddy of mine who owns a few airports in the country, and I keep saying to him, just either build a cricket stadium
just next to the airport. As Bashir comes in, fires this one in, and Gill plays it down the ground for a single.
Something has to give. It's either the cricket stadium goes to the airport or the airport moves to the cricket stadium.
It's easier to finish the test match and head off and play some golf, isn't it?
Well, not that. I mean, obviously in the IPL we travel so much. Every single day we're traveling, and the guys that are covering all the cricket, and also not just us, but the cameramen and the back room, all these. I mean, there are thousands of people that are working daily on these broadcasts. True. And they shift between stadium, and they might do the southern India, central India. If it can save an hour in the car, which is an hour there and an hour on the other side, that's 2 hours of your day. Something has to give. Stop trying to change the subject.
No, I'm not. I'll come back to that. I just want to read out the score. It's 22 overs, 59 for 1 India, as Tom Hartley continues from the far end to Shubman Gill, who's back in his crease and plays it defensively. So the airport in Visakhapatnam is the other side. It's 55 minutes right now.
Yes. And there's a new one that's being built.
Yes.
So my buddy's building the new one.
GMR.
Yes. And they're very proud of it. And my first question was, how close is it to the cricket stadium?
As Hartley fires this one into Shubman Gill, who plays it towards mid-on, but there's no run. Well, the port is closer here.
No, we don't come on a boat. We come on an aircraft. And everything should be centred around cricket in this country. So bring everything to the cricket stadium.
Talking about boats, the end over the from where Tom Hartley is bowling is the Dr. Vizianagaram, and he used to travel in boats to play cricket. Long story that one, as Hartley fires this one into Shubman Gill. Hartley bowling with a silly mid-off in position, as also extra cover in a catching position, a slip in place for Gill as well.
How far is that new airport from here? Do you know?
No, it has to come
Sure.
up first. So I think it's again on the outskirts of the city.
Yeah, I'm led to believe from the conversations it's around 45 minutes, but I'm not sure.
As Hartley continues to Gill, again fuller delivery this time. He's flicked it past the fielder. I think it's Ben Duckett who has to give it chase, and an easy single there for Shubman Gill. So they won't defunct the existing airport. It'll be converted into another terminal. So there'll be 2 or 3 terminals, and it'll all be interconnected. They won't stop using the existing airport. That's how they're bringing airports up throughout the country. A lot of international and domestic terminals. So you divide that as Hartley bowls this one again to Shubman Gill, who comes forward and defends it.
I suppose it's easier to move the cricket stadiums, right? Way easier.
Much easier.
Put a hotel in the cricket stadium like the Rose Bowl in England, and have the airport 3 minutes away.
As Hartley bowls to Gill, who's forward once again and defending. And speaking of your friends, they have got a stake in the Rose Bowl now, the Hampshire Cricket Ground. And as that's the end of the over. 2 runs from that over, 61 for 1, 23 overs. Changing the subject now, what have you made of the English spinners, Shoaib Bashir in particular, Tom Hartley, of course, that successful spell in Hyderabad. But now it's all about Bashir this morning.
Yeah, they bowled beautifully. They bowled really nicely. The fields that have been set by Ben Stokes have been fields where they've invited the Indian players to rotate strike if they're good enough. But they've also said to them, you're not going to get easy boundaries. And I think that's been the standout here. We're approaching an hour and a half in the first session of play, and there's not been many freebies, not been many gifts and boundaries. Once again, all the fielders are back.
Bashir playing bowling to Yashasvi Jaiswal, who plays this one down towards Ben Stokes at long off for a single. It was an interesting field. There was backward point, and they were quite close to each other for Jaiswal, as now the field changes for the right-handed Shubman Gill. This slip and backward short leg in position. Mid-wicket comes into a shortish catching position. There's also fine leg a little up, almost not 45, I would say 55, as Gill goes onto his back foot and plays the ball towards that fielder at 55. That's James Anderson for his single. 2 runs there off the first 2 deliveries. And with me, Jarrod Kimber. Jarrod, Shubman Gill, man in the spotlight. Not too many runs at number 3. Big innings for him.
No, he probably gets a couple of extra tests now as well. With we don't know when Virat Kohli is coming back and KL Rahul, so that's actually probably for the best for him in India.
Slower through the air there from Bashir, as a lot more loop as well, as Jaiswal drives it down the ground. So this fielder at long off, that's Ben Stokes himself, as he is waving his arms and moving the field around. That fielder in the deep is allowing Jaiswal to easily get off strike, take those easy singles.
Well, he's not really there for that ball. That's
yeah.
That ball is a mistake to begin with, right? And I think that's where the problem comes in.
Bashir flattered through the air this time as Gill comes forward and defends it. I know what you mean.
Yeah, so
That's
this
to
ball,
tempt Jaiswal.
Exactly, this ball is what he's there for. Where what they're trying to get them to do is push those balls down to long on and long off, because what modern cricketers say is there's as much risk in that shot as there is in trying to hit a boundary.
As Bashir continues, this time again Shubman Gill coming out of his crease and plays with soft hands, turns the ball down to its fine leg, which is James Anderson in a 55 position there.
Whereas, you see that one there, there's a bit of risk in what Shubman Gill did there. The fielder was out on the boundary, but he came down the wicket. He then, got the inside part of his bat. So that makes a lot more sense. But if you're bowling just, 75 kilometre an hour half volleys, he's going to punch that down to long off.
The temptation is there, but Jaiswal is not taking the bait as he rocks back on his crease and plays it towards extra cover for the end of the over. You're listening to us on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. 24 overs gone in India's first innings, 65 for 1. They won toss and opted to bat. And as Jared pointed out, it's a lightweight Indian batting lineup with Rohit Sharma up top and Ravichandran Ashwin at number 7, the two most experienced batters for India. I'm joined in now by former England cricketer Steve Harmison. Steve, Shubman Gill, he's under the spotlight, only has a highest score of 47, and his average is 21 at number 3.
Yeah, it's a modest average for somebody as talented as Shubman Gill. 21 test matches, just over 1,000 runs at 29. Just under 30s averaging in test cricket. In 21 test matches for me is a good chunk of games. So yeah, I would imagine he'd be looking over his shoulder. There's some big players and big names to come in. But at this minute in time, I think India are persevering with him because he's got the potential.
Hartley to continue to Shubman Gill, who's really forward, big stride forward, and he defends it.
With the likes of Suresh Iyer and Rajat Patidar, if they come in and score runs and do well, then all of a sudden he'd be looking over his shoulder, will Shubman Gill, because Kohli and KL Rahul have definitely got to come back into the top 6.
Turning away from the right-hander this time as Shubman Gill trusts the bounce and the turn and lets it go.
But I think Suresh Iyer's looking over his shoulder as well. I think they want to persevere with him. Again, it's on potential. It's not on volume and masses of volume of runs after Rahane and Pujara have now gone.
Hartley once again, this time on the middle leg, and he plays with soft hands and turns it towards the square leg position, the vacant region there. And you're absolutely right. And he gets a bit of an extended run now, does Shubman Gill, because of the problems India are having. Without Virat Kohli, there's no way that you would leave out Shubman Gill as well. And with Lokesh Rahul missing, you can't bring in that debutant factor in.
No, you can't. But you've got to give them a chance to have their head, because India's batting unit for a long period of time. I think Rohit's in his late 30s, Virat's in his late 30s. You had Pujara in his late 30s, Rahane.
As Hartley comes over the wicket to Yashasvi Jaiswal, who tries to play it past Johnny Bairstow at square leg, but is not able to. Dot delivery there.
And it just seems as though they've gone from experience to throwing all the youngsters in at once. So let's say youngsters, Patidar's 30-year-old, but inexperienced at once, and hopefully one of them starts swimming.
As Jaiswal comes down to Tom Hartley, plays it past the bowler. Fielder at long on will be interested there. Just a single to Jaiswal. He's content rotating the strike at the moment, moves on to 38.
He's batted nicely, he really has. He's accessed the boundary when he's needed to. He hasn't been the sort of crash bang wallop when he was up in Hyderabad. He's been a little bit more conservative rather than just going for the big shot every ball.
As Shubman Gill rocks back on him to his back foot and plays it towards the fielder Rehan Ahmed at a deep point to end the over. Tom Hartley's over is done. 25 overs done in the Indian innings is 68 for 1. With us is also former Ireland cricketer Catherine Dalton. And Catherine, Steve is making a great point that you're throwing in a lot of youngsters for India, and it's a good thing to give them this opportunity. But talking about opportunity, it's a good batting pitch, something the Indian batters haven't really experienced, even at home, over the last few years.
Yeah, sure. I think, 21 test matches, as Harmy was saying, is quite a long period of time. But if they see somebody with talent, sometimes you just have to put your arm around their shoulder and say, go out and play your game. What's nice is Jaiswal is just getting the scoreboard ticking over. Even though he's not scoring at the rate he did in the last test, he's taken a lot of pressure off Gill and then allowing him time.
Shoaib Bashir to continue from the DV Subbarao end. Round the wicket to Shubman Gill, the right-hander, who plays it past Ben Duckett at mid-wicket. And it's Ben Stokes, again, who has to work to cut that one off, a single to the batters.
We talk about Shubman Gill's average of just under 30. But that's largely the reason why Pujara got left out the team eventually, and so did Ajinkya Rahane, because their averages were dropping. But I think it wasn't so much the way they were batting, it was the surfaces they were playing on. So you have to put it into context.
Bashir to Jaiswal. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Fuller delivery. And he's played it again to Ben Stokes at long off for a single.
I think if Shubman Gill was batting at Visakhapatnam every week, he wouldn't be averaging 30, because this is a nice batting pitch to bat on. But Ahmedabad, especially in the last time England were here, you do well if you average 45, 50 on surfaces like that.
The thing is, if Pujara were batting in Visakhapatnam, would he average 30 either? So as Bashir continues to Gill, who comes out of the crease and just kicks that one away.
I really love watching Pujara bat, but I think from a commentary point of view, I'm pleased he's not batting at Visakhapatnam, because he might have been here for 2 or 3 days longer than we were expecting to.
As Bashir continues to Shubman Gill with a slip and backward shot leg in position. It was a half cracker from Bashir, but Gill doesn't make anything of it, just turns it to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket. So the last time England played India here, Pujara got 119 at Visakhapatnam.
How many balls was that off?
204.
That's not bad, actually.
No, 58 strike rate.
That's good for him. That's good for him. I did a bit of work during the World Cup with Pujara, and what a lovely man he is. He's been brilliant for Sussex in the county setup.
Bashir to Gill as the backward shot leg fielder goes out and into a silly mid-on position. He's turned it towards James Anderson at fine leg, no run.
Yeah, what a good fella he really is, Pujara, but it's not somebody I really want to watch bat every day of the week, especially on a flat one. Especially the bowling at him as well would have been hard work.
Bashir, flattered trajectory, this one through the air, as Gill plays it to the fielder at silly mid-on for a dot delivery. End of the over. 2 runs from that particular over. 26 overs done. You're listening to us on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. If you're just joining us now, Rohit Sharma won the toss and opted to bat. India are batting in the second test match. Already 1-0 down in this 5-match series. 70 for 1 after 26. And now, after Rohit Sharma was to Shoaib Bashir, Jaiswal and Gill have added 30 runs for the second wicket.
We've seen a stat watching a visual stat on the TV screens. What the TV boys must be talking about. We're talking about Bashir and Hartley and release point. And the global average of a release point for spin bowlers is 2.1 metres, where Bashir and Hartley both exactly the same, 2.35 metres. So taller bowlers that bowl it into the surface, directly into the surface. They're both of them. They've got a split screen on making the point. It might be Kevin Pearson, who we've just had on here, might be making the point right now. At the tall release point, they use the height and maximise the height, because they stay on their front toe for a long time. You know, when you're as a spinner, if you can stay on your big toe for as long as you possibly can.
And it's a bowling change from the far end now. It's James Anderson to replace Tom Hartley. Hartley's bowled 7 overs, none for 24. Straying on the leg side to start off with, as Jaiswal plays it towards fine leg for a single.
So by staying on your big toe as long as you possibly can, you maximise your height at release point, but you also get a good sort of pivot and get your body round. It's like a golfer, the rotation of the golfer and the drive and the body to rotate round your body to get the maximum power out the ball. Where both Hartley and Bashir, because they've got such a tall action and because they stay on their toe as long as they possibly can, it's like slow motion at the top. That's why they can drive the ball into the surface and also get good turn and bounce, and that's why England have picked them.
Anderson to Shubman Gill this time. 2 slips in position. He comes forward to a back of length delivery and plays it onto the leg side dot delivery. That was weird that he was down, taking a couple of steps to Anderson.
Yeah, that was a surprise. And Jimmy won't mind this. Jimmy will be very, very happy that Shubman Gill is thinking, right, I'm not going to let you bowl at me. I'm not going to let you bowl 5 overs, dot ball after dot ball after dot ball. I'm going to be proactive. I'm going to come at you. But I think Jimmy Anderson will like that. As the ball's getting older, and as the surface is starting to sort of take a little bit of, obviously, the heat of the sun, and I'm not saying it's breaking up at all, but there is, I think, 1 or 2 plates there on the surface where if it hits one of them cracks, just holds in the surface, that's when Jimmy will think, right, I've got to catch him mid-wicket, catch an extra cover. If you want to come at me, I will just cheer you. We might be just chipping it up in the air.
Anderson to Shubman Gill. This time he's firmly rooted to his crease and plays it towards the leg side, towards Ben Duckett at mid-wicket. No run there. Just to go back to your point that you were making about Shoaib Bashir and Hartley using that tall height. With Bashir, he's also coming very, very close to the umpire, and then he's making use of the bowling space and the crease available to him.
Yeah, he's not. You looked in Hyderabad, Joe Root's bowling around the wicket. He was at release point. He was in a similar position all the time. That's probably because that's the volume of overs that Joe Root's bowling. But Bashir, a little bit like Anderson does with the seam, from a seam bowling point of view, he uses the crease very well.
And Shubman Gill again a couple of steps out of his crease, not really giving the charge, but he's coming forward, way forward out to meet Anderson's deliveries. This was back of length again, and he's turned it towards mid-on, no run.
So what that does is it just creates an angle. Cricket's all about angles, and the angle that you can try and create from a bowling point of view, where you land on the crease to the way you're trying to pitch it. And if you're a seamer, you're trying to move batters around. As a spin bowler, you're trying to entice the batter to come that little bit forward to get the outside edge. And by moving around the crease and being comfortable in moving around the crease at such a young age, I think that's a great sign.
Anderson once again to Gill, who's forward this time to a fuller delivery, really forward, big stride in, and plays it defensively. I know another bowler who uses those angles and is always trying to create angles, Ravichandran Ashwin. I mean, he uses the crease, the side crease, the back crease, the front crease, and coming really close by from the umpire, uses so many different angles to try and surprise the batters.
Yeah, and a lot of the time when you say that they're trying to create the angle, they're just trying to create the angle from where they're coming from. It is relatively a straight ball that they're bowling. They're just trying to, and put the batter off.
Anderson once again to Shubman Gill. This time thickish edge, which will be past Rehan Ahmed at backward point, and this will run away for 4. Very welcome boundary for Shubman Gill. The second boundary for him. Thickish outside edge. He played with a straighter bat, just opening the face very, very late. And he's got 4 on the last ball of that over. It's 27 gone, 75 for 1. A word from Steve Harmison, and then to take it forward, Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, he's just opened the face there. He's running the ball down. He was in control. Good ball from Anderson, dragging Shubman Gill forward, but Shubman Gill just dropped his hands a touch because he's coming at the ball and his hands are right out in front of himself. He has to adjust very, very quickly, and that's what he did very, very well. Readjusted, ball bounced, opened the face of the bat, let the ball come to him and run it through the vacant sort of 4th, 5th slip area, and obviously there's nobody down at 3rd, so it was a welcome boundary for Shubman Gill.
75 for 1 after 27 overs here on TalkSport 2. Bashir starts, it's a little bit short, hit into the offside off of the back foot by Jaiswal. Rehan Ahmed will do the fielding and they will take a single. Gill goes to 21. Sorry, Gill is on 21. Jaiswal goes to 41. The man dismissed, Rohit Sharma, caught it short leg off the bowling of Bashir for 14. His first wicket in Test cricket. Rohit Sharma in India. 40 for 1 then. Now 76 for 1. Bashir around the wicket, going away from us, down on one knee, swung into the leg side, and that will go away for a boundary, deep backward square. And Shubman Gill made a decision early there. He was going to go down on one knee, up and underneath it. It goes away for 4 through backward square leg. 8th for the innings. India 80 for 1.
It's a good shot from Shubman Gill, but if I was Bashir and Ben Stokes, I'd be encouraged by that shot. I think that's the bowler, I mustn't say the bowler's won on this occasion, but he's made Shubman Gill do something he's not accustomed to. He's not a massive sweeper of the ball, and he's gone for the big shot. It was a free hit really, because Rian Ahmed had been moved a little bit squarer.
Bashir around the wicket, brings his man forward, driving through mid-off this time, and that'll be 4 more. So he's gone deep backwards square for the first. The next one is more pitched up outside off stump. It's wide of mid-off, and it's back-to-back boundaries, 84 for 1.
It was a long half volley, but what a shot this is. This is a beautiful shot from Shubman Gill. You talk about why they pick him from a potential point of view. You see some of the stylish shots that he's got, that there, waited for the ball come to him, hit it under his eye line, didn't try and hit it too hard, and just caressed it through the field. It's a beautiful shot from Shubman Gill.
He's using his feet on this occasion, is Gill, as Shubs around the wickets, gets to the pitch of the ball, just plays it back to the bowler, and he's follow through. So again, he's varying the pace. That previous delivery that was the extra cover drive, the straight drive, was 84 Ks. The follow-up just there, 96. So he's going through the gears around the wickets. Using his feet again is Shubman. Hands up in the air from the England close infielders, but it takes the inside half of the bat, goes to square leg. Anderson will field, and they'll take a single 85 for 1.
Yeah, that's straight. Shubman Gill's coming down the wicket. He's got a thick inside edge on it, and he misses that. And even though he's coming out of his crease, that's relatively close. That's pitching probably on off stump and going on to hit the stump. So Bashir's in the game there with Shubman Gill.
Now the left-hander Jaiswal staying over the around the wicket is Bashir, and it's a straightish drive straight to Ben Duckett at short extra cover, and there's no run end of the over. Then 28 gone here on TalkSport 2, also on TalkSport, also on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. If you want to send us questions in, by the way, you can do it all the normal ways. If you're a subscriber on the YouTube channel, you can do it in the comments, or you can use social media at TalkSport2, at cricket_TS. You can do all of the various necessary ways of communication through those if you want to send us questions throughout the day. And during the lunch break, by the way, former England captain's going to be popping into the box, because Manners is going to be chatting to Michael Atherton. So listen out to that one as they talk about the role of management and captaincy and styles of play. So it'd be great to have Athers back in the box with us here on TalkSport 2. James Anderson's coming back into the attack. 6 overs, 0 for 11 so far. Once again from the Dr. Vizzy end. Just one slip in place, that's Joe Root. And in he comes, bowling to Shubman Gill. Shubman Gill edges just wide of Root, and it will go wide for 4. Through very straight third, and Mark Wood's just down beneath us, walking around, doing his 12-man duties, picks up the ball and lobs it back in. But Shubman Gill just used his feet a little bit again. Thick outside edge. It landed short and wide of Root. It wasn't a catch, but he wasn't able to stop it either. Goes away for 4.
Oh, that is a genuine edge. Shubman Gill is late on that. He's got an edge, and in Hyderabad that goes straight into Joe Root's hands, because in Hyderabad there wasn't as much pace in the pitch. So because of that, Joe Root was at more 1.5 second slip, a little bit closer in, and that would have gone straight into his hands. A bit more pace on it. He's now at first slip.
Anderson goes in once again. Gill is solidly forward, pushing to Bairstow at short extra, and there is no run. This England team have not missed much. They didn't miss one there because it did land short, but it's just little opportunities. It was described before play today by Dinesh Karthik and Owen Morgan doing the pitch report for the TV as a belter of a surface. So it looks like one of those that if you're a seamer, you want all of these chances to fly to hand, because otherwise it might be a long old day. Anderson on his way in. Shubman Gill solidly forward. Anderson fields in his follow through, no run.
I think as a seamer, Macca, I'd be quite happy on if in India as a seamer you're not happy at all, because the surfaces you play on, nothing really bounces. Where this one is, I think, has been a bit more consistent bounce off the pitch from a pace point of view, which would encourage me if I was a seamer. You go back to Hyderabad, Mark Wood was bowling 148 kilometres an hour into the surface, and it was coming off at 103. Now this is not like that.
Anderson once again. Gill on his toes, plays it to mid-on, no run.
I think there's a consistency of what the ball hits the pitch with to what it comes off the pitch. So as a seamer, I'd be quite encouraged by that, and it would give me hope that if I do manage to beat the bat or get close to the edge of the bat or a little tickle, that not only is it going to carry, I'm also putting doubt in the batter's mind that he can't just rock forward and smother it, because even at 140 kilometres an hour, you could rock forward and smother the bounce, any sort of movement in Hyderabad.
Anderson once again gets an edge, and England have the wicket. Folks takes the catch behind. Welcome to the series, James Anderson. Gill has gone. India 89 for 2. Well, the first ball of the over was edged. It went for 4. It didn't matter too much in the end, because the 5th ball of the over, Anderson just put it there again, invited his man forward, and folks going away to his right-hand side, snaffles the catch. India 2 down.
Great bowling from Jimmy Anderson. Carbon copy of the first ball that went for 4. Jubman Gill pushing away from his body on his hat. The bat facing the sky nearly when he nicks that. Great catch from Ben Foakes, diving across Joe Root. Joe Root had it covered. Whether he would have caught it or not, I'm not so sure. But that's exactly what I was talking about. Encouragement that the ball goes, if the ball comes off the surface with a similar pace to what it hits the surface with, you've got a chance of beating the outside edge or catching the outside edge. And if they do catch the outside edge, there's a good chance it carrying behind. And that's exactly what happened there. Excellent bowling, line and length from Anderson, dragging Shubman Gill across, and a guy who wants to play big shots, a guy who wants to put bat on ball. Jimmy Anderson saying, well, if you do so, you run the risk of me nicking you off. He's done it many, many times over the years, not just in England, all around the world and in India. And Shubman Gill, well, when he looks at that again, when he goes back to the laptop, he'll probably think, why did I play at that? Did I need to push at that 10 minutes before lunch? And I think that's largely down to the fact, the pressure that Anderson puts on you. Dot ball, dot ball, dot ball, that little bit fuller. You feel as though you're in the game. Off you go. See you later.
Shreyas Iyer strides out to the crease at the number 4 position. KL Rahul, of course, ruled out of this game due to injury. Shreyas, in the first innings in Hyderabad, made 35, batting at number 5. In the second innings, of course, because of the promotion of Akshar Patel, he batted at 6 and made 13. He takes guard and looks up, waiting. Well, there's actually a Brains Trust meeting down at the far end. And Stokes Anderson are having a chat. Now, Zach Crawley has gone in as a second slip. Anderson is on his way to Shreyas. Well, that one hits the middle of the bat and goes straight to mid-on, and there is no run. Over complete for James Anderson. Another one to add to the tally. His first of the morning, 89 for 2. Kath Dalton is joining Harmy and myself. Well, Kath, perfect time for that second wicket to go down.
Oh, 100%. And Anderson will be delighted with that, obviously missing out on the first Test match. But he's so consistent, isn't he? Every time he bowls, it's that consistency of line and length. You can almost put a sheet of paper down on where he bowls. It's frightening. And it makes it so difficult to score off. We saw Gill try to be proactive, using his crease, coming down the wicket to stop any kind of lateral movement off Jimmy, but as Harmy said, he just entices you into doing something you don't think you should be doing. I think he'll be massively disappointed in the way he got out.
Bashir to start the new over, brings Jaiswal forward, pushes into the offside, yes, no moment, throw at the bowler's end, hits directly into the stumps, takes one of them out the ground, but Shreyas is back, and we did see a bit of a comedy run out in Hyderabad, and this is the thing of it, more inexperienced players being removed from the side, the younger players come in.
Was a yes no from Jaiswal. Jaiswal said yes and then quickly said no. Shubman Gill had to turn quickly to get back. It was a good job he got back quickly, because Ben Duckett hit the stumps. Definitely wasn't a single.
Bashir, he gives that one a lot of air, and it's been walloped into the leg side. It's been walloped over the leg side. 95 for 2. Jaiswal goes to 47. and that one just didn't come out of the fingers quite right and never came down, never used the playing surface. It disappears for a maximum.
Yeah, big hit. That's a massive hit from Jaiswal. It was a full toss, round about shin high. Just didn't quite come out the hand from Shoaib Bashir right, and Jaiswal's not going to miss out on that.
Bashir goes in again, bringing his man forward, square driven on this occasion. Rehan Ahmed's got some work to do coming around, and he's fumbled it, and it's gone for 4. Rehan Ahmed did just about get there. He was travelling quickly. He had to make about 15 metres or so to his right-hand side, but has bobbled it, and India are 99 for 2.
50 for Jaiswal. He's batted beautifully. 89 balls, 6 fours, 1 6 in this innings so far. It looked as though it ball just bounced before Rehan Ahmed. When you're surprising that, you see, if you're watching the Premier League football games, and if a misplayed pass or a misplaced control and a player looks down at the surface, you go, we can't blame that. It's like a carpet now. I think the ball just bounced just before Rehan Ahmed, and it leapt on him.
Just fractionally.
That went through his hands.
So Bashir has gone 0-6-4 in this over so far. Now he's in again, and again he's bowling it into the surface, and it's defended out on the offside. Actually, just looking to mention, it's a perfect playing area. It's really green, so you kind of wonder, will it scuff up for reverse?
It might take that little bit longer. There's no real areas on the square you can throw it into either, so it possibly will take that a little bit longer to get a reverse.
Bashir in, and it's quietly forward from Jaiswal into the offside. No, really, 51 not out now for Jaiswal, 99 for 2. India in the 30th over of the innings. We're at 4 minutes or so away from the first interval, the lunch break. As we approach 6 o'clock in the morning UK, we're coming up 11:30 in Vizag on another glorious morning. Bashir goes in towards the stumps and then goes back out to deliver right arm around the wicket. That one is slightly short of a length. Jaiswal doesn't time it, and there is no run to complete the over. 99 for 2 after 30. Kath Dalton is with myself and Steve Harmison at the moment. So Kath, we're almost at the completion of the first session. India won the toss and batted this morning. How do you think they're going to be feeling?
I think a little bit mixed, obviously losing Rohit Sharma, one of the more experienced players in this lineup, but I just want to say Jaiswal, how well he's played. He hasn't looked to play too many rash shots. He's played the ball on the merit, and he's hit some incredible shots throughout the innings so far, and 50 to his name. I just feel like he's now set a platform that he can go on, and he looks like he's growing in confidence as his innings is going through. So I think it's a little bit evenly balanced here, because he looks like a real talent.
Anderson to start a new over to Shreyas Iyer. Shreyas is solidly in behind that one, and there is no run. Well, during the first test, we were talking about the makeup of the England side, and everyone was kind of saying that there's no one in there who's just going to come in and bowl and go at 2 and over. Well, guess what? James Anderson, 7.1 overs, 1 for 15. There's your 2 and over, folks, and it was ever thus.
Yeah, you knew he was going to... Jimmy gives you control. There's one thing he will give you, is control.
He's on his way from the far end, bringing Shreyas forward. Again, a yes-no, as Stokes comes in from mid-off. Jaiswal turns on his heels and gets back to his ground at the far end.
When you play in this modern world and this modern way with the more franchise cricket, 2020 cricket that's played by multi-format players, when they come into the test arena, they want to put bat and ball. And if players come into Jimmy Anderson's zone and want to put bat and ball, they'll make sure they nail it, because if they don't, Jimmy Anderson will get you. And that's exactly what happened to Shubman Gill there.
Anderson past the umpire, comes in. It's quick, a little bit of a bounce as well, but Shreyas plays it solidly enough, no run.
So because he bowls in and around that off stump, he's always challenging the inside and outside edge of a batter. If he can get the ball to move, he makes sure LBW is in play, he moves batters across the crease, and he says to you as a batter that if you want to try and hit it, the risk of You know, the higher risk and the percentages are more in Anderson's favour. And I think that over the course from the age of 30 to 40, that's why he's got so many wickets.
Anderson comes in once again. Shreyas Iyer playing from the crease line, pushes out square on the offside. Johnny Bairstow Fields no run.
And we've seen so far in this over, he's bowled 4 balls at Shreyas Iyer, and the first ball was a nice forward defensive shot. The second ball, you could see he was getting a little bit more twitchier. The third ball, again, a little bit more. You felt as though he was getting uncomfortable to try and get off strike. There, you know, he had roller skates on there, trying to get and access the ball. That's what Anderson does to you.
In he comes, and that's a short one. There's not a huge amount of carry on it. It will bounce a second time before it gets to Ben Foakes, and there is no run. And immediately Zach Crawley is signalling to Ben Stokes about something there, just from that short one. Whether they immediately picked something up there, but as soon as that was in the gloves of Foakes, Crawley was signalling to the skipper. Trying to guess what that would be from body language, but there's 1 ball left of the over.
Not sure Zach Crawley's telling Jimmy Anderson what to do with the ball. 184 test matches in.
I mean, good luck. Anderson is in, it's a full and straight, and it's driven past the man at mid-on, and it's going to go over the rope and into the England dressing room area. It's gone straight between the gap between the electronic advertising boards for 4 runs, and the final ball of the morning session is a boundary. It brings up the Indian 100, 103 for 2. Jaiswal 51 not out from 92 balls. Shreyas has 4 from 7. India won the toss 2.5 hours ago. Rohit Sharma said, we will have a bat. Rohit was the first man out himself halfway through the 18th over, caught by Ollie Pope at short leg off the bowling of Shoaib Bashir. The man on debut was the first wicket taker of the morning. Rohit made 14 from 41 balls. Shubman Gill, the second man to go, caught behind off the bowling of James Anderson. Back into the side, he went for 34, that with the score on 89 for 2. As we approach the end of the 29th over, England have gone through the overs. We've had 31 in the morning session. Steve Harmison, your thoughts?
I think it's even, very much an even session. I think India have batted well. They've accessed the boundary when England have either overpitched or bowled that. There's been a few full tosses. That was a great shot, the last ball of the session. Shreyas Iyer will go into lunch a lot more confident. A 0 off 7 balls. If that was last one was a dot ball, so 4 off 7 balls will give him a little bit more confidence having his lunch. But I think England have been excellent. They really have. Shoaib Bashir getting Rohit Sharma first Test match wicket, doesn't get any better than that. And I thought he bowled really, really well. So another wicket, and it definitely would have been England's session. I think if England can come out as well early in the middle session of this game, then I think it would really put this middle order that India have got under pressure. But I think, as it stands, 31 overs in, I think I'd rather be in the umpire's dressing room at the minute, because I think both teams will be quietly happy having their lunch. England losing the toss, taking a couple of wickets in, and India are going about their job quite nicely.
Joe Root will open the bowling from our end, the Dr. Subbarayo end, and he's getting himself loose. Will be bowling to the left-handed Jaiswal. 51 not out from 92 balls. What a chat, by the way, during the lunch interval. Neil Manthorpe and Michael Atherton. Always great to have Athers back in the TalkSport commentary boxes. Now, though, we're about to get underway. Myself, Andrew McKenna, Chetan Narula alongside, and Jared Kimber, our stats guru as well. So Root will bowl to the left-handed Jaiswal, slip in place, short backward point, square point, short extra cover and mid-off on the offside, as Root comes in for the first ball after lunch, brings his man forward and quietly out on the offside. There's a short fine leg, a deep mid-wicket, and I would suspect a long on, but I can't actually see him from where we are. So that the field. Root comes in once again around the wicket. Jaiswal just pushes out on the offside and there's no run. Afternoon, Chetan, how are we?
Well, hello, Andrew, and we're doing pretty fine in our boxes, but I'm just not sure about the Indian batting lineup at the moment.
Root to Jaiswal. Around the wicket he goes. Jaiswal bat and pad close together, no run. What's vexing you most?
Well, first of all, that Rohit Sharma opens the batting, and then until number 7, there's not much experience. I mean, age-wise, yes, a lot of them have played quite a bit of first-class cricket, but not in terms of international cricket.
Root around the wicket, beats the outside edge of Jaiswal. That's an absolute beauty. And Ben Folkes whips off the bails. As TalkSport join us here on TalkSport 2. Very welcome to you guys as well. India 103 for 2 with 4 balls after the lunch break. England with 2 wickets in the morning. Bashir on debut. James Anderson very much not on debut, but adding another wicket to the total. Joe Root from our end around the wicket. Off the back foot is Jaiswal, and it's out to Rayan Ahmed, the deep cover sweeper, and they will take a single. 104 for 2. Chetan, earlier you were about to explain why you're somewhat vexed about the Indian batting lineup.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I'm not sure about the approach this morning, because clearly Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal arrived at the crease. They were thinking, you know what, we're going to play time. I just thought they were maybe subdued just a tad. I mean, Rohit Sharma didn't hit any boundaries in his 40-odd ball stay. No boundaries in there. I mean, he was never really looking that positive or intent on scoring runs. Just wanted to spend time as long as possible at the crease.
Root around the wicket. It's a back foot punch to mid-off. Bairstow with the pick-up and throws at the non-strikers end. The single completed. Throw misses. 105 for 2.
Yeah, smart running there from Shreyas and Jaiswal. I mean, he just saw the fielder was a tad deep, and he set off for that single. And yeah, just to add to that point, Shubman Gill again, yes, he scored 5 boundaries in his 40-ball stay, but at least 3 of them were really flashy. There was not a lot of confidence in there. So just kind of vexing the kind of approach India have had this morning, and that's after winning the toss and batting on a what looks like a very good batting pitch.
Jared, if you want to come in at that point.
Yeah, I think Chetan's got a point. They looked a little bit kind of caught between 2 things. We saw that in the 4th innings in the last test as well, and they don't look as confident as we've seen previous Indian batting lineups. I want to talk about Shubman Gill though in a moment, because I think he's quite interesting here.
Well, Shreyas is going to be on strike, and England are going to post a catching third. Joe Root is right down beneath us, 6 or 7 metres off the boundary edge, to James Anderson, who will bowl to Shreyas, 5 not out from 8 balls, should I say. So Duckett is at a backward point, and Root is filling the gap, and he's now backing up all the way to the boundary edge down beneath us. That can only be for the uppercut. There's no way England are defending at this point in the game. Anderson's got 1 for 19. He's on his way from the Dr. Vizzy end at the far end. It is a short ball. It's pulled round the corner, and England have 2 out on the leg side, so it will just be a single at 106 for 2, Jared.
You think Anderson thought in his 40s he'd be bowling short pitch bowling to Indian batters
in India?
In India, it's incredible. I just want to talk about the Shubman Gill thing a little bit, because there's some really interesting stuff here when it comes to why he's been struggling, and specifically how he's been struggling. He now averages against pace in Test cricket, according to CricViz, 17.81 on the front foot, 54 on the back foot against pace. That's
wow.
I mean, yeah, wow is the correct answer there. Anderson has him 5 times in 7 innings. So he's only made 39 runs against Anderson for 5 dismissals, and he played at every single Anderson ball today. So you could see the nervousness in the way he went at it.
Anderson in once again. This time it is Jaiswal allowing it to go past his chest, and it's through to Ben Folkes. No run, Jared.
And I think if you expand that out, that sort of Shubman Gill thing, I think a lot of their players, at Shreyas Iyer, look, straight away Shreyas Iyer's here and Anderson's bowling short. So there's all their young players are incredibly talented, but there's little weaknesses. And then on top of that, I think there's a little bit of apprehension. Some of that is just the pressure of playing for India now, and some of that is just because they're newer players and then, not used to performing over and over again in Test cricket at the moment.
Anderson turns at the far end, comes in and bowls right arm over. Jaiswal is just dropping out on the offside, no run.
And some of that also, Jared, comes from the fact that for the last 3-4 years, whenever India have played home, they've played on rank turning pitches. And that's been, it doesn't help. And that's been the need of the hour in those series, because India is looking to qualify for the World Test Championship final. Right now, this series has come at a very, very odd point. It's come in the middle of the cycle, which is very, very different from the last 2, 3, 4 years. And these two pitches have been pretty decent for batting.
Anderson comes in once again, and Jaiswal is just defending out on the offside, no run. It remains 106 for 2 here on Talk Sport 2.
And just to add on to your point where you talk about Gill and Shreyas Iyer and these guys getting their chances and not making those big runs, and that's where the apprehension I'm talking about and the vexing approach, because India know there is not much experience and the middle order is not amongst the runs. That approach in the morning session, that they were just looking to spend time on the wicket, bat for as long as possible, and then maybe score runs for a later period of time.
2 slips in place behind Jaiswal as Anderson comes in once again, and he's beaten outside the off stump through to Folkes, and there's no run. Zach Crawley, hands above his head, clapping away, saying that's where we want to be, Jimmy.
Well, I think the other thing to factor in, Chetan, is that they threw their wickets away in the last match when they should have made 550. So that's got to be on their minds, right? But just to go back to the individual things that we're talking about. So Jimmy Anderson probably wouldn't be bowling now if Shreyas Iyer wasn't in the middle, right? But Shreyas Iyer averages 29 against pace bowling. So all of these players, as talented as they are, just had little things in their games that they haven't ironed out yet. And because of that, they could be attacked.
Anderson is in and Jaiswal is just pushing forward, and that completes the over. 106 for 2, 33 overs gone. India 103 for 2 after 31 overs at lunch, so 2 overs since the break. They've added 3 runs. Jaiswal 52 not out, Shreyas Iyer 6 not out.
And the question to ask Jared right now is, does the current international schedule even allow you that time to get those chinks out of your armory? I mean, you look at Shubman Gill 12 months ago. He's not had any break. I mean, apart from those 2 weeks, he was not playing in the ODI World Cup, and he was not in the nets working his game out. He was on a hospital bed or a hotel bed. So they haven't had any time off at all to even go back and work on their game to okay, you know what, these chinks in their armory, they can be worked upon. It's just the demand of the schedule right now. I mean, they finished the series and straight away they are into the IPL. They finished the IPL straight away into the T20 World Cup, and the home season and the away season starts again. Where is the time off?
Exactly. And there's no way to work on your game.
Tom Hartley to bowl from our end now. He's going to bowl left arm around, little bit full. It's turned on the leg side by Shreyas, and they'll take a single to short fine leg. I think that ended up as a lowish full toss that was just guided around the corner. 107 for 2.
It's really noticeable how many terrible balls England have bowled so far. Like, they have struggled with full tosses and short balls, and yet again India don't really look like punishing them.
So Hartley will go over the wicket to the left-hander, slip and leg slip in place. Sun beating down once again, and he brings his man forward, just pushing out on the offside is Jaiswal, no run.
Which was such a major difference today morning. I mean, I remember the first innings in Hyderabad where Rohit Sharma missed a couple of low full tosses and he was absolutely livid with himself. And today he's played those low full tosses towards mid-wicket to Rehan Ahmed for a single, and he's been absolutely content with that.
Hartley is in. Off the back foot is punching Jaiswal down to long on. It was aerial for a bit. England do have a fairly straightish mid-wicket, sort of catching a ducket, but it was about 3 or 4 metres to his right, so it's safely away for 108 for 2.
So India have pulled back in terms of their approach. They're not all out attacking in the first innings as they were in Hyderabad.
Hartley around the wicket, just turned quietly by Shreyas. Bowler fields in his follow-through, no run.
But have they just gone a bit too far on the other side? Have they become too defensive, or are they thinking, you know what, they're just being too careful?
It would be an Indian cricketer, eh? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's one of those things. Right, England have brought in a very straight short mid-off, as Hartley is going to bowl to Shreyas, and Shreyas is pushing out on the offside. Duckett, who is at cover, will go round and field that. So it's Ollie Pope at short straight mid-off. Duckett is at sort of a drive extra cover. In fact, Ollie Pope is now going to get the helmet on and go even closer. So England, well, they gave that a go for one ball. And now Pope, who was absolutely brilliant in Hyderabad under the lid, not a position that you want to be brilliant at, because it's not the easiest of positions to do. But there you go, he's in under the helmet. Oh, there was a potential half chance as Shreyas pushes the next ball out into the offside. It was a strong push, and they will take a single to finish the over. 109 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. He got a big stride into it, but it was up near the stickers. Ollie Pope was just moving slightly to his right. The ball went to his left, and therefore the single taken. End of the over, as I say. And Hartley has now bowled 8 overs, which have cost 27. 109 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
And it's almost as if Shreyas Iyer is listening to us and saying, okay, you know what, I'm going to be the most positive Indian batter out there today. And yes, he's not batted here for long, but he's just looking to get forward all the time, trying to milk singles every time he's hitting the ball. And just to add on, I mean, India's approach is pretty normal here. They're scoring at between 3 and 3.5 and over, which is pretty normal. It's just, they just went a tad overboard in Hyderabad. And it's a matter of pulling that back now.
Well, in goes Anderson to start a new over, and it starts with a short ball. England have got 2 men out on the leg side, and Crawley and Bairstow do brilliantly between them. Bairstow actually knocked it down to keep it on the playing surface. Crawley gathered it in and returns it in. It was well played by Shreyas in the fact that he hit it down, so he wasn't going for the full-blooded one, but Bairstow, diving away to his left-hand side, gets hold of it, offloads it to Crawley, and it means that it's just a single taken. So the left-hander, Jaiswal, will be on strike.
The Shreyas Iyer's answer to his short ball problems is not to duck underneath it. It's to take it head on, and I'm going to play my shots. Sometimes he's going to play it in the air, but it's good to see the way he's trying to keep it down.
Anderson on his way, 2 slips in place. That one's a little bit leg-side-ish, so it'll be clipped away through backwards square. Duckett will do the fielding, and again, just a single to be taken. 111 for 2.
It's worth saying.
Definitely. Sorry, Jared, carry on, mate.
No, I was just going to say, it's worth saying that the bouncer isn't really Shreyas Iyer's problem as much. It's that ball sort of belly button to nipples, Amaka, if you will. You know, just in sort of playing the pull shot, he quite often hits it in the air. He gets himself in trouble. So he averages 20 from balls back of a length in Test cricket so far when he's facing pace bowling. So that's why we're seeing this, and that's why Jimmy's having to put in the shift.
In he goes. It's again a shortish ball. It's pulled wide of Stokes, who is at square leg, and it will be out to the sweeper again for just a single. 112 for 2. As I look away to my right, there's an old-fashioned scoreboard here, actually, right alongside the enormous big electronic screen, which has got all sorts of things on it. But there's an old-fashioned scoreboard with the players' names, and I think they're slide-in plate numbers as opposed to the old-fashioned wheel ones that you wheel around. But yeah, good to see a ground still with one of those in place. Anderson is in, covered up by Jaiswal, and there's no run. It's behind there is away to the green hills, lots and lots of trees. When not a million miles from the sea, as was mentioned earlier. It's a big naval base here in Visakhapatnam. Actually, a couple of guys were on our flight here from Mumbai, got chatting away, English guys. So I work for a defence company. There's a big naval event happening over the next couple of days, And then they've got Sunday off, so they were thinking to themselves, wonder if we can get tickets for the cricket. I think they might enjoy it at this rate. Anderson is in. It's well pitched up, and Jaiswal doesn't do anything there. Allows the ball to go through as he raises his bat high, and there is no run. So yeah, big naval area for the Indian Navy. There's a submarine museum here. That's the word I'm looking for, to pay tribute to the naval history. Also a big steel area. There's a big steel plant.
Well, you need the steel to make those ships.
Well, that's a fair point. Cuts down on travelling. Anderson in. That's very full and straight. Bat and pad close together from Jaiswal, and he covers up. End of the over. 35 gone. 112 for 2. India here on TalkSport 2. And of course on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. If you are just heading up out to work, well, of course, the TalkSport app, probably the best way to go if you don't have a portable DAB radio. The app, you can simply swipe between left and right for TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Or as I mentioned, we're on the YouTube app if you're able to get onto that, and you can watch the commentary box cam. And in the back of the shot today, you'll probably see Steve Harmison, when he toured for many years, had the Harmison Arms in his hotel room. Today we've got the Harmison Barista Cafe, as we brought a few bits and pieces from the hotel. So Harmy's come armed with a kettle. Starts a new arm over from Hartley. Left arm around the wicket, pushed out on the offside is Shreyas, and there is no run. So you may get a shot in the back of the picture of Harmy on coffee duty. So keep an eye out for that. England have stationed a silly point. Ollie Pope once again for Hartley. Left arm around the wickets. Brings Shreyas forward. It goes off the outside half of the bat down to short third, and there is no run.
Slight disappointment with the crowd, I would say. I mean, I expected a few more, but the fact that no Virat Kohli, no Jadeja, Rahul, that clearly has had an impact.
Round the wicket goes Hartley, and he bowls. Shreyas is forward, and there's no run. If the picture is just changing and you are watching the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, Harsha Bhogle has taken over as cameraman for a moment, so anything could happen. We know he's very good in front of a camera. We'll find out what he's like behind one very shortly. Hartley in once again, and Shreyas is pushing out. Oh, there's a yes-no moment throw at the non-striker's end. Isn't good enough, and actually it'll burst through the hands of Hartley. Bairstow will gather the ball in. But the Indian batters, you can tell they're not used to batting and running together at the moment, Chetan, can't you? Because there's a lot of yes-no.
Well, obviously, a lot of them just fresh to the team, so a lot of new pairings at the crease. But Shreyas Iyer, I mean, he's been always forward and trying to take that quick single. On this occasion, he hadn't played it with enough power to get the ball quite far away. And Jaiswal, a bit of a mix.
Left arm around the wicket is Hartley. Shreyas pushing back to the bowler in his follow-through. No run. One ball of the over to go.
So with Shreyas, you can always tell, how he's played through the over. He tends to get busy from the very first ball if he's picking singles. Obviously, the fielder at extra cover that's been brought in, which isn't allowing him those easy runs in this particular over.
Shreyas threatened just there as the bowler was coming in to back away to give himself room. So Hartley very wisely just held on to that one and said, well, we'll see about that. So he doesn't let go of it and goes back to the end of his mark. Now, is Shreyas going to stay at home this time? Yes, he does. Just pushes quietly into the offside. Duckett will do the fielding. 36 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. India 112 for 2. Chetan, you can fill the gap because I'm going to make way because Harsh is going to come in and do the day job. He's actually going to describe the action rather than do the camera work.
I think that's great fielding positioning from Ben Stokes. In the previous over, they saw very, very easy for Shreyas Iyer to push those singles towards extra cover. The fielder was a tad deep, and he was able to use it and take those easy runs. But in this over, they brought in that extra cover a tad closer, and his pushes weren't getting past the fielder, so he was not able to change strike as easily, which is also something that led to the half mix-up, if I can say so.
Thank you, Chetan. A half mix-up. So what does it mean? That only half of them got mixed up, the other half are good? Here's Anderson, runs it and bowls and goes past the outside edge once again of Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Well, Shreyas was in his crease. He was not even looking to run, and Jaiswal was almost halfway down the track.
How good has Anderson been? I can't take my eyes off him. He's control over length, the little subtle movements, one ball just a little wider, one ball just a little in. I think he'll be playing till he's at least 85. He's probably planning for England coming to India in 2042. He bowls and goes right past Jaiswal again, draws him into the forward stroke. The ball just leaves him a little bit, not quite there to the pitch, and it's taken by Foakes. And what you get with Anderson is not just the new ball. He'll come back, he'll bowl with the old ball, he'll never concede runs. He's in his 11th over, he's 1 for 23. He's got the ball leaving the left-hander. If it does reverse, it will take time on the surface. It's a fabulous outfield here in Visakhapatnam. And then he'll reverse the ball too. Back again from right arm over. And Jaiswal is this time jabbing down the ball, goes out to point. Hartley's there, he can't get a run.
The slight breeze that's picked up as well, which is just blowing just across the ground. Very, very light, but it's just picked up over the last few minutes. And Jaiswal will perhaps be watching when Anderson tries to bring the ball back in to him.
You're not too far away from India's east coast here in Visakhapatnam. Yeah. And there's lots of hills around as well. You go walking around, you come to the Dolphin's Nose, so-called obviously because the hill resembles that. Anderson in again, bowls to Jaiswal. Little hip high around leg stump. He'll play it away for a single. Down to long leg to Shoaib Bashir. And he'll get a single that'll take Jaiswal up to 55. He's batted well. Shreyas Iyer on 10. Probably the most fluent of all the batters so far has been Shubman Gill. I thought he looked excellent while he was in. And then Wiley, old Jimmy, did that to him. Two players here in this side. And I'm sure it's been mentioned so many times. When you get to Jimmy's vintage, everything has been mentioned more than once. Two players not born when he made his debut. And it's got all the stats, people, everyone in a tizzy. Who's been the oldest player from that point of view? Who's had most people who weren't born when he made his debut playing international cricket? What have you got, Chetan? Come on.
The entire Talksport team was so excited when Ben Stokes said yesterday that Shoaib Bashir.
Anderson bowls. And Shreyas Iyer is looking to play the uppercut. Backs away, almost backs away too far. And bottom edges the ball and it bounces off past his off stump. It's an interesting shot to play on a fabulous batting surface. 113 for 2. No Jadeja. Oh dear, oh dear. He could so easily have bottom edged that ball onto his off stump.
I thought I was baffled by that shot, and then I saw Jared Kimber's face.
Well, he walked outside off stump and then he walked back outside leg stump and then he played a bad forehand.
Ah, there. I was looking for the monitor. I see Catherine. I see Jared there too. I wondered about Jared for a minute. Here's Anderson and he bowls. And once again it's short. Once again making room, almost heading towards the 5th or the 6th stump is Shreyas Iyer. This time discretion's the better part of valor. He leaves it alone. It's 113 for 2.
It just shows you how much trouble he has with the short ball, because this is 126 kilometres an hour and he is currently making Jimmy Anderson look like Mark Wood. And part of it is the field, but it's also he just doesn't feel comfortable playing the pull shot regularly and being able to keep it down.
More than anyone else, he needs a big innings. I know we said that about Shubman Gill. Averaged only 14 since 1st of January 2023. So he needs that innings as much for India in this game as for his career. There's Sarfaraz breathing over his shoulder, averaging 70 in first-class cricket. So has Jared been in among the excitement about number of people not yet born when someone made his Test debut?
No, I'm not. That's not my kind of thing, Ash. You know me. That's too basic.
Root starts in Neo and it's pushed out on the offside. We worked out Tendulkar at 4. 4 players who played Test cricket with Tendulkar weren't born when he played his first test match, which of course was back in 1989 in Pakistan. Now more changes as to the field. There's always changes to the field when Stokes is captain. You can see most of those. There's a long on, dare I say, about 4/5 of the way. Man comes in at square leg, won a deep backward square. Long on comes into mid on. Square leg is still being moved around. This is almost like an artist picking his colors. Almost like he's painting a scenery. Should I have a bird over there? Should I put a little creeper in there? But when it comes to the catching, there's a slip and a short fine leg. We'll watch the action while Chetan Arula is thinking about the other 4. There's also a catching shot mid-on. Root goes round the wicket to Shreyas Iyer. Digs it in short. It's pulled away down to square for 4. He doesn't like the short ball, but he's fine when Joe Root's bowling it short. So the boundary takes him up to 14. It's 118 for 2.
I mean, that was an attempt at a medium pace short ball. That was literally, that wasn't that much slower than Jimmy Anderson. It was 123 kilometres an hour. It was 4 kilometres, I think, less than the last short ball. It's an incredible idea. And I'll tell you what, Ollie Pope suddenly realised what was happening all too late.
Having said that, I'd love that speed gun to be good. It's a much fuller ball, the next one from Root, and he plays it away off his pads. Shreyas Iyer for a single, takes him up to 15. The partnership's 30 now. Has a reputation in India of being a very fine player of spin bowling. And at this stage, he's got 4 in front of him, one of whom hasn't bowled yet. It's always found it fleeting to see how Stokes uses Rehan. Now to the left-hander, just a slip, a cover. And then 2 at backward point. 1 on the boundary at deep point as Root bowls. Jaiswal's driving, they'll sneak a single in front of Stokes. And complete it.
Go. And I am very red.
How does one
in fact, I'm very red raw. And you can see where the nodding of my head eventually ended up, because I've got a white patch right underneath my chin. So slobbering into my book, sitting in the sun. Hour later, I'm like a lobster.
If ever radio needed a video, it was just now.
Absolutely, yeah. The boys will tell you, the shoulders are red raw. They were stinging, so just covering up just a little bit to give the old body protection from the sun through the window.
Was this Hyderabad or here in Visakhapatnam?
No, Visakhapatnam, sitting next to the swimming pool on the top floor.
Here comes Root, is starting a fresh over from round the wicket, and it goes up in a PO, was down the leg side, way down the leg side actually, and Shreyas Iyer was looking to sort of almost drive it after swivelling away in his body behind square. They look very interested. Now Stokes is coming, he's got 4 seconds, 3, 2, Ben, you timed your run a little late, it's 0. It doesn't matter now, he's got to run all the way back. He only started his run at 8.
Yeah, Joe's keen. Ben Foakes didn't look as keen. And Ollie Pope, you're reading Ollie Pope's lips, and he said, I heard a noise. Bear in mind, Ollie Pope's at leg slip, so he should probably have the best angle for it. But he didn't really seem that keen. It was Joe Root that was the keenest of it all, but as bowlers, you always are.
Goes again from round the wicket, bowling that leg in middle, in fact, outside leg stump line. Shreyas Iyer looks for a single behind square, once again disagreeing, him and Yashasvi Jaiswal, on what constitutes a single. I just wonder, would Root have had a word with Ben Stokes saying, do you want to take a look at the ICC All-Rounders ranking?
Quite possibly.
I'm above you.
Just above him.
Root bowls again round the wicket, and Shreyas Iyer is quite happy with that line. There's gaps on the onside. He flicks it away for a single to deep square.
Joe did mention after the game in Hyderabad that Joe Root bowled Ben Stokes into the ground when Joe Root was captain, and now role reverse. By the end of Dharmashala, Joe Root might be bowled into the ground on this trip.
There's a slip in place now for the left-hander. There's also a catcher for the sweep at short backward square. Jaiswal goes forward, pushes out on the offside. I wonder if Kath and Jared sitting there in England thought a day would come when Joe Root would be the #1 England spinner.
We certainly didn't. I think this morning, the way he opened the bowling, he looked a bit unsure on his lengths. A couple of full tosses from Joe Root, but he looks like he's settled now, hasn't he?
Yes, he's bowling a lot better. Pushed out on the offside. Steve Harmison took the new ball a few times himself in his career, but he didn't have to spin it. He just had to hold it up the seam and let it go.
Yeah, I think on these serves, especially the Hyderabad service, I think I'd been bowling by the end of the Test match.
Jaiswal drives the next one. It's very full, but it's well fielded at cover. England have been a little sharper after lunch than they were before. That was just a single off it. Jaiswal 59, Shreyas Iyer 18. It's 125 for 2 after 40 overs.
Yeah, I think I'd have been bowling about Joe Root's pace by the end of the Test match in Hyderabad when they're bowling on that surface.
The good thing would have been, though, I'm sure Kath and Jared would agree, you would have been spared the sunburn because you've been playing all day long but have a shirt on.
Yeah, I would have had a shirt on. Not only would I have a shirt on, I probably would have done what Zach Crawley did, which was find the only little square bit of shade possible down at fine leg. And I would have tried to camp out there, right, Skip, outfield here, I'm not moving.
Oh, they're the things we talk about on radio, right? Tom Hartley starts a new over, bowling to Shreyas Iyer. Once again, he pulls up because Shreyas Iyer is looking to make room, almost as if to say, look, I'm going to move around my crease. You decide where you want to bowl. Short mid-off, slip, backward point, slightly deepish point, cover, and a very wide and deep mid-off. That's on the offside, the side we can see. As it's bowled short, and Shreyas Iyer will punch it out on the offside. Steve Harmison sitting about a couple of yards to my right. Can you see who's on the leg side? I can see a wide mid-on, but I'm assuming there's two more.
Yeah, there's Zach Crawley's out at mid-wicket in the deep, and Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow is at 45. I don't know if there's anybody at deep square leg. There's a great big pillar in the way.
Shreyas Iyer goes forward and defends the next one from Tom Hartley, but we'd already finished 9, so there could have been another.
Yeah, Johnny's he's just, well, you would say on the 30-yard circle, we can just see Johnny. When Zach walks in with the bowler, as all young players, a message to the young players walking in with the bowler.
Hartley bowls from round the wicket, and once again, Shreyas Iyer is pushing forward on the offside. Jaiswal thinks there's a single this time. There isn't.
When Zach walks in, you can see him. When he goes back to the boundary, you can't see him. So from a commentary position, we can only see, 2/3 of the ground.
One, 2, 5 for 2 as Hartley bowls and bowls on a good length. Shreyas Iyer plays it just short of cover and runs across for a single. Let's duck it probably just a little late coming in, and Iyer will go up to 19. Jaiswal 59. It's 126 for 2.
It's better running. You felt as though there was potential of a run out happening with these two. There was some inconsistency of calling, not really trusting each other's call, but there was very, very good running. Both dropped the ball and then they set off, and they're both no indecision, bang, straight down the other end.
Jaiswal drives the next one, drives it almost too well because there is a man just wide of mid-off fielding, and he won't get a run. That's Anderson. Jaiswal is 59. England won't be too disappointed with India 126 for 2. India need to build a partnership here. 37 so far. This looks like a bat first, make 400 at least kind of surface. From over the wicket, Hartley. And Jaiswal goes back, pulls out to mid-wicket. I think Rehan went the other way initially. But in any case, he probably has struggled to get to the ball. It beats him into the boundary for 4. And so he ends that over with a boundary, 5 off it. Jaiswal goes into the 60s. He's 63. Shreyas Iyer 19. And India 130 for 2.
That was a lucrative shot for Jaiswal in Hyderabad. He got to the depth of used the depth of his crease, and anything short, bang. Pulled it through the mid-wicket area, whether it was vacant or there was a man there. He positioned it very well. A couple of times in Hyderabad he went over the top. Just think the pace on this surface maybe hurried him a little bit, but it was a well-executed shot, one that he's, like I said before, has been very lucrative for him over the course of these 3 innings so far that he's had in this Test series. And he's now looking as though he's going about his business and looking in ominous form for England. 63 off 122 balls. And it's a good partnership starting to build for India with Shreyas Iyer, 41 off 73.
Joe Root continues, and that's pushed away defensively on the onside. What is ominous is the tempo that he's happy to bat at. It's so easy to say when he was off to a flyer in the first innings in Hyderabad. Well, that's the modern cricketer. He's a T20 batsman. He's scoring it better than a runner ball on the first day of a test match on the final session. Here is Root once again. Oh, he backs away outside the leg stump there and then straightens himself up in line and allows it to hit him on the pad. Shreyas Iyer remains on 19, India 130 for 2. But it's all well and good when things are going well. Sure, yeah, absolutely, bat at a runner ball, but there are other times when it doesn't make quite as much sense, and his tempo is excellent today. Root in once again down the leg side. Shreyas Iyer is not going to play that. Pitch outside leg stump, he's going to kick it away. Just for the moment, anyway.
It's not bad from Joe Root, just it is negative bowling, but when you've got a player, when players like Jaiswal and Shreyas Iyer who want to put bat on ball, how long they can kick it for is the unknown.
Here's Root again, lots of air, pitching on leg stump rather than outside it, and it's tucked away for a single out to deep mid-wicket. Rian Ahmed does the fielding. There are times, Harmy, where, as you say, negative bowling, and I put negative in inverted commas, there are times when negative bowling can be a positive.
Definitely a positive, especially if you've got somebody in who wants to score to run a ball, who wants to put bat on ball, wants to hit big shots.
Pushed through firmly, played defensively on the back foot. Joe Root does his own fielding. 4 men in a staggered line on the offside, well, apart from the slip, so that's 5. But then there's a short third, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Driven in the air and out towards the boundary at extra cover for 6. My goodness me, what a shot that is from Yashasvi Jaiswal. Well, Joe Root's, that's gone over wide, long off. Deep extra cover, wide, long off. What a magnificent cricket shot.
Yeah, slightly over-pitched from Joe Root, but Jaiswal's waited for it. Just leaned back a touch, knowing that he wants to hit it in the air, and nails it. Absolutely nails it. Straight over the top of extra cover's head, into the sort of grandstand, which then bounced off the concrete a couple of times. Which, if I was Jimmy Anderson, I wouldn't be too disappointed with it bouncing off the concrete a couple of times, as long as it's on the rough side. And then maybe it's just scuff it up that a little bit more, because I don't think it's going to scuff up too much with the outfield and the bare areas for it to reverse swing.
Here's Tom Hartley continuing with his left arm spin down the leg side, nicely taken by Ben Folkes. Sorry, Kath Dalton, I was just about to bring you in there, and then Jaiswal played that shot for the last ball of the over.
Oh no, it was worth listening to you there, man. There's no problem.
Extraordinary shot. As Harmy said, he leant back. He thought, I'm hitting this one in there. I'm hitting this for 6. He's picked up the length so early, and he said, I'm hitting this for 6. Leant back, got the elevation exactly as he wanted. Pushed away defensively this time by Shreyas Iyer, and he remains on 20. Yashasvi Jaiswal, 69. India, 137 for 2. The 2 men to have been dismissed. Captain Rohit Sharma, the first to go, victim of Shoaib Bashir, his first test wicket. Here's Hartley again. Oh, cut shot, quicker one outside the off stump, misses it. Into the gloves of Ben Folkes it goes, ooh and an ah. So Rohit Sharma went for 14, and then Shubman Gill caught behind by Ben Folkes. Jimmy Anderson using his full bag of tricks and skills. Shubman Gill making 34, caught behind. It was 89 for 2. Now Hartley in once again, and driven by Shreyas behind square on the offside. A chase for Shoaib Bashir, but it's Rian Ahmed who picks up and fields instead. Another single. Shreyas appears quite determined to hand the strike straight back to Yashasvi Jaiswal. He's more than happy just to take a single and watch at the other end. Sometimes you get a sense that your batting partner is, you can hear him revving his engine. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe Shreyas says, all right, I'm going to watch this. Here's Hartley again, bowls. Jaiswal pushes that one straight back to the bowler. Get a sense, don't you, sometimes? You think your partner's got the bit between his teeth.
Yeah, that's good batting. That is good batting. It's also, you can do that when your partner's under pressure and you try and just take some strike.
Jaiswal drives down the ground. It'll just be a single down to long on. And there's no run as the England captain fields, and then comes trotting in a sense of purpose. So, Kath, enjoying the... I'm sorry you missed out on the chicken curry and particularly the potato and cashew nut curry, which is a real special. What did you have for breakfast?
Unfortunately, the cafe is not open yet, man, as you'll be disappointed to hear.
Dear.
I've had a bit of porridge, but that's been it so far, and a lot of coffee, a bucket full of coffee so far. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this. I think Jaiswal's really composed, fantastic innings. It almost reminds me a little bit of how Ben Stokes has been playing recently for England. Looks to absorb pressure and then goes for his shots when he knows they're there to play. That shot over cover just kind of summed up his innings so far. So much power and so much style to his batting.
Shoaib Bashir is in again, and just short enough this time for a cut shot out to Rian Ahmed, who fumbles it. And this is the longest boundary on the ground, square of the wicket on the offside to the left-hander. And none of the boundaries are particularly long, but he fumbled it, and because he's so far away, they came back for the second.
There has been a bit of that, Manners, hasn't there? There's been a few misfields by England. You won't be happy with that. You want to make sure you're on it as a fielding team, especially in hot conditions.
Bashir in again, and Jaiswal plays defensively out on the offside. There's certainly warm conditions, but not oppressive. Well, he says from the comfort of an air-conditioned commentary box.
I was about to say.
Shoaib Bashir in again, driven down the ground firmly by Jaiswal. Good fielding by Bashir off his own bowling. But seriously, I mean, it's sort of hovering around the 29, 30 mark. It's not like it's 30.
It's a pleasant day. It's a nice, pleasant day. There's a cool breeze.
Struck on the pad, Jaiswal trying to play it through the onside. No run once again. We're a little way from the actual coast. Yesterday we went to the team hotel. Harmy had a long chat to Johnny Bairstow. You'll be able to listen to that whole interview in a few days' time. Forward comes Jaiswal again, playing defensively to Bashir. So that was lovely, being actually on the coast and being next to the ocean and having a look at the beaches. But there's a terrific range of mountains, short and wide and cut, and not very short and not very wide either. But that's the ability that Jaiswal has to maximise whatever shortness or width there is, and he slapped that one out to Rian Ahmed on the cover boundary. But this range of hills rather than mountains creates a little microclimate that makes the area of Visakhapatnam just a couple of degrees cooler than it is inland. He's looking dangerous, Kath Dalton.
Oh, massively.
Jaiswal.
Yeah, I think certainly we mentioned it already, but that cut shot, anything with width, he just seems to free his hands up and look really confident, really classy player. I think you're lucky to have a bit of warmth there, Manners. It's not the warmest here in London, that's for sure.
Tom Hartley back and across goes Jaiswal, playing defensively out in the offside, and there's no run. But I'm sure that you'll arrange for it to warm up a little bit when for the third and fourth test. We're watching the weather forecast with a keen eye. Now, slip and a leg slip in place as Hartley is into Jaiswal again. Oh, he's edged it just left of Joe Root, diving to his left. It looked like he got fingertips to it. Don't know if it genuinely carried, whether that was a chance or not. My suspicion is that his fingers made contact with the ball at the same time it made contact with the ground.
Yeah, big chance. Don't think Joe Root's expecting the ball coming to him at slip. The ball was short of length. It's like a back foot punch from Jaiswal, who is leaning back, and he's got a thick outside edge. And as he's gone back, did it off the back foot, Joe Root slip's gone up, and then natural reaction to go up, and Jaiswal's edged it down, and unfortunately the former England captain couldn't get anything other than a short hand to it.
Driven down the ground for four to rub salt into the wounds by Jaiswal. Slightly over pitched, and again he stood in his crease, picked up the length so well, knew it was drivable, and hammered it past long off down to the boundary for four. Harmy, that was a tough chance, but it was a chance. I thought it might have been a half chance, but no, and it's gone as quick as slick catches come.
Yeah, it's gone really, really quick, and it was a tough chance, but it's a chance at a good height. It was just under the knee roll height.
Hartley in again, more air, driven through the extra cover region for 4 more. Expensive over for Tom Hartley, and he might just understandably been a bit rattled by that chance going down. And Ben Stokes has come trotting in from long on to the left-hander, is having a chat with his bowler now, and it may well be that he bowled those last 2 deliveries as he wanted to, but they're both gone for 4.
Yeah, I think the one before was a beautiful shot, a little bit like the one he hit Joe Root for 6. He waited, and this time didn't try and hit it over the top. He hit it straight back down the ground for 4. That was just a little bit width. It was over pitch and it was width, and I think Ben Stokes has done the right thing here, just to go and calm him down. He's probably not talking to him too much tactically. I think it's just to take some time out of the game, completely calm Tom Hartley out, so he doesn't concede any more boundaries.
Forward comes Jaiswal, firmly moving really positively now. His feet, hands, everything's in perfect sync. He's just picking up the length so quickly, and it's from the hand, which is a great thing for a batter, but as a bowler, if you know that the batsman's running so much on length, so when you try and flight it, change your pace, get it up above his eye line. Turned away off his pads now by Jaiswal for a single out to Bashir at backward square leg, and the over comes to an end, and India just beginning to assert a bit of control. Well, actually they have for the last half an hour. 155 for 2.
Yeah, and I'm trying to work out how Ben Stokes is going to utilise and use Rian Ahmed. I think this surface might suit Rian Ahmed a little bit more than it did in Hyderabad, because there's a little bit more pace in it. I think there's a little more bounce in it, especially for the top spinner that goes on and he gets that one to bounce. But I think he's probably waiting, Ben, when is the right time to bring Rian Ahmed into the game, and he might be thinking that at the way Tom Hartley's gone in that last over, Joe Root's had a go, Bashir's bowling now, Jimmy's had a second spell just before the break. After the break, it might soon be turned to his thoughts to Rian Ahmed and his 5th bowler.
Shoaib Bashir is set to continue. Just a slip in place now. The short leg's gone. Here is Bashir, driven straight down the ground. A sumptuous straight drive back past the bowler's feet. Didn't even have time to get down to it. That's how well he struck that. Jaiswal, we said, is looking dangerous, and he's into the 90s. Cracking shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Straight down the ground. That's 4 shots now he's hit down the ground beautifully, and I think the England bowlers, because of their inexperience, I think the sort of feel-safe mode, which is when the pressure's on and the batter is coming at you, it's to try and get it under the bat and try and get it as full as possibly can and dart it. And unfortunately for the 2 young bowlers, Hartley and Bashir, at this moment in time, they're just bowling it to that little bit too full, and Jaiswal's waiting for it, and he's picking it either side of the stumps to hit it, whether he's hitting it straight back down the ground, so he knows it's a relatively safe shot.
Shoaib Bashir again up to the crease now, bowls a quicker one, flatter. Jaiswal pushes it to cover. Duckett Fields, no run, 159 for 2. It was a really interesting thing just before this over started. You said that Ben Stokes wanted to take a little bit of time out of the game. It's only the second time I can remember any team bowling more than the required overs in the first session. 31 overs in that morning session. Here's Bashir, and Jaiswal might just be getting a bit loose now. He's played a slap cover drive at this, hasn't timed it, bottom edge. But that's one thing that Stokes does have now, is time. And before the start of that over, he actually signalled Ollie Pope to come in, his vice-captain, to come in for a chat with Ben Foakes, and the 3 of them had a little chat just about what the approach was going to be, what they needed to think about. Here's Bashir once again. Forward comes Jaiswal playing defensively. And it's not the first time, and I've noticed several times that Ben Stokes is making an active effort to get his vice-captain involved, to ask him for his opinion. Slap driven again by Jaiswal, and this time he has middled it, but it's gone straight to Rian Ahmed, sweeping at extra cover on the boundary. So it's just a single.
Yeah, it's in the air. It's in the air. That's why there's a big shout of catch it.
3 or 4 times now, Jaiswal's played that slashed cover drive where he stands still, opens his front leg up, keeps his weight going back, tries to sort of hockey-style broken wrist into the, backhand into the covers, and it goes in the air. But I think that conversation possibly was around what the next move is. Rian Ahmed possibly.
Bashir in again, turned away by the right-handed Shreyas Iyer, who's deliberately not featured much in the last 25 minutes or so. It's pushed out towards extra cover. Kath Dalton, what would you do? What do you think? Rian Ahmed?
I think
You'd
so.
like a new batsman for him, wouldn't you?
You would, but it feels like that stage of the game where Jaiswal's in, it just feels like it needs a bit of a change up, it needs a mix up. He just looks too confident. As you said earlier, he's judging the length so well. Anything full, he's driving back down the ground. Anything short, he's rocking onto the back foot and playing that really nicely. He looks like a top player and fearless in a way, certainly with his shots outside off stump, even though sometimes they're a bit uppish, and as Harmy said, loses his shape.
Oh, nothing wrong with the shape of this one as the new over begins from Tom Hartley, and Jaiswal drives down to Ben Stokes at I say long on, he's 3/4 of the way back. He's maybe 20 yards in from the rope.
He's teasing Jaiswal, isn't he?
He's just got that relaxed flair, hasn't he?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Here's Tom Hartley once again. Forward comes Shreyas Iyer, looking for the single. He's not going to get it this time, so Bashir fields at cover.
There's a bit of Shikhar Dhawan about him, isn't there? There's a little bit of the former opener Shikhar Dhawan about him, the way his bottom hand comes in.
More tweaking. Ben Stokes fiddling with his field, brings Rian Ahmed in off the cover boundary into the circle. Deepish at point, so there's a backward point, cover point, extra cover, short mid off, long off. Hartley in again. Shreyas Iyer tucks it into the gap as a result of that offside field on the leg side, and they go through for a single. I was distracted in the previous over when you described a hockey shot. I never put you down as a hockey player.
No, I'm not a massive hockey fan, but the way the sort of
slap shot,
isn't it? And that's what Jaiswal has done majority of his innings.
Hartley fired in at the pads, turned out behind square on the leg side, showed Bashir fields. Ice hockey. I've never played ice hockey in my life, but I enjoy the slap shot.
I'm 20 stone. Can you imagine me on ice? Can you imagine me on ice?
Not upright. Forward comes with Jaiswal again, turns it out to square leg. It's fielded by Duckett.
Once I've had about 4 or 5 pints, you see us having that struggle on land, never mind on ice.
India 163 for 2. They lost captain Rohit Sharma in the 18th over. It was 40 for 1. Shoaib Bashir had him caught but at leg slip by Ollie Pope. Hartley comes in but doesn't let go of the ball. And then the second wicket was Shubman Gill, caught behind by Ben Foakes off Jimmy Anderson for 34. Here's Hartley wants to get to the crease to finish the over. Forward comes Shreyas Iyer, super looking firm push drive to extra cover where Ben Duckett does the fielding. 163 for 2. Time for a wicket, you would think. Kath Dalton for England as the drinks come onto the field. More thoughts from you in London. Oh no, she's gone. Instead of which we'll have some erudite observations from Jared Kimber before Andrew McKenna takes over from me.
Yeah, I've got some stats on Harmy ice skating if you want, but we'll save those for later. But Harmy, the one thing that's been really interesting today is, again, we have seen England bowl a lot of poor deliveries, half volleys, full tosses, a couple of short balls as well. One on purpose from Joe Root, to be fair. And India have kind of been between two modes with these balls so far. So we saw there was, I think it was to Shreyas Iyer, there was a full toss down the leg side, and he just tickled it around the corner for one. He wasn't even looking for a boundary, right? Now Jaiswal feels like he's in a zone where he can attack them a little bit more. it feels like if you go back and you look at everything that England have done so far India have done so far with the batting. So in Hyderabad in the first innings, the first 35 overs, they attacked 49% of their deliveries. Second innings, it was 42%, and this one, it was 33%. They're trying to up a pace against what is a bowling attack which bowls very good balls and very bad balls against them.
Yeah, and I think that as well to that, Jared, I think it comes the tempo is either in fast forward or in really slow. But I think you've got to put into context the players that are the batters that are there. It's not as though it's Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Pujara, Rahane, experienced players. This is young players trying to forge their way in the game. The pressure that's on them coming in the start of their career. You look at Shubman Gill, he's averaging under 30 in 21 Test matches, and people talking about his place. Suresh Iyer the same. So you can see that there's in white ball cricket, shackles are off, bang. But I think in Test match cricket, when there's a little bit more pressure on, when you're struggling to find a tempo and a way to bat, sometimes when you do get a bad ball, you don't always put it away as the way you would do if you were facing a white one. And I think that's down to the pressure of a situation of playing Test cricket. I think, especially if you're as a player, as a batter in this situation, when you are not established and you're not your number one pick to bat in that slot. And I think that comes down to the sort of pressure of playing for India.
We are halfway through day one of the second Test match, exclusively live here on TalkSport 2. If you haven't been with us since 3:30 this morning, and you are just waking up, well, it's just gone 20-8 in the UK. While India won the toss and batted, they've had 47 overs of their innings so far, 163 for 2. Jaiswal and Shreyas Iyer are the not-out men. Jaiswal 93 not out from 146 balls. Shreyas 22 from 49. Rohit Sharma, the first man out. Bashir's first international wicket. Caught at leg slip by Ollie Pope for 14. That was 40 for 1. And then Shubman Gill caught behind off the bowling of James Anderson for 34. That's 89 for 2. So an honours even kind of day at the moment. But Jaiswal is picking up the bat with real intent at the moment. He fancies this one, and I think he feels that there's plenty of runs in this pitch. It's not the hugest playing area in the world. Hugest, is that even a word? It probably isn't. I'm looking at Manthorpe as our wordsmith. Hugest isn't a word, is it? I've just made that up. No, hugest. No. I have officially made up a word there. So it's not a massive playing area, and it's a gloriously smooth and green one as well. It is fast, so there are plenty of runs to be had. Right, drinks break is coming to an end. Players are retaking their positions, and speaking of taking their positions, Kevin Pietersen has moved in alongside as Steve Harmison moves out. It's a glorious day to be a batter today, isn't it, Kev?
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. If you just join in, and hello again if you've been with us. The wicket is very, very good for batting, and that's why Rohit Sharma decided to bat first as soon as he was given the opportunity to call after winning that toss. And I thought that he would be very disappointed in the way that he played and the way that he got out. It just looked like a lethargic sort of.
Bashir to start a new over. Jaiswal this time stays in his crease, waits all on the back foot, tries to guide it past third, can't beat him, no run.
A sort of let me just get through the new ball. Let me just try and go through the motions instead of being a little more Rohit Sharma.
Bashir around the wicket. It's an uppish drive through cover, and we'll go all the way out to Rayan, who's sweeping out on the boundary edge. England have left the gap between point and extra cover open, and that's where Jaiswal goes for a single. 164 for 2.
And Rohit Sharma is a guy that stands at the other side and owns that crease, and bowlers know they're bowling to somebody who is a mighty fine player. Shubman Gill, he tried very hard, he got some nice shots away and played quite nicely before Jimmy Anderson, the master at work.
Shove goes in over the wicket to the right-hander, covered up by Shreyas, no run.
Did a job on him, And then we've now got a partnership of 75 between these two, and it's a long story that I've been trying to tell about Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, because this is a good wicket. This is a good wicket for batting. It's a fantastic big wicket for batting.
In goes Shoaib once again over the wicket to the right-handed Shreyas, defensively played on the onside, no run.
And the first two missed out. They properly missed out. They'll be kicking themselves watching these two bat now.
Yeah, it's one of those that when you have to go back to the dressing room and take them off, you're going to think, I'm going to be sitting here for quite a long time watching someone else. They're scoring my runs. In goes Shoaib, gives that one some air and just holds that one back a little bit. That one just under 82 kilometres an hour. Shreyas just pushes out on the offside.
That was the moon ball.
It was a proper Jeremy Snape,
Jeremy Snape used to run in and just bowl that thing that went all the way up and it came all the way down. Picked up plenty of wickets in one-day cricket with it.
Shoaib is in, pushed out on the offside. Bairstow will field at mid-off, no run. Yeah, it's the, go on, dare you.
Yeah.
End of the over, 164 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
He did well with it on Jeremy Snape. Many a time, I think I got out to the moon ball, playing against Leicester. Playing for Nottinghamshire back in the day, we played a lot of warm-up cricket, a lot of early season cricket. Wasn't spinning a heck of a lot, so the moon ball was bowled, and bowled a lot. That there was the moon ball.
He's making himself a very nice career out of being a sports psychologist now, isn't he? Jeremy Snape, he's moved into that.
Good guy, Snapper, good guy.
Right, Harmy thought we weren't going to be far away from Rayan Ahmed, and I've just seen him start doing some stretching out on the deep mid-wicket boundary at the moment, so maybe we're not far away from his leg spin. But for the time being, Hartley to continue.
Not far away from Jaiswal hitting a 6 for 100 either.
94 not out. In comes Hartley, plays quietly defensively, thinks about a single that isn't even remotely there, and goes back no run.
But at least he's looking for the single. He's looking to score.
Feels a very different Indian approach today, doesn't it, compared to Hyderabad? Completely different. It's almost like, okay, that didn't work. Completely scrub that out. Let's find something else. In goes Hartley, turned around the corner by Jaiswal to Pope at square leg, no run.
Yeah, it looks like they're protecting their wicket way more than they did in the first innings in Hyderabad. I say first innings because that was the opportunity to score big runs. India should have got 550. Every single batter got out and every batter got themselves out.
Jaiswal down the pitch, launches the ball back over the bowler's head. Kevin Peterson called it. He hits the ball for 6 to go to 100 from 151 balls. Takes the helmet off, kisses the badge and now drops the bat and raises both hands to the sky. Puts his head back, looks up and now hugs Shreyas. Jaiswal with a phenomenal 100, his second in Test matches. That is a sensational knock. 170 for 2. Jaiswal has 100 of them.
Hey, he's some player, this kid. He really is. Some player through the offside and then he can dance down the wicket and he can just hit you for 6. Just so easy. It was some celebration, I tell you that. My goodness.
This one from Hartley, he doesn't get anything on it. Takes him high on the thigh, no run.
Just looking at the TV here to see if we can see the celebration. The celebration was much better than any shot he's played. And he has played some shots. Helmet off, the old mic drop with the bat.
He knew straight away. This time he takes half a step to meet it on the half volley. Clips too long on. It's Duckett down there. He's fumbled it and they're going to come back for a second. It was interesting. The ball before he hit it for 6, Stokes swapped himself, him and Duckett, as if to say they might push and run and I know I can hit the stumps. We saw him do that in Hyderabad and of course the very next ball he just ran down the pitch and plonked it back over the top for 6, taking the single out the equation. Hartley in. Jaiswal just opening in the face, pushes it very comfortably to cover. Bairstow will come around from point, take the single, ends the over here on TalkSport 2. 173 for 2, 49 overs gone. Jaiswal 103 not out, Shreyas 22 not out, Kevin Peterson.
Yeah, and it'll be a dangerous time now, this for England, and they've got to watch themselves because this game can run away from them in this session now with Jaiswal on 100. Because a player who is as free-spirited on 94 that comes down and hits a 6 to go to 100 and celebrates the way that he does, is the kind of player that will be completely broken from any shackle now that he's got 100. So England need to be very watchful here. This wicket is good. Jaiswal hasn't missed a ball all day. There was a half chance, not even a half chance, a 1 in 100 chance to Joe Root at slip a little bit earlier off Hartley. We're having the visuals on TV of the celebration, and what a celebration it was. Eyes up to the sky, the bat drops, the kiss of the helmet, the hug, and then some other signage. I don't know what the other signage is.
Shoaib starts a new over. On the back foot is Jaiswal, punching to cover, and there's no run.
And I say that as well because we could see a game just turn up in speed here. The heat is what Jaiswal likes. He likes to be in the battle. So Ben Stokes, his fields are going to be important.
Shoaib around the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, turns it to mid-wicket, and there's a very long single there. 174 for 2.
A good day for India will be 4 or 5 down. A good day for England will be 7 or 8 down. And it's the scoring run rate that England will have to watch. Now you've got a bloke who's completely free of any pressure batting on 100.
In goes Shoaib to Shreyas Iyer, and it's to Duckett at straightish mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, he's actually scoring a 60, almost 67 his strike rate. His test match strike rate overall is 60, so he's going slightly above where he would normally. Shreyas waits. That one's quicker, shorter. He's able to turn it around to Rayan Ahmed at deep mid-wicket. Single taken, 175 for 2.
I call a lot of the IPL, and I saw Jaiswal's 100 that he announced himself with for the Rajasthan Royals a couple of seasons ago, and from the box I never really saw the size of him or how athletic he was. We were quite a long way away in the commentary box in Jaipur.
It's around the wicket once again from Shoaib, hit straight to point though, and there's no run.
I was in the gym the night before the first test match in Hyderabad, and the Indians came down and they were in the swimming pool and they were hanging out just outside the gym, and I was pleasantly surprised how athletic a lot of these youngsters are. Jaiswal in particular is quite tall.
He's pushing forward to this one from Shoaib, down to Stokes at mid-off. He wants a single. Stokes immediately picks it up, hurls it back to Ben Foakes as the batters go back to retake their ground. No run taken, 175 for 2 at the end of the over here on TalkSport 2. Carry on, Kev.
Yeah, very tall and very lean, and you can see he's a proper athlete. And so there's a gentleman that's missing in this test match and missed last test match, Virat Kohli. I think one of the greatest things Kohli's done for Team India is bring in that collective athleticism that this team now rolls around with. Bitterly disappointed for KL Rahul because the night before in that test in Hyderabad, he was in the swimming pool, he was in the gym. You could see that these guys are working so hard behind the scenes to be the best version of themselves. Lifting weights, doing their yoga.
Hartley from the Dr. Vizzy end, the far end. Oh, he's too full on that occasion, and Shreyas has just slapped it straight back on the onside, all the way for 4 along the floor, 179 for 2. That's a glorious shot.
Yeah, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. A wonderful swing of the bat straight down the ground, and this is what I'm talking about. It's that the pace of play that's just starting to pick up here with the Indian batters. And they'll also say about KL Rahul, all the players had a break after that Cape Town test match. A couple of them went and did some sightseeing.
Off the back foot is Shreyas on this occasion. No run.
And in that process, one of my buddies was looking after KL Rahul, and one of his
Hartley gathers, comes in, gives that one some air. It's clipped to mid-on, straight to the field, and no run.
One of his levels of fitness requires yoga and requires stretching and that preparation to be the best player that he is. And on his break, he was in yoga and he was in training and he was making sure that he never lost sight of his body. Now, there's not many of us that did that on holiday.
Around the wicket, always an edge on that one, caught behind, and Shreyas goes. Hartley has a wicket. It seemed a little bit quicker. Shreyas deep in his crease, trying to force off the back foot, takes the edge, and Foakes has his second catch of the innings. Shreyas goes for 27. It's 179 for 3.
Well, the one way to slow the game down and to get the game back into your grasp is by taking wickets. It was a short ball from Hartley and it just didn't bounce. It wouldn't have hit halfway up the stumps. The shot was there, it was just the ball that never got up. But it doesn't matter for England, it doesn't matter for Hartley. He's got his name back on the scorecard. Shreyas, he battled, he got a 59, he played some lovely shots, but he's gone for 27.
Well, that's the first one that's kind of misbehaved in terms of height. There were quite a lot of cracks on the pitch at the start of the game, and of course it all depends as to whether those cracks hold together or not, as to whether we get stuff go up or down. Well, now we've got another moment in this game, because Rajat Patidar, on debut, walks out. Now, unlike a lot of the debutants in this match, he's not a teenager. He is 30 years of age, having played 55 first-class games and scored 4,000 runs, averaging 46, 1,200s with a best of 196. So he walks out to the middle and will take guard very shortly. But if England can remove him, then all of a sudden things start to open up. Remember, England lost the toss. This is India's choice to bat first. It was always a bat first day. But as Kevin said, if England can get 6 or 7 wickets, geez, they really won't be too disappointed on the way that day will have developed.
They'll be buzzing, absolutely buzzing, because the wicket will still be pretty good tomorrow and they'll be able to bat on it, and England will bat at a rate because they play in an unconventional way and they play without fear. Hartley was on debut last week. He was brilliant. He was the match winner for England. It's Patidar here who's on debut for India in Vizag. The field had set everybody around him. All the fielders are up on the offside, the leg side, silly point, rooted slip.
In goes Hartley. It's full. Turned on the onside, looking for a single first ball, but no is the cry from the non-striker's end. Remains 179 for 3.
Quite nice sometimes to make your way into an international team, having played a lot of cricket. Because you should understand your game. You should have confidence in your ability. Plays outstanding cricket for RCB in the IPL.
Patidar turns it towards fine leg. Oh, well fielded, Johnny Bairstow. They will take a single, but Bairstow had to make 7 or 8 metres to his right then. Had to get the full dive out, and it will be just a single to end the over. 180 for 3 India. I don't think we've also mentioned on the wicket how well Ben Foakes did, because it is an under edge. Yeah. Sometimes it's a horizontal bat, under edge, and he's still got it, and he's taking it clean as a whistle. Those are not easy.
No, they're not. The keepers have been pretty good, haven't they? Barrett and Foakes, they've been very, very, very good in actual fact.
Not a surprise that Macca would mention wicket keeping as TalkSport's resident keeper. Just having a look at Patidar's first-class record so far, he's really struggled against left-arm pace, so not going to be an issue here. Everything else, he averages over 50, and against off-spin he averages 106, and left-arm finger-spinning averages 92. So other than left-arm pace, he's absolutely blitzed in first-class cricket so far.
It's interesting you say that, because having watched, I mean, we don't have the luxury of showing a replay on radio, but just the way that he faced up to those first couple of deliveries, it was as if everything was just in slow motion. Now, it's going to look like it is in slow motion. You're coming off back-to-back hundreds, but it is the big stage. It is playing against England in a test match. It is debut. But those are numbers that don't surprise me, actually, when you see the way that he played his first couple of deliveries, and then also that one there from Bashir, coming forward and in defence beautifully.
Yep, the new over starts. England go slip and leg slip once again behind Patidar. Duckett, sort of a straight catching mid-wicket. Extra cover. In goes Bashir. Again, it's sort of driving that into the pitch with his bowling. Well, there's another yes-no moment. Ball goes back to the keeper and Foakes takes off the bows. Patidar is back. We've seen more yes-nos today than we probably did in the entire first test.
Good feet, though, again. Nice bounce from Bashir. And then the confusion of the run. So the feet were good from the batter, the bowling was some nice bounce. But the yes-no was almost a sorry because he just got back. It was outstanding from Anderson at cover.
In goes Shoaib again. It's driven into the pitch by the bowler. Turn around the corner through square leg. And Patidar will double his score to 2. It's 181 for 3. Just gone 8 o'clock Friday morning. Plenty of the weekend, of course. Plenty of football on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. We'll be here again from 4 o'clock in the morning tomorrow as we take you through this second test exclusively live on TalkSport 2 at TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. We'll be here bright and early for you. Hope you can join us for what should be and is shaping up to be a cracking test match. Jaiswal, 104 not out. And he's played well. He's on strike. I'm just waiting for Joe Root at slip to finish having a conversation about a potential field change. He's back, so Shoaib can go in once again. Turn quietly on the onside by Jaiswal. Shoaib feels himself at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, losing a wicket of Shreyas Iyer can also hurt Jaiswal in the way that he was playing. You just know that you don't want to give England another wicket here, so it's almost as if you've got to go back into your shell.
Shoaib gives that one some loop. Stokes will have to give up at long off because Jaiswal has timed the cover off of that one. It's another 4. He goes to 108. Stokes didn't have that much ground to make, but he gave up pretty quickly, knowing he wasn't going to get close to that one.
The moon ball.
Invited the drive, and it got the drive, didn't it?
Yeah, sometimes the moon ball works and sometimes it doesn't. And when you at the highest level show it a couple of times, the batter sees it, he understands it, and he waits for it. And he almost certainly never misses out when it's bowled again.
In goes Shoaib. That one's full, sort of almost Yorker length on the crease line. Jaiswal will turn it nice and quietly out on the onside, and they will take a single. 186 for 3 after 52 overs. Some more thoughts for Kevin. I'll get out the way as Chetan Narula will take over the ball by ball.
Nice temperature out there as well. Did the lunchtime debrief on TV and standing out in the middle, and there's a gorgeous breeze that's blowing across the ground. So on the way to the ground this morning, waking up, it was muggy, it was humid, it was really, really sticky. Coming to the ground and on arrival, having to go out and do all the preamble on the deck, the suit jacket on, there was no wind, and it just felt very, very much like the players were going to struggle with conditions here today with the level of humidity. But surprisingly, at lunchtime, there was a gorgeous breeze, and it looks from some of the flags like it's still blowing.
Yeah, the breeze has picked up as Hartley continues from the Dr. Vizzy end, as Jaiswal comes forward a bit, takes it on the full, but not too powerful a shot, and has played that for no run. Yes, the breeze has picked up just post-lunch when James Anderson had started the spell, as this time much more power into that one, but finds the fielder at mid-off, who's a bit squarer and deeper.
Yeah, I found it very cool. Very cool. This morning I was sweating under my jacket, and I didn't have a jacket on at lunchtime now, but there's no ways I would have been perspiring as much if the wind was around like it was at lunch. So it's lovely for the players.
Has this one down the leg side. Did he get an edge on it? But it runs down to 4. There's no signal from the umpire, so it probably came off the bat. He moves on to 113 now, does Yashasvi Jaiswal. It was angled down leg side. Hartley just straying it. Hint of very, very little hint of an edge there. India moving to 190 for 3. It's been a magnificent first 100 for Yashasvi Jaiswal on home soil. This time it's in the air. Will the fielder at backward point get it? No. He gave charge to Hartley. Almost didn't get to the pitch of the ball. Bat turned in his hand, and the ball moved away from backward point. Johnny Bester, the fielder there. In the meantime, 2 runs.
Yeah, it's that batter that's just got 100, batting on day 1 of a test match. The most beautiful time to bat. There'll be a few hearts in the throats of some of the Indian backroom staff, and the next batter that's batting with shots like this. Just gone over Johnny Bairstow at backward point.
Hardly to Yashasvi Jaiswal this time. He just stands still on his crease and plays that defensively. I mean, quite a bit of an experience in that Indian batting lineup, and hence you would want the Centurion to continue batting in the same way that he has been batting. Lost Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Shreyas Iyer. This time Fuller on the off stump, and he's driven. There's a fielder in the deep there, James Anderson, at deep point. So a single to end the over. It's 193 for 3. You're listening to us on TalkSport 2. And Jared Rajat Patidar coming in at the other end. India would want Yashasvi Jaiswal to continue batting the way he is.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's obviously decided that he needs to score a lot quicker than I think we think. He's kind of gone from first gear to fourth gear, hasn't he, at times? And it's maybe one thing he needs to learn in Test cricket is that sometimes you can just milk things. There's plenty of boundary opportunities for him. Why take on balls that you don't need to? And that seems to be an issue for him at the moment. But certainly, I mean, you would know this. I think Akshar Patel is listed to come in next, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Akshar Patel, at least that's what the batting card says for India, or the team sheet that was submitted at the toss.
I think
so it's Akshar Patel, yeah, then Shrikar Bharat, and then Ravichandran Ashwin.
I think I'd be batting a little bit more circumspect if I had Akshar Patel coming in at number 6.
Shoaib Bashir bowling around the wicket to Yashasvi Jaiswal, who says one is on, and plays it towards square leg. In fact, just in front of square leg for a single. I'm joined by Steve Harmison. Harmy, what do you think of Jaiswal's approach post that 100?
Yeah, he's batted beautifully throughout his innings, and whenever the ball's been over pitched, he's not missed out. He's cashed in every single time. He's actually invited England to bowl that little bit fuller.
Bashir over the wicket to Rajat Patidar, who's batting on 2 in his maiden Test innings. Slip and backward short leg in position for him. So just a bit about Rajat Patidar. He's been around for a while, 30 years of age, making his Test debut today.
He's in decent form. The 2-day game he played against England Lions, he got 111, and then in the first Test match he more or less carried his bat. He batted at number 3, was in early, got 151, and a very, very low total for India here in that squad. Then got him into this squad.
This time on the middle leg, and he's turned it towards mid-on. No run there.
So because of that, obviously he's in this squad. He didn't play in the next Test match for the England and India here, but he's in this squad now.
More loop on that one, on the off-end middle, so the drive comes out, but straight at the fielder at extra cover. 2022 was a great year for Rajat Patidar. He was part of RCB, Royal Challengers Bangalore, scored a brilliant 54-ball 100 in the playoffs. As Bashir bowls flatter, back of length, and he moves back and plays it towards extra cover. And then a couple of months later, followed up with a century in the Ranji Trophy final. And since then, he hasn't looked back.
Yeah, 30-year-old. Some players develop at different times, and it looks like Patidar's getting his chance into the sort of not twilight of his career, but the latter part of his career.
Flatter again and straying down the leg side. Follows the delivery and just plays it towards fine leg for a single to end the over. It's 195 for 3. Yes, blooming a little late in his career. Chandrakant Pandit was the coach of Madhya Pradesh for that Ranji Trophy season, and since then he's moved on to be the coach of Kolkata Knight Riders. So that Ranji Trophy final, or that summer, working out for a couple of people there.
Yeah, absolutely, and you get your chance. You know, especially in finals, I think that's where you get when you do make big scores in pressurized games, pressurized situations. A lot of England players in the bygone days used to get picked off the back of the sort of NatWest final, the September final, because if you got the eye of the selectors on TV in a big final, the likelihood is you ended up getting a winter tour.
It's going to be Hartley from the far end to Rajat Patidar. There's a silly mid-off in position and a slip. as comes forward and turns it defensively towards mid-wicket. No run there. James Anderson, the fielder. And I mean, you've so many debutants around. Hartley in the previous test, Bashir and Patidar in this one, and then you have somebody like James Anderson who's nearing 200 test matches as he turns it again to Anderson at mid-wicket.
Yeah, and you see the way he fielded before. I couldn't stop laughing. The way he fielded before, just dived there full stretch, nearly ran Patidar out at the striker's end. You know, he was at extra cover, full stretch dive onto his knees, onto his feet, bang, throw over the top of the stumps. You look at Jimmy Anderson, he's a freak of nature. When you look at his body and his mobility, it's always been there. It's always been unbelievable.
That silly mid-off goes into the silly point position as Hartley bowls it down towards leg side. Wanted to flick it away, but didn't get any touch on that one. We're also joined in by former Ireland international Catherine Dalton. We'll just hear from her in just a bit. Silly point moving on to forward short leg now. So there's a lot of movement now for Ollie Pope. As on the off stump, big forward stride from Patidar. Gets a lot of bat on that. 3 not out in his maiden test innings. A lot more people have come in since the lunch. A couple of stands still a bit empty. But still, a few more people have stepped in since that lunch break. Bit more crowd expected over the weekend, as this time Patidar rocks back and plays it past the fielder at extra cover. There'll be work for the fielder in the deep. Gets 2 runs, moves on to, in fact, just get a single for that. So he moves on to 4, 196 for 3. Catherine, important for England to create pressure from one end at least, because if they can get a wicket here, they're into the tail.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they need a wicket soon. Just looks like they're bowling a fraction fuller. I know they're trying to bowl full, but just a couple of deliveries that just look a little bit too full for me. I think they're missing their consistency and lengths here from the spinners.
Jaiswal forward and pushing at it towards the wicket cover region. There's no fielder there, so Hartley had to rush and stop the ball from rolling. Patidar wanted a single, but Jaiswal said no, so that's the end of the over, 196 for 3. And the reason why I said tail, because Akshar Patel usually bats at number 9. He's going to be batting now at what? Number 6. There's KS Bharat, who's never scored a half century for India. Ravichandran Ashwin has 5 test hundreds, but he's been relegated to number 7. And then there's Kuldeep Yadav and the 2 pacers. So not much batting, even if not the tail per se, Steve.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the tail. If you would look at it one way and you think, yeah, that's England have got something to work with, and
the lower order has
get it balls in the right area, create some pressure, and they're not the usual sort of top line batters that India have. But if England were to take them lightly, and you're thinking, right, we've got the tail in now, these guys can bat, and these guys can bat quickly. Akshar Patel can score quickly. We've seen our Ashwin, determination, guts to fight in Hyderabad innings.
Bashir, to continue from the DV Subbarao end. Subbarao was a former politician and mayor of Visakhapatnam. As Bashir bowls, Patidar plays it defensively towards the leg side.
And you've also got the homeboy. You've also got Barrett, who knows his ground inside out and comes in again like Patidar with a bit of form going in from the India A series.
Bashir to Patidar, this time just back of length as he plays it towards fielder at short fine leg at a 55-degree position, really. So when Rajat Patidar was walking out, there was a bit of cheer going around, and the crowd thought that the homeboy has come out to bat, Shikhar Bharat. Then they realized it's the test debutant, and the cheer continued, of course. Nothing like a good cheer when you're walking out for your first test innings. Rocks back, does Patidar, plays it towards backward point, no run there.
Yeah, I don't think Bashir will be too disappointed the way Patidar's set up. He's looking to hit against the spin and expose the stumps. The ball's just bounced a little bit.
Fuller this time on the off and middle, and he's turned it towards Ben Duckett at mid-wicket. No run there either.
That's a bit better for playing with the spin and playing in control. I know before he was in control of it, but the size of Bashir, and if he just gets one to just skid through that little bit more, if you're playing away from your body against the spin, exposing the stumps.
Averages 46 in first-class cricket. Does Rajat Patidar, who comes forward this time to Bashir and plays it defensively. So This is the 17th over. It's been a busy first day of Test cricket for Shoaib Bashir. So a question which you can answer at the end of this over to both Catherine and Steve. As Bashir bowls to Rajat Patidar, Fuller on the off stump and he pushes it. There's nobody at the cover region, so they'll get a single to end the over. It's 197 for 3. You're listening to us on TalkSport 2. It's not too long to go till tea. Would you bring in James Anderson for a bit of a spell here to Patidar? Catherine first and then Steve.
Yeah, well, we saw Rehan Ahmed actually just having a little bit of a loosen off a few overs ago. I think so. I think Jimmy just gives you that control. And you know, he's such a consistent bowler. But it's interesting, we're talking about players on debut, and I was watching a clip about Hartley a few evenings ago and how he adapted so well from his first bowling spell in that first test to the second one, and he kind of credits a lot to his coach Carl Crowe, and just talking about how to deliver and adapt in these conditions. So I just find that really fascinating, that these players who are debuting are learning so much on the job.
Yeah, I think the one where Anderson will bowl straight after the break. And I would imagine Ben Stokes will keep Anderson, get him in a position for 20 minutes with his feet, with his boots up, and say to Jimmy, right, we'll get 4 or 5 overs after the lunch break, see if we can create some pressure from one end, and then he'll pick whichever spinner he thinks probably is the likeliest to get that wicket, the most attacking spinner, not the most economical, most attacking, and that's how I think Jimmy will go. I mean, Ben Stokes will go after the break.
So bowling change from the other end. It's Joe Root who's come to bowl his 11th over. He's bowling round the wicket to Patidar, who's turned it towards the leg side. So Root coming in, that means for now there are 2 offies operating in tandem. I'm not sure it's going to be the case for much longer. Might see a change from the other end where Shoaib Bashir was operating from, as Root continues round the wicket to Patidar, who's come forward again. There's nobody in the cover region, but there is a fielder in the deep, and Rehan Ahmed will cut it off. So it's a single to Patidar, scores at 198 for 3.
Lovely shot, really, really nice shot. Playing against, out from bowling nicely outside off stump, playing away from the body, but in total control. Just let the ball come to him, that as close as it possibly could to him. It was a little bit wider. Played a lovely shot through sort of extra cover against what the ball turning into him. I know it's not spinning massively, but it was a really, really nice shot. I think he's referencing to Ben Stokes, just having a quick chat at this minute in time, playing away from his body as he can try and get him through the gate.
Root continuing to bowl round the wicket to Yashasvi Jaiswal. Fuller, he's cut it away. There's a fielder present in the deep, squarish deep point. Just a single there. Patidar hasn't looked nervous. I mean, it's obviously hasn't been really tested. It's just against spin bowlers so far, but hasn't really looked nervous because of the occasion.
No, he hasn't looked nervous. He's looked comfortable. He's played the ball. He's not really gone after the ball. He's let the ball come to him. That's what you'd want on somebody on debut, where they don't go chasing the runs. They don't go chasing bat on ball. They try and keep everything the same as what they would do in first class cricket, even when the pressure's on and the nervous twitches are going.
Patidar facing Joe Root again. This one on middle and leg, and he's turned it towards the leg side for a single. Loud cheer as 200 comes up for India. 200 for 3. And for a little while, you can also, before that, you could also hear the Barmy Army up in volume, trumpets and the singing going on. And I can tell you why they're in a good mood. And Harbison's mood also brightened up when I told him there's a liquor shop just across the road outside the stadium. Some of them got a few beers during the lunch break out there.
Yeah, nice for them to get out. They can't get any in, so they might as well go out and sample the local brew.
As Root bowls to Yashasvi Jaiswal, back of length, he's played it towards Rehan Ahmed in the deep. Saw the fielder was a little far away from the delivery, so he rushed to the first run. But Rehan Ahmed very quick on the ball, not allowing them to come back for a second. 201 for 3.
Yeah, good fielding from Riyad Ahmed. Good placement from Jaiswal. But yes, the England fans are starting to get in good voice. The ground's filling up nicely now. It's a beautiful picture here.
As back of length again, middle and leg, and Patidar turns down towards the square leg region for a single. 202 for 3 at the end of the over. No more dry days. Obviously, you can get beer anywhere, but it's a nice, adventurous experience, you know, if you want to go across the road after the day's play and sample the local brew yourself.
Yeah, we might have a chance, depending on how quickly we can get a taxi home, because our transport on this trip has not been the best. Standing on the side of a highway when snail's pace and waiting on taxis coming to pick you up, well, has not been ideal. So if there is a bar within close proximity, we might that might just make it a little bit easier on the 40-minute journey home.
Not a bar, it's a liquor shop. Government licensed liquor shop.
You know, going back to my youth, getting it from the off license, drinking on the streets, isn't it? Back to when I was about 14.
So 2 off spinners in tandem. Shoaib Bashir continuing to Rajat Patidar. A bit more width outside the off stump, and he's driven it away to the fence for a boundary. His first boundary in Test cricket. He moves into double figures. 12 not out. 206 for 3.
Yeah, lovely shot from Patidar. He's just waited that little bit longer. England have bowled a lot of balls over pitched. A little bit like first innings in Hyderabad. That seems to be what they feel is the safe line to try and stop the rotation of strike. And every time they've gone just that little bit fuller, Jaiswal and now Patidar have punished them.
Slip and backward shot leg in position. Again, he comes forward, almost a similar shot to the last one, but not enough power on it. So the fielder at backward point comes into play. No run this time. 119 not out for Yashasvi Jaiswal, 12 not out for Rajat Patidar. The partnership is now worth 27 of 40 balls. Bashir, change of angle for him, is coming round the wicket now to Patidar. Back of length on the middle stump. He's turned it towards mid-wicket. Ben Duckett after the delivery, but a single nevertheless. 207 for 3.
That's better from Bashir. Just held it back that little bit more. Probably his length back. Didn't bounce as much as what Patidar thought it was going to be. I still think there is a little bit, just a little bit there. There's a little bit of inconsistency there in this surface. We've seen the last wicket, Suresh Iyer, and what a catch it was from Ben Foakes.
Slip, point, extra cover and mid-off in position for Jaiswal as Bashir bowls round the wicket, and he's played it towards mid-on. That's Johnny Bairstow. No run there. 2 off spinners operating. I would like your thoughts on that, both Catherine and Steve, but maybe after this ball as Bashir bowls and Jaiswal comes forward. No run there. There's also a fielder at third man, and a fine leg, which is again at 45. And there's a fielder in the deep on the offside. It's Rehan Ahmed, who's been fielding at that position throughout that one area, whether it's for the left-hander or the right-hander. He's been in the deep throughout. End of the over. Thought from both Catherine and Steve about 2 off spinners in tandem as Neil Manthorpe comes in.
Yeah, I think seeing a couple of those deliveries that just didn't bounce in the over from Bashir, that's quite promising, isn't it, when you see a ball that keeps that low. It's a little bit straighter as well, and if England can start to exploit that, they obviously got a wicket with it earlier on, and that inconsistent bounce, that just starts to play in your mind as a batter.
And 2 off spinners, but different off spinners. Joe Root is probably nearly half a metre in difference from release points. Joe Root, he's quite tall, nowhere near as tall as Bashir, but he's more round arm, so he comes round, he doesn't come right over the top, where Bashir uses everything he's got from a height point of view and his long levers to get over the top. So they are 2 off spinners, both balls turning back into the right hander, but I think they've got enough variation for it to be a challenge in a different way for the Indian batters.
Here is Joe Root then, up to the crease once again, bowls a reverse sweep and very well played for 4. That's particularly well played by Rajat Patidar. Everything correct about that. Switched the hands. Actually, did he? Just changed the grip. Yeah, just changed the grip, but hit it really well down into the ground. Big gap there, 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot. Really, really good shot. not one that we've seen too much in Hyderabad from the players that played there. Patitar sees the gap like England players did, and
Lots of air, half volley, driven through extra cover, glorious shot, 4 more. Well, Ben Stokes won't mind that. He would rather his bowlers mixed it up, varied things, look for a wicket, and that's what he's done. He's just got the length wrong. 4 runs, lovely shot.
Just got the length wrong, exactly. It was just over-pitched again. England have been guilty a lot of that over-pitching. It's a fantastic shot. This really has been impressive. 30 balls from Rajat Patitar on debut, 21, 3 boundaries. He looks very calm, he looks very cool, he understands the rotation of strike with Jaiswal going well at the other end, but when the ball's been over-pitched, he's not missed out.
Here's Root once again, much quicker, drags it down a little bit, tipped off his pad straight to Tom Hartley at square leg. We talk a lot about the innocence of youth and what a benefit it can be, and there's no cynicism, no scarring of years of experience at international level, and we see the joyous enthusiasm of Rian Ahmed and Shoaib Bashir, but there's also a lot to be said about making your debut at 30. Here's Root once again to Patitar, chucks it out to square leg. It's been an interesting journey to international cricket for Rajat Patitar, as it would be for a 30-year-old, with a young boy growing up, dreaming of playing cricket for India, but first of all playing first-class cricket in the Ranji Trophy, and then finally making it there. And after 5 years of being described as a promising player with all the shots and all the ability, you look at your career and you're averaging 29 after 5 years of Ranji Trophy cricket. Suddenly at the age of 26 you think, where am I going? Have I got a future? Will I play again? Here's Root once more, clipped away out towards square leg. Nice diving stop from Hartley, and then he rededicated himself to his art, his craft, and was very firm with himself. All this information is second-hand. I've been reading some articles on Rajat Patitar, and he decided that the pretty innings of 30s and 40s would have to end. This one is spinning down the leg side, hits him on the pad, no shot played, caught at square leg leg slip by Ollie Pope. And then for the next 3 years he averaged 65, and that he was strict, disciplined with himself, and here he is, the dream very firmly alive, making a debut at 30. Very different experience than making it at 20.
Yeah, absolutely. Making it at 20, he might have gone through that phase where, say, until he was 26, not having the best average, and he probably wasn't even close to selection then. But now, weight of volume of runs, literally the weight of volume of runs, and waiting for that chance, because this Indian batting unit has been a difficult one to get into. I think Rohit Sharma's been around a while, hasn't played anywhere near as many test matches as you think he has, but 37-year-old Cheteshwar Pujara, another one, played a lot of test matches into his mid-30s. Jinky Rahane, another one, stalwart of Indian cricket, playing well into his 30s, and obviously Virat Kohli, who's now the other side of 35 now. So it was an experienced batting unit which was difficult to get in. So because of that, the likes of Patitar and Shubman Gill, Sarasaya, Suryakumar Yadav, all these players have found it very, very difficult to break into this Indian batting unit.
Rian Ahmed with his leg breaks up to the first delivery, clipped off his pads by the left-handed Jaiswal out towards square leg, and through they go for a single. So Rian Ahmed finally into the attack in the 60th over. Would you describe this as a protective field? Sort of 2 close catches and plenty of run savers?
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's what you'd want from Ben Stokes after the second innings, the tough innings from Rian Ahmed in Hyderabad.
Here's Rian Ahmed in once again, and that one driven firmly, half stopped by a diving Ben Stokes at extra cover, just knocks it on. That does save the run.
Yeah, good fielding from the England captain. I just wonder on this surface whether it will suit Rian Ahmed that little bit more. There's a little bit more bounce to it. I think it's a little bit harder than what it was in Hyderabad.
Forward comes Patidar pushing firmly square of the wicket on the offside to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and they go through for another single. India 217 for 3, winning the toss. 3:30 local time. Sorry, 5:30 local time where you're listening this morning. 9 o'clock local time here in Visakhapatnam. Here's Rian Ahmed once more. That's half volley, driven, square, in front of square, out to extra cover. Zach Crawley, sun-hatted, fields in front of the grandstand to our right. The Ashok Gajapati Raju stand, former president of the Andhra Pradesh Cricket Association. That has been the last one to fill up as the day has gone on. Driven here. Was that in the air? Was that a bump ball?
No, that was in the air. It was definitely in the air. There was some oohs and ahs, and he's nearly chipped it back to Rian Ahmed. If it was Tom Hartley, they might have had a chance. Rian Ahmed just a little bit smaller than Tom Hartley.
Pushed out towards backward point. Actually, if it had been Shoaib Bashir, I mean, Rian Ahmed's what, 5'7", 5'8". What? Might be doing him a slight injustice. They're 5'9", but he's certainly not 6'6".
No, he's not 6'6", but I think if it was one of the other two spin bowlers, I think he might have had obviously a lot better chance to catching it, because Patidar he seemed as though he got his feet caught in the crease. His hands went at the ball and he's just chipped it. Literally would have gone straight back to the bowler.
Have you got headphones on, Kath?
I have indeed.
Sorry, can't see that far.
You need your glasses on there, man.
No, I do. That's only for short sight. I was going to ask you actually about fast bowlers, Kath, because your position as Peshawar Zalmi fast bowling coach. Here's Shoaib Bashir, Multan Sultans. I got the wrong franchise. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks for the corrections before you had to correct me, Kath. But I wanted to ask you about fast bowling on these Indian surfaces, unresponsive pitches, and whether it's something that you can persuade your fast bowlers to try and love, even if they instinctively don't. Pushed away defensively by Jaiswal out towards extra cover. And what's your thought about England playing only one quick bowler in the first two tests?
I think the first test match I was certainly surprised, like everybody was, but how it's gone, and you can see why the selection process was so.
Short and wide, cut behind square on the offside, and that one has split the two fielders and has rolled quite firmly into the boundary triangles for 4. Just a tiny bit of width outside the off stump. Jaiswal, though, is a master at maximising tiny bits of width. Makes it look like 2 foot wide of off stump, and it really wasn't. Not so good for people in your profession. Put you out of a job.
You gave me another franchise a second ago, man. I think I'm all right. No, listen, it is a challenge in subcontinent conditions to run in and bowl fast and to continue to bowl fast, but somebody like Mark Wood doing it.
Jaiswal forward, stretching, pushes defensively out on the onside.
What he does is he brings that point of difference, something different. Like Anderson will bring that consistency, so you have to be one or the other. You have to be very clever with the ball, or you have to be out and out brutally fast to create something.
Low full toss from Bashir, very low, so no timing from Jaiswal, straight to extra cover. He remains 125 not out. Rajat Patidar 22. India, all the twos, 222 for 3, and going well now, once again reasserting their authority and control over proceedings, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Coming towards the end of the 61st over, forward comes Jaiswal again, playing defensively, nudges it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Carry on, Kath.
Yeah, I do remember listening to Dale Steyn talking about bowling in subcontinent conditions, and he was pretty successful in India himself, and he said if it was doing nothing off the surface, you had to make something happen. Go round the wicket, bowl short, do something to make the batter play a shot they're not necessarily wanting to play. But it is hard, it's not easy, it's not like having a Duke ball in April conditions in England, that's for sure.
I think as well, it's understanding as a seam bowler, when you get off the plane, you're not coming here for 5 wickets in Hyderabad, 5 wickets in Visakhapatnam, and 5 wickets in Riyadh. You're bowling to give the captain some point of difference for the spin bowlers to be effective. And there was a couple of times in the innings at Hyderabad when Mark Wood was bowling, he didn't get any wickets, but Joe Root, they were creating pressure, and that's what you want.
Rian Ahmed begins his second over, pushed away by Paditar defensively to cover. No run. The other thing that Dale Steyn used to do on unhelpful surfaces was take it out of play. Forward comes Paditar once again, and that's pushed out towards extra cover. The reverse swinging Yorker at 148 kilometres an hour, it used to be a handy ball. Dale Steyn bowled better than most. Not as good as Waqar Younis. That's a low full toss from Rian Ahmed. Paditar nudges it out to Johnny Bairstow.
That sounds difficult.
Wideish mid-off.
Difficult in any conditions, that delivery, Manners.
Well, yeah, an abrasive pitch and a scuffy outfield. It's quite handy. Get the ball to start reverse swinging, but he was a handful when that was going for him. Here's Rian Ahmed, low full toss once again, driven to Bairstow at mid-off, and there's no run. As you will be able to hear wherever you're listening to us in the background, in the stands away to our right, Rian Ahmed in once again. That's good length, and Paditar plays. Jaiswal plays it defensively, but you may not be able to bring a bottle of water or a banana or a sandwich or some sun cream into the ground, but evidently you can bring some cheap trumpets. Forward comes Jaiswal again, pushing out towards cover and fielded by Ollie Pope.
It was South African Football World Cup when the Vuvuzela came out, didn't it? Just made them ridiculous noises. At least we haven't got too many of them.
Where's Simon
We've got
Finch?
one or two.
Is Finchy in?
I think Finchy's above us. I think they're above us. I think the Barmy Army guys are above us. I can't see them out there. I don't think that's them at the behind the end. We're above the dressing room. There's a big contingent of England fans behind the England dressing room. I don't think that's where the Barmy Army are situated. I actually think they're behind us. I think they're above us. They were in good form in Hyderabad. As said, they were man of the match. They were the extra, a little bit of push that England players get in that last session.
So Bashir in again. Quicker one does turn. He does spin the ball a lot, but it's a lot of revolutions on it, and he has got generous turn already from time to time. And it's not every delivery, which makes him that much trickier. Makes the questions that he asks that much harder to answer. The unpredictability in the turn. Forward comes Paditar again. There's a polite appeal here. Bat and pad together. I think it probably hit the bat and pad together as well. Just checking with umpire Chris Gaffney. Not out.
Manners, I thought you'd be out there. I thought you'd be out there playing the trumpet, Manners.
Not even the cheap plastic variety. Not a chance. Bashir in again, clipped away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Good batting, good contest, good bowling.
Yeah, good contest. 3 very, very good balls from Shoaib Bashir. Can he keep the pressure on?
Here he is once again. Yep, does so. Just on off stump, turning back in. Paditar plays it defensively. Slip and a leg slip, but some defence as well. Mid on and mid off, halfway back to the boundary. Cover backward point. Mid wicket, backward square leg. So we've got backward point and backward square leg, both just putting a doubt into the batsman's minds about sweeping either side. Paditar drives straight back past Bashir, dives to his left. The Somerset off spinner. Can't get a hand to it. They come back for 225 for 3.
Yeah, it's a really good shot there from Paditar. gone around the wicket as Shoaib Bashir. He's just had to wait on it that little bit more to get it closer to him. He is spinning it, he is turning the ball. Young man from Somerset, and just had to wait that little bit longer to hit the ball comfortably down the ground.
Bashir in again and clipped away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, via Somerset man, via Berkshire, Middlesex and Surrey. He slipped through their fingers. So he's had an interesting journey. We talk about eventually being signed by Somerset. He's only just turned 20. He's already slipped through 3 counties' fingers.
Surrey can't sign any more players. How many players does Bats want? Come on, we can't have... There's 400 professional cricketers in England, and I think Gareth Batty's got about 200 of them. But no, yes, I think he has slipped through the net at Surrey. But he's learned his trade down at Somerset, and so far 20 overs, 1 for 70 for a teenager on debut. I think he's been very, very good, very, very impressive. First innings of a test match. He should be very, very proud, not only for what he's done to get here, but I think that this first 2 sessions of his career, if that's the start, I think he's got a bright future in the game. Has young Shoaib Bashir. He's been ably backed up. I think England have been very good in this session. They've worked very, very hard. There's not a great deal going for them when it comes to the surface point of view, but Jaiswal's batted fantastically well. 125 off 185 balls, and Patitar, another one on debut, has looked calm, he looked comfortable, and he's looked assured in what will be obviously some nerves on his debut as well. So I think all in all, India have won that session, but England are still well in this game.
Absolutely. It is tea on day 1. 225 for 363 overs bowled. So India put well over 100 on the board during that session and lost just 1 wicket. Rohit for 14 from 41 balls. Shubman Gill 34 from 46. Shreyas Iyer 27 from 59. The men dismissed for India: 1 for Bashir, 1 for Anderson, 1 for Hartley. Jaiswal and Patidar have put on 46 so far for the 4th wicket. Jaiswal still there at 125, not out from 185 balls. Patidar 25 from the 47 that he has faced.
Players, however, have gathered on the boundary's edge, having enjoyed their tea. The umpires are on their way. Murray Erasmus and Chris Gaffney from New Zealand. Paul Rifle today is the 3rd umpire from Australia. Yashasvi Jaiswal's 125 not out. He was one of 3 Indian top order players in the first test match in Hyderabad at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium who would have felt that they threw 100 away. Not often that you can legitimately criticise a batting side for earning a first innings lead of 190, but many people did, and it was the first time in Test history that 3 top order players had been out in the 80s in the same innings. Quite remarkable, just when you think there can't be any more records to be broken and set and broken in Test cricket. So one comes along unexpectedly and claims your attention. But Jaiswal's made good, Harmy. He did play a bit like a millionaire in Hyderabad, but he's had bursts of big spending, if you like, but lots of spells of thrift as well.
Yeah, he has. He's batted nicely as Jaiswal. He's waited for the bad ball. I think what he's probably understood is that in Hyderabad, as well as England bowled sometimes, the odd over, every other over, there was a bad ball on offering, and I think he's waited for that bad ball, which was either over pitched or just slightly with a bit of width, because of the way he bats. He gives himself some room naturally, and I think when the ball's been over pitched or it's been a touch wider, he hasn't missed out. Everything that's been on his, everything that's been given to him over pitched on his plate, he's definitely cashed in and found the boundary with ease.
Rian Ahmed begins the first over after tea. First delivery's down the leg side. Jaiswal pushes it towards mid-wicket, and it's fielded by the England captain. I must say that Ben Stokes, if I always get this impression that the players all talk to each other animatedly during a tea break. Very often they won't say a word. Don't need to. Everyone knows what's going on. That's played defensively again by Jaiswal. But if anybody was doubting England's position here, I really, it's the first day of a test match in India. This is a ground that's given up 450 and 500 in the first innings in its first 2 test matches, pushed away by Jaiswal once again towards mid-wicket. And you know, if England pick up a couple of wickets and India finish 6 or 7 down, or even 5 or 6 down, then it has to be regarded as a good day. Rian Ahmed in once again. Jaiswal forward, then back and across, tucks it through square leg for a single. Ben Stokes fields. I mean, I'm not being too fanciful in suggesting that actually they've got 3 wickets.
Yeah, when you look at it, if England were to pick up 3 wickets in this session, I think England would be relatively happy. Say 80, 90 runs that was added. England, go in 310, 320 for 6.
Beats him outside the off stump. Rachid Patidar pushed. Well, I would have to have a look at this again and see whether he actually played down the wrong line deliberately. He couldn't have missed it, but
he played at it. He did. He had
a
little push at it. So there is something there for Rian Ahmed. It's a little bit. Tiny bit quicker than what it was in Hyderabad.
Shortened cut, forced really, bat angled 45 degrees to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and they go through for another single. We're just the problem is that we're sort of conditioned. I'm talking about my generation and even the one younger, Harmy, and it's only the very young newcomers to Test cricket who will believe that 400. What's the problem? England just get 550. But, the history tells you that if the first team batting first make 400, they're pretty much safe. But it's not the case these days.
No, it used to be, well, if you bat first innings and get 400, you don't lose the game. Not with this team, and not in the modern day, the modern way of thinking. So if England can pick up 3 wickets, like I said in the session, go away at 310, 320 for 6, I think that's not a bad day for England, and it's not because this pitch is a good pitch, and I still think it'll be a good pitch this time tomorrow into that session. So then it'll be the scoreboard pressure that India will put on England when England do come to bat.
Jimmy Anderson from the Dr. Vizzy end is in for his 4th spell now. Down the leg side, first delivery, didn't swing. Rachid Patidar watches it harmlessly into the gloves of Ben Foakes, who uses his feet rather than diving. Away down the leg side, takes it nicely. Jaiswal 126, Rachid Patidar 26 not out. On debut at the age of 30, 4,000 runs at an average of 46 in domestic first-class cricket. And the 3 men out, Rohit Sharma 14. The first wicket taken by 20-year-old Shoaib Bashir. Shubman Gill made 34, Shreyas Iyer 27, Jimmy Anderson and Tom Hartley the wicket takers. Here is Anderson once again, and punched off the back foot firmly, only as far as Ben Stokes, who fires a throw in to Ben Foakes. He bowled yesterday, didn't he? I think a lot of cricket followers will be aware that Ben Stokes bowled, I think it was 6 balls in practice.
He bowled 6 balls in practice off 1 or 2 paces. It's the start of what looks as though it's going to be a long road to get him to bowling fitness, which would, I think, the summit will be, if he's at the bottom of the hill, the summit will be midsummer when the test matches do start, and I think that's his goal, to be bowling by test match starting in the summer.
Here's Anderson again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone, not too far away from off stump, but it's a good leave from Patidar. A few really diligent followers and journalists who've been watching England's training, every training session, even the voluntary training sessions, mind you, most of them are voluntary these days, have noticed that Stokes has been bowling off breaks as well. He bowled what will become, presumably, his fast medium yesterday, but he's been bowling off breaks, and there's been some speculation about whether he might pursue that line of attack. Pushed away again by Patidar to the covers fielded by Bairstow, and there's no run. Last England captain to do that, Ian Botham did it for a laugh, didn't he? Bowled a few off breaks at the end of his career. Tony Greig became a genuine off break bowler. Do you think he would consider that?
No. No. I think he quite enjoys the enforcer role. So if Ben can't bowl bounces at people, it's a bit like me. You know, the minute I stopped bowling, I couldn't bowl bounces anymore. That's it. Stick the boots in the garage, no more play. I think Ben quite enjoys that enforcer role. So if he can't bowl a bouncer, I don't think he's keen on bowling.
Anderson in and punched off the back foot out towards the captain, the man we're talking about at mid-off, no run.
He just have to teach himself to bowl shorter spells. That's really the key.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's somebody having enough clout to go up to him and say, Ben, I'm taking this out of your hand now, and you're not bowling anymore. But even when Joe Root was captain, Joe Root couldn't get him to do it when he was captain. So now Ben's captain. I dread to think who could have play that role.
Anderson in wants to get back of a length, and Rachit Patidar stands tall as he can, because he's not a tall man, and pushes it to cover Bairstow Fields. End of the over. India 227 for 3, 65 overs gone. India won the toss, elected to bat first, and both sides, I think, will be satisfied. India will feel that they're very well placed to push on towards 400, but if and when Stokes comes back as a fully fledged all-rounder, which he is determined to do, he can't be doing those 11, 12 over spells anymore, surely.
I bet he does. He'll in his eyes, he'll say, I'm fit, I'm ready to go, and I will bowl whatever the team requires me to do it. And once he gets into a contest, we've seen him get into a contest, when he gets into a battle, the number doesn't make a difference. It's about the situation.
Here's Rian Ahmed, continues. That's a leg break to the left-handed Jaiswal, clips it to mid-on for another single.
I think it will be explained to him, for the good of your career, Ben, this might be a good idea. And I imagine Ben will nod and say yes, but then you stick the ball in your hand in the middle in the battle.
Rian Ahmed in again. Oh, chipped up into the air. No, he just held that one back a bit, spun across the face of the bat, popped up into the air, but didn't carry to Ollie Pope at short mid-off. Welcome to our listeners on TalkSport, joining us here on TalkSport 2, where we are with you all day for every ball, live and exclusive. Here is Rian Ahmed again. Quicker one, googly, I think, and pushed away firmly out towards deep mid-wicket. Kept low too. A googly shooter out to Zach Crawley. Fields running around on the square leg boundary, mid-wicket boundary. So 230 for 3 now. It's been an eventful day, as it always is when watching England play Test cricket, whoever they're up against. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the left-handed opener, has dominated proceedings mostly for the home side, and that one is pushed defensively by the debutant right-hander Rachit Patidar up towards mid-on. But Yashasvi Jaiswal is 127 not out from 190 balls. He's played some booming shots, extraordinary 6 over wide long off against Joe Root. Rian Ahmed in again. That's half volley dipping on Patidar, but he drives it down towards long off.
Patidar's been very, very impressive on debut. Very calm at the crease. He's rotated the strike nicely. Jaiswal's just gone back into his shell a little bit. He's gone into that sort of second gear mode.
Rian Ahmed in and clipped nicely by Jaiswal down towards long on again, and once more straight to the fielder all the way along the ground. They do take a single. The over comes to an end from Rian Ahmed, who's been tidy enough. No real threat just yet, but 4 overs, none for 11, very tidy. The wicket takers, Jimmy Anderson 1 for 24 from 12, tight and asking questions. Tom Hartley's bowled 18 overs, 1 for 74. And Shoaib Bashir, the 20-year-old off-spinner on debut, 20 overs, no maidens, 1 for 70. Spinners do like to bowl maidens traditionally to build pressure. Do you think that it's the Indian batsmen who've deliberately prevented him from bowling maidens by rotating the strike and looking for singles actively? Or has he bowled a single or two ball every over?
Yeah, I think he's bowled a single or two ball every over. I think England have bowled consistently at that that bit fuller, I think, which I think is only natural. It's the first innings of a test match. They don't want to sort of have anything dragged down and get pulled for 4. So they've gone that little bit fuller. The game seems to have, for 12 minutes, 13 minutes after the tea break, just gone into a little holding pattern. It's like, they're staring each other out at this minute in time.
Pushed away by Jaiswal as Jimmy Anderson comes in once again, and Crawley fields at backward point. I like that analogy. Is that 2 boxers shadow boxing?
Yeah, they're just feeling each other out at this minute in time. I think India know that they're in a good position, but a mad 10 minutes could really sort of take the advantage away and put England in the ascendancy. And I think India know that if you give England a sniff with a tail up, they're a team that can run all over you. So I think the game's they're just feeling each other out of it a little bit, and Jaiswal's just starting to think about going through the gears.
Outside the off stump, left alone Jaiswal as Jimmy Anderson probes away. Got 2 slips in, and that tells you several things. Primarily that he's attacking the outside edge, but secondly, the ball hasn't gone too soft, and there's enough bounce and carry in the pitch to justify having 2 slips in, and the life virtually gone by this stage in Hyderabad on the first day, and the captain Ben Stokes was looking to post his catching fielders elsewhere other than having in the slip cordon, because the ball just wasn't carrying. But there are 2 slips now. Anderson in bowls, and Jaiswal up onto his toes, steers it away behind square on the offside. Ben Duckett runs around to pick up, but I think they've taken the singles brilliantly today, India, and I honestly think that it looks like it's been a conscious thing as well. I think they've been a lot more energetic and proactive in their running. Lots of strike rotation, lots of singles, less.
And I think they could have learned that from England in the second innings in Hyderabad, because that was the difference. First innings, England were either blocking it or hitting it for 4 or 6, and then in the second innings there was a conscious effort to rotate the strike, be proactive, and I think that's what Ollie Pope did brilliantly, to not only get England back to parity but then get themselves in a position to win the match. And I think India have looked at that and thought, right, this is how we want to go about it. It's not all about hitting the big shots and the boundaries, because them balls are cut, their balls are on offer. Make sure we got too many dot balls.
Outside the off stump from Jimmy Anderson, that's squatted. That kept very low.
Yeah, there's the odd patch. I think there's the odd patch. Being out there, when you were looking at the wicket, there are on the surface, which I think will open up over time with the sun on and wear and tear, and the natural progression of the test match throughout the days will make the cracks bigger. But I think at this minute in time there's some plates out there that's just moving slightly, and if you get one of the dead parts off just in and around the cracks, the ball has kept that little bit low.
Forward comes Rachid Padittar, pushing that one up to extra cover, and there's no run. Jaiswal 129, Rachid Padittar has 29. And the thing about this Indian lower middle order is that they can be very dangerous if there's a decent number already on the board. They can, Shikhar Bharat, the keeper, it's a no ball. Late call, umpire, late call.
That is a late call. And it's not a hard decision either.
Here is Anderson, and punched away up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Jimmy had actually was ready to run in to bowl the next ball when the siren went off.
He was, yeah, and I think when that's the ball that he bowled the no ball was the first ball he ran in with the ball in his other hand. So I just wonder if, because it was in his other hand and he was trying to keep his hands closer together, maybe he's just that little bit further ahead of himself in his run-up. Jimmy doesn't bowl too many no balls, but that one was a big one for him.
Anderson in again, and Paditar pushes it to mid-wicket, Duckett fields. And there's no run. 234 for 3. Jared Kimber. You are on. You've got your cans on. You are.
Yeah.
You seem to be working on something. So I thought I'd give you an opportunity
before.
between
You
overs.
didn't notice me. You're in a bit of a zone today, Manners. I don't even know if you need me or Harmy here.
Stop it.
One thing I've noticed is quite interesting, Harmy, is that we had one catch at Silly Point in the last test. We haven't had one of those since you played. And we've had two. We had another Silly Point earlier today, and then a couple of balls pop up around Silly Point. There's something about the Indian technique against spin. They get their bat in front of themselves.
Rian Ahmed begins again, pushed away defensively.
Specifically the right-handers, because in the old days you would have a Silly Point in for the bat and pad, right, for the thrust out. But if you have a look at the Indian players, there's something about the way they're getting their hands a long way ahead, and occasionally it's off the middle of the bat being pushed straight to Silly Point.
Oh, lusty swing from Jaiswal here. Doesn't time it at all. Trickles gently to mid-wicket. Modern thing or historical thing, Jared, this Indian technique you spotted?
Well, I think it's a modern thing because it's a DRS technique. Everything now is kind of, all the spin play is about DRS, isn't it? And that's why you want your hands in front of your pads.
Forward comes Jaiswal again, playing defensively. That is a big change, isn't it? Because for decades, I go so far as to say for a century, coaches used to teach batters to keep the bat and pad together.
And that's why that position disappeared.
Here's Rian Ahmed again. Down the wicket comes Jaiswal, launching it over wide long off for a 6. Up go Maria Rasmus's arms. Second time he's played that shot, although in different fashion. He stood and leant back against Joe Root, drove it over wide long off. This time he's used his feet. Yeah, that was a good shot. A fine shot from Jaiswal. He come early. He was on his way before Rian Ahmed had let go of the ball. He signalled the trumpet, knew he was coming early, but because he came that early, he could adjust when he got to the position he needed to be, set himself, get a solid base, and then hit through the line of the ball over the top, straight over the top of Johnny Bairstow's head. It was a fine shot. Here's Rian Ahmed once again. Big leg break into the left-hander. Turns noticeably, but he defends it back to the bowler. At the end of the over, Jared, 1 ball's time. I'm going to get you to explain why DRS has forced a change in batters' techniques, because it's women and men. Short and cut fiercely past Shoaib Bashir at backward point to the boundary for 4. Cracking shot. He scores in bursts. Yashasvi Jaiswal is happy to absorb pressure for 3 or 4 overs, half an hour, and then suddenly he's into a scoring burst. He's 139 from 200 balls. India 244 for 3. Here's Jared Kimber on DRS and techniques, and then it'll be Andrew McKenna, I think. Yes, it will.
So before DRS, essentially, if you got a big step forward, you weren't giving out LBW. So maybe one of the most famous accounts of that is Carl Rackerman, the Australian tail ender who's about Harmy's size, who played spin one day. No one could dismiss him because he took about 3-metre step down the wicket every ball and the umpire wouldn't give it out. Since DRS, we understand that balls actually from spinners hit the stumps a lot, so umpires started triggering. That was when Shane Warne and Murali certainly started to cash in on that.
Anderson to start a new over from the far end into the right-handed Patidar, allows it through to Ben Foakes, and there is no run.
So you go from a method which is using the pad as a form of defence to suddenly the pad actually becomes a target for the bowlers. And so the techniques have to change. KP might be, I'm sure he'll be in later. He's the best person to talk about this because he was one of the first batters it really affected, and he had to change how he played in his career. Whereas most players now are used to that because even if you play club cricket now, you get triggered more on LBWs from spinners. Well, I do.
Particularly if I'm umpiring. Anderson is in, slightly short. He's tried to be guided wide of Rian Ahmed, who's at a wide gully backward point, but finds the fielder. There's no run.
Yeah, and I think when DRS first came in, I remember we played against the West Indies, and we didn't have a DRS. We couldn't have DRS because Shivnarine Chanderpaul just kicked Ashley Giles. I mean, every ball he just kicked Ashley Giles. And then a year, 12 months, 18 months later, Aleem Dar was the first one that started giving them out.
Yeah.
And that was off Monty Panesar. And then once that became, and then DRS came into it, then the batter had to change his sort of forward defence, try and get the bat out in front. Kev always used to talk about getting the bat out in front of the pad.
Anderson goes in once again, and again Patidar is solidly forward, playing out on the offside no run, 244 for 3.
But Monty was the one that got it. For me, Monty was the one that first got the umpire to believe that actually going on the front pad just before DRS, and that's out. And Alim Dar was the first umpire that we probably came across where DRS wasn't in the game at the time, where he give it out, batter coming forward, playing a forward defensive, a little bit of the pad, and you're going, well, 5 years ago that would never be given, but he actually give it out. And then once DRS come in, batters have to change the way they play it.
Anderson turns at the Dr. Vizzy end, comes in again, and again it's off the back foot by Patidar, and he finds Rayan Ahmed at a point, and there's no run, Jared.
Yeah, so you start to see the change in LBWs come through before DRS, because the umpires are being trained, because they're going back and watching the same highlights everyone else is watching and going, wait a minute, these are all hitting the stumps. And so it starts to happen before, and the same thing starts to happen with seam bowlers, is they start to get fewer LBWs because the umpires are going, well, wait a minute, all these are bouncing over the stumps. All right, so it does change over. Now that's why seam bowlers bowl fuller now. It's because of DRS, so it has massively changed the way that people play.
Anderson is in. Patidar turns it down to deep backwards square. Shoaib Bashir will do the fielding, and a single is taken. 1 ball left in the 69th over. India winning the toss and batting day 1 of this second test match, 245 for 3. Jaiswal is still there. He's now faced 200 deliveries. He's hit 15 of them for 4, 4 of them for 6, as he made 139 not out. Patidar's got 30 from 68 with 3 fours. And well, so far so good. Anderson comes in once again, and that one just got a little bit of inconvenience there for Jaiswal. Drops it down at his toes, and it goes away safely into the slip cordon, and it's the end of the over. 245 for 3, as I say. Jared Kimber's moved out of the second chair. Kath Dalton, the former batter, has rejoined the commentary. Kath, while we've got a moment between overs, can I ask you a question on something I've seen Meg Lanning has been talking about in terms of women's cricket, basically saying that either everyone's got to start playing test matches in the women's game, not just sort of 3 or 4 nations, or no one should bother, which I thought was an interesting thing. She said we can't basically carry on the way we're going at the moment. If only 4 teams are going to play test matches, it's not really going to work. I'll get your thoughts on that in a second, because Rayan Ahmed is going to start a new over already, and in he goes. Oh, he's slightly short and wide on that occasion. Patidar slapped it straight out to the cover sweeper, who is Hartley, and a single is taken. 246 for 3.
Women's cricket, they need to play more test matches. We talk about it being the best form of the game, certainly in the men's side. Why is that not happening in the women's game?
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
The way things are going, there might only be 4 men's teams playing test match cricket in 10 years' time.
Well, that's a very good point, Harmy. Rayan Ahmed is round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, turns on the leg side, and they'll take a single. He goes to 140, 247.
I think if we're going to uphold, the best format of the game, I do think there needs to be more investment. I know that the structure, certainly in this country, is changing for women's cricket in terms of professional contracts. And
Jaiswal is at the non-striker's end, so it's Patidar facing, and he just pushes Rayan Ahmed out to cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, they went away
back to the end of his mark, and that's again, it's a little bit wider and shorter, and just able to free his arms is Patidar. England have got the field set well though, as Hartley will do the fielding, and it is just a single. 248 for 3.
Yeah, they went away from county cricket and went into these regional sides which were above county cricket, and now they're coming back to that because they want more participation in England. So I totally agree about test cricket. Not easy subject, but there should be more of it.
Rayan Ahmed around the wicket. It's a good strike from Jaiswal. Hits him on the pad, but he's a long way forward, and it's not going to go on and hit the stumps, which is why there was barely an appeal. So it remains 2-4-8 for 3. The over 8 were absolutely clattering along today. We're in the 70th over. This is the final ball of it, and clipped away to deep backwards square. Jaiswal will take a single from the final ball of the over. He goes to 141, 249 for 3. Kath, so your thoughts on what we're seeing in front of us at the moment then?
Yeah, coming back to actually Test cricket in itself, just the way the game ebbs and flows, there's such a story to be told in Test cricket. I don't feel you get that in the other formats. It's very much bish bash bosh, isn't it? It's quick cricket, but the way that this test is setting up, Jaiswal's been absolutely superb, hasn't he? He's known when to hit the accelerator button. He's known when to absorb pressure for his team. And he's playing a very, very mature knock for somebody who hasn't played that much Test cricket. So could he go on? Could he go and get what Pope got? Maybe actually do better than Pope and get a double? He looks really set here.
Well, his best score is 171 in Test matches, and he's got James Anderson coming in towards him, and he just pushes out on the offside. No run. So, yeah, 171 is best, so he's 30 away from that.
Yeah, it's a good battle, this, between Anderson and Jaiswal. Jaiswal's gone into a little bit of a shell from Anderson's end. He went down to Rian Ahmed's end and over a go and was more forceful towards the leg spinner. But Anderson's bowled well to Jaiswal, and interesting now he's had 8 or 9 balls at the left-hander, and he's going well at 141. But it'd be interesting to see if Anderson can keep this pressure up.
In he goes once again and beats him on the outside edge. Well, there's your answer, Steve Harmison. Yes, he can, because that's an absolute beauty. And if you're beating a man who's got 141 to his name and has faced 206 deliveries, you're doing something right.
As a seamer, that should be out. That should be out on flat wickets. That should be out. If they can turn around and bat right from a right-hander's point of view, if he can turn around and bat left-handed, playing and missing in the subcontinent like that on these wickets, that should be out. And I am only joking, by the way, before anybody starts shouting at me.
You're not going for a Kev at 100 metres, 6 should be a 12, are you?
No, I'm not quite that drastic.
Okay. Anderson turns, comes towards us. Looking at the hip pocket on the thigh of Jaiswal on that occasion, turns it to Ben Duckett, and there is no run.
Yeah, I know I can make some outrageous statements, but 100 metres 12, you'll be making the stump smaller next and bringing the boundaries in. It's a batter's game. But Anderson's showing what great experience he's got, and he's putting pressure on a man who's 141 off 207 balls. It's a good little battle, this. The last over was a good over, just a single off it. Nothing off this over so far in 3 balls.
Anderson goes in once again. Jaiswal drops into the offside, and again there'll be no more to the total. Looks like Mark Wood and one of the backroom fitness coaches is just bringing out some drinks for Rian Ahmed and a couple of others. It was like 2 400-metre runners going around the bend. Mark Wood and the fitness guy clearly said, right, we're going to race each other around. It's kind of reached that point of the day, hasn't it? If you're not playing in this, then the dressing room are like finding ways to entertain themselves.
Doesn't take much for Mark Wood to entertain himself, but what it does do is, he's been sitting around all day. He needs that energy that he's got to get it out, so he's mad.
Anderson goes in outside of Jaiswal's off stump, and it's through to the keeper. No run. Well, he actually won an award, Mark Wood, the other day.
He did, yes.
Philip Brown, the photographer, gave him a specially created award for his bowling efforts in Hyderabad. I can't give you the actual wording of the award, but it was to basically celebrate his OFA. And Woody was properly proud of the initial to be the first recipient of this particular award.
Yeah, and he was proud of it as well. Took the award with immense pride for not being able to get a wicket at Hyderabad, as somebody just walks in front of the side screen. That big white thing that you're walking past, and there's a cricket match going on. He still hasn't got a clue. Standing behind the side screen, no idea what's going on. We'll wait on you, man.
He's actually one of the blokes who is, I'll explain in a moment, basically the sight screen then comes apart at the end of the over because there's an advertising screen behind it. I assumed in Hyderabad it was broken and that they couldn't put a white background, but they just don't bother. They put solid screens in front of the if you like, the LED screens. So Anderson's going to come in and bowl once again outside of the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. End of the over, 249 for 3 after 71 overs, and then the crew at the far end all come out to pull the old-fashioned board screens out of the way of the adverts so that the adverts can be displayed in the ground. 2:49 for 3, as I say. Kath Dalton still with me at this point. So from an England point of view here, Kath, where have we? We've got 19 overs left in the day. Where do you think they're looking to be come the close of play?
I think another wicket or two in the next couple of overs would make this very interesting, and it would probably make England's day. Just looking at Anderson again, and he's going out under 2 runs and over. His economy is just exceptional. I don't think we'll ever see a bowler quite as consistent as Jimmy Anderson ever again. He's just so hard to get away, even when they do try and come down the ground.
Oh, England have got a wicket in bizarre circumstances. Rayan Ahmed goes in and bowls a leg break. Patidar comes forward, plays it down onto the ground, but the ball spins off of the surface and rolls back onto the stumps. Patidar is gone. It will go in the scorebook as bowled for 32 from 72 balls, 249 for 4. But that is truly strange circumstances. He came in, it took him quite high up on the stickers, bounced down and then rolled onto the stumps. He tried to get the back foot in place to try and kick it away, but he couldn't move the foot quickly enough, and it goes onto the timbers. The bail comes off and Rayan Ahmed celebrates a wicket. Chetan Narula, what a breakthrough for England that is.
Absolutely lucky on that one, England. And what a fine knock that was starting to look like from Rajat Patidar on his test debut. Faced 72 deliveries and he was looking very comfortable. It wasn't looking at all as if he was batting for the first time in test cricket on the international stage. And India needed that kind of confidence and stability, having lost those 3 wickets earlier. So what a bizarre dismissal. And well, welcome to test cricket, because bizarre things happen on the biggest stage of all.
Well, absolutely. Akshar Patel is the new man to the crease. He batted at 9 in the first innings in Hyderabad, made 44, was promoted up the order in the second innings to get the left-hander in, made 17. So he's in at number 6 today. Without being disrespectful to either of these two batters, I kind of hope that there's another wicket here, because KS Barrett will be the next man in. And as the local boy, this place will go crackers. There are adverts everywhere for KS Barrett. As you drive the last 3 or 4 kilometres in towards the ground, every poster, and in fact the central reservation on the road, every 30 metres there's a picture of KS Barrett. And looking away to our right, there's an enormous banner that's covering 10 rows of seats at the mid-wicket boundary. There's also another one away to our left-hand side in the upper deck of the stand behind us here. They love KS Barrett. They haven't had many international cricketers from this part of India, so they want to celebrate. I'd love him to get in today. But here comes Rayan Ahmed then. He's going to come in and bowl to Akshar. Akshar turns it to a newly installed short leg, and there's no run.
So this section of the crowd to our right, just below that big banner and the scoreboard, they started to cheer when Rajat Patidar had come out.
In goes Rayan Ahmed. Akshar comes forward, plays defensively, no run.
And then they stopped and realized it's Patidar who's coming out. And then obviously they cheered for him, obviously, to come out and play his maiden test knock. But again, Akshar Patel started to walk out, and again they started roaring and clapping for Shrikar Bharat, only to realize it was Akshar Patel once again.
Rayan Ahmed in, bowls the googly to Akshar. Stays a little bit low, that one. Just looking at the naked eye. It's a punch to Ben Stokes at mid-on, and there's no run. In fact, just looking at the replay of that, was that actually off the glove in the end? I thought it was the stickers of the bat, but this one from Rayan Ahmed again hurries on to Akshar. Doesn't seem to bounce a huge amount, and Akshar keeps it out, no run. 249 for 4 it remains.
I like the way Rehan Ahmed bowls. I mean, he's kept Indian batters honest in every spell that he's bowled. I remember the first innings in Hyderabad, he troubled both Shreyas and KL Rahul. The second innings as well. Every time he comes on to bowl, he keeps the Indian batters really honest.
Rayan around the wicket. Akshar off the leg stump. Turns on the onside. End of the over here on TalkSport 2. 72 overs gone. 249 for 4. Jaiswal has 141. He'll be on strike for the first ball of the new over. Akshar yet to get off the mark off the 5. And Rayan's interesting, actually, because very rarely, and I do mean very rarely, do you see him without a smile on his face. You know, he might be working hard or whatever in practice, but he's always got a smile on his face. We see him most mornings. He's one of the first out to the middle. You never see him without a bat. He has always got a bat in his hand, but he's always got a smile on his face because he is a proper cricket fan, and he loves the fact he's playing for England.
And he doesn't like football because the entire team was warming up playing football and he was on the sidelines. I have nothing to do with football.
Anderson to start a new over. That's a good lead from Jaiswal through to Folkes, and there is no run.
And I think you noticed that.
It was interesting. The England players were all sort of in front of their dressing room area doing their football warm-up, and Rayan was sort of 30 or 40 metres away, just walking around with a bat, playing some shadow shots, just getting his mind into cricket, because he is cricket throughout. He is cricket.
He doesn't even warm up with a football. He has to warm up with a cricket bat in his hand. That's a lot of passion for cricket.
Absolutely. Right, Anderson's going to go around the wicket now to Jaiswal, just to change the angle. And in he comes. Oh, that's a good leave from Jaiswal. That is not far away from off stump, and there is no run. They said there's two kinds of leaves, good ones and bad ones. And bad ones are the ones that clatter onto the stump, so that has to be in the good one category, but there was not much room to spare.
I mean, when you're facing James Anderson, it has to be a good leave. And I think Jaiswal has played Anderson very well today. He's waited for the kind of movement Anderson might get. I think he's covered his stumps well, known where his off stump is.
Anderson in once again. That's fuller, straighter, square driven on that occasion by Jaiswal down towards Hartley, who is doing deep point, and a single will be taken to bring up the Indian 250. Halfway through the 73rd over, so it's just under 3.5 runs an over. 4 wickets down. Jaiswal goes to 142.
And you had just mentioned earlier that there were 19 overs remaining. Now obviously it's down to 17.3. So it's been a fantastic over rate through the day. Obviously it helps when you have 4 spinners. But we might just be ending before time today, maybe?
Well, we're in history-making territory here, aren't we? Proper history-making territory. The extra half hour is you're just so used to it. It's almost de rigueur. It's just part of the day, but maybe not this time around.
So what they'll do is they'll probably take an extra 5 minutes during drinks and relax off.
Yeah, bring a deck chair out, get a book. Anderson round the wicket once again to Akshar, just pushes out to shortish cover. Bairstow will do the fielding, and there is no run. So Anderson's bowling to the left-handed Akshar here, and he's got a fine leg and a deep square leg. So I mentioned this, we were talking off air with Steve Harmison earlier. It's the setting of the field for a short ball. Anderson is not like Mark Wood. He's not going to come in and hammer all 6 halfway down the pitch. It's the surprise one that is the potentially dangerous one. Anderson goes in again, it's full. Akshar, was he just waiting for the short one? Well, he comes forward and is able to play it out on the offside. No run.
So we just had a bit of information on our screen. The number of runs Yashasvi Jaiswal has scored against every bowler. Against Anderson, he's faced 41 deliveries and scored only 6 runs. Shows the amount of patience that takes to face somebody like James Anderson, obviously. But also the fact that he's known where the danger is and done his job very, very well.
Well, Anderson is about to send down his 96th delivery, and he does that, in fact, actually. Yep, there it is, 96. It's played back to the bowler in his follow-through, and there is no run. He's got 1 for 28 to his name so far. So 28 of those 250 have come off the bowling of James Anderson. End of the 73rd here on TalkSport 2. 250
for 4 is the scoreline. Kath Dalton.
Yeah, you feel like this is a crucial part of this game, actually. If England can pick up another wicket here, Akshar Patel new to the crease, Jimmy Anderson bowling beautifully. Also with that field set for the surprise short ball, he also can afford to bowl a lot straighter and get away with it a little bit if he's going a bit straighter, more into his hip. But with these two bowling in tandem, they can keep building up the pressure, keep building up dot balls. Eventually something's going to have to give, and I just feel like this is a really important part of the game.
It's Rehan Ahmed who's started again from the DV Subbarao end. And we have Harsha Vogle joining us now.
I thought Patidar was batting beautifully.
Yes.
Quite against the run of play. Now it's Akshar Patel. He plays the first one out to mid-on. It's quite a jump, isn't it, for Akshar Patel, batting 9 once, then suddenly pops in at 5, then he goes down to 6. Essentially, you're saying, Akshar, put your pads on. You never know when. Batted number 4 for India in a test match. Now he's in strike. Here's Rehan. And gets the ball to bounce a little. Akshar playing well beside the line with the ball. Just seems to be in a little bit of trouble. This one bounced a little bit more. The wrist spinner will always get it to bounce. Goes out to backward point. India need a partnership once again. Other than Jaiswal, they haven't had a batter who's gone and got a 50. Drives the next one beautifully through the offside. He'll get just a single. Bairstow's moving to his right to cut it off, but timed it really well. He's off the mark. Akshar is on 1, but it's Jaiswal who's been the standout. He's made 143, and India have only made 252. So again from Brown, the wickety bowl just keeps a little low, and Jaiswal this time off with the turn. Easy little flick out through the onside for a single. Spent the better part of the day, did Rehan Ahmed, moving his hands around, flapping around, doing a warm-up exercises, except that other than the people in the stands close to him, nobody noticed. Then since he's come on, he's bowled this 8-over spell in the 8th over now, and he's bowled really well. 1 for 28 so far. Now to Akshar Patel. Goes forward, defends, the ball turning into him, out on the onside. 3 runs came off the over. It's 28 for 1. 1 for 28 rather for Rehan from 8 overs. It's 253 for 4 with Akshar Patel on 1. Jaiswal 144.
With that Akshar Patel thing you mentioned, I think Rahul Dravid likes his left-handers. I mean, when he was captain, he used to do that with Irfan Pathan as well. Irfan Pathan would bat anywhere from number 3 to number 6 or 7, depending on whether Yuvraj Singh was available or not.
I thought he might use Bharat and Akshar as floaters, depending on just try and keep left and right. Though I do remember Tiger Pataudi telling me once, he tapped me on the shoulder in Sharjah and he said, who are those two going out to bat? He said, who are they? And I said, it's so-and-so and so-and-so. He said, why? I said that they wanted a left and right opening combination. I said, you just send your 2 best batters out, don't you? Does it matter if they're left or right? Jimmy Anderson, 16 overs already, into his 17th. Bowls, and it's driven on the offside by Jaiswal out to cover.
Yeah, which is why I wasn't really impressed in the first test when they sent out Akshar Patel at number 5 in the second innings, ahead of Shreyas Iyer. India were a bit under the pump at that time, and to me that was saying that Shreyas Iyer, who's apparently so good against spin, are you saying that he can't negotiate what England were bowling at that particular point in time?
Maybe just to counter their left armour. Akshar has got a good record against spin. Here's Anderson again, and off the back foot this time. Jaiswal plays it out on the onside. Good spell once again from Jimmy Anderson. We're seeing the great value of having Anderson in the side, even if he's not taking wickets. He's into his 17th over, only 1 for 28. He's going at an economy rate of 1.71. Everybody else in the vicinity of 4 and some above. What more can you ask for from a champion bowler? 691 wickets. 2 slips now. Man on the boundary at long leg, another at square leg. Bowls to Jaiswal, who's playing a cracking shot off the offside. Beats the man at point. But there is cover in the deep, so all they will get is 2. But another good shot, standing up tall, has been mighty impressive. Takes him up to 146, and India 255 for 4.
That was a brilliant shot from Jaiswal, but also a great attempt from Ben Duckett at cover. Took a lot of pace off that ball, and then it was fielded in the deep. In the end, just the 2 runs, but again, a brilliant shot from Jaiswal. And it's important from India's point of view that Jaiswal finishes the day today, carries his bat through the day, and comes back tomorrow morning to bat some more.
There's not a lot of overs left. As Anderson bowls and Jaiswal drives, it's Fuller straight to cover. There's 15 overs left after this, and they've bowled at an extraordinary rate. We might actually get more than 90 overs in the day, and I thought that was almost disallowed these days.
I remember one time, I think India were ahead of the run rate at Kolkata, was it? I think Virat was captain at that time.
He just slowed it down, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just slowed it down towards the end.
It took an extra 7 minutes at the final drinks break.
Here comes Anderson again. As usual, right arm over. And Yashasvi Jaiswal contemplates a shot and then lets it go through. Goes almost boot high. Eventually to Ben Foakes. He's on 146. Akshar Patel is on 1.
How many times have you seen a side bowl more than 90 overs in a day?
I thought it was disallowed. I've seen many instances where we took the extra half hour and you were 7 overs short. And you almost wonder if everyone just took a break to read a novel and then came back and bowled the next over. Back with Anderson. And Jaiswal drives on the offside. From time to time, he just hides the ball behind. Sometimes he doesn't, but he's mixing it up wonderfully. Jaiswal 146, Akshar 1. 255 for 4. Kat, you still with us?
I am indeed.
Kat, I saw Catherine Dalton there and I said, gee, that reminds me of Atomic Theory. And it took me all those years back. Dalton's Atomic Theory. There's a road named after John Dalton in Nottingham.
Is that right? I did not know that. Yeah, better knowledge than me, that's for sure.
Yes, and you look left at Jared as if to say, come on, Jared, find that information out for me.
He's going straight on Google, don't worry about that.
It's bang in the city centre, just one of the roads off the city centre. I think there's a chocolate shop next door, that's why I found it.
Oh, there you go. I knew there was a reason. A chocolate shop. Did you get anything from there?
I look longingly. Rehan starts a new over. It's driven well. But for no runs because Bairstow is running very quickly to his left. Slightly deepish at mid-off, but the shot was struck so well. 255 for 4. Actually, between overs, we might as well check with Kat. Who's ahead in this game? It's short, and it's pulled away out on the onside. Will go to the boundary for 4. Rare bad ball from Rehan into the batter's pads with not much support behind, and all Akshar had to do was tap the ball into the open space, pick up his first boundary.
Yeah, this is what Akshar Patel is very, very good at. He's not going to idle away at the crease. You give him a scoring opportunity, he's going to take it. And that was perhaps the first bad ball that Rehan has bowled to these two left-handers. And Akshar Patel making it count.
Goes forward to the next one. He's back to bowling on a length. What are England looking at last 14 overs? I think they'll be very, very happy if they can knock one more over and get India going in at about 300, 310 for 5. If they can go 310 for 6, England will throw a party. Is Rehan now round the wicket, bowls to the left-hander, and Akshar drives. Well, I should be careful when I say left-hander. They're both left-handers. And drives through the offside. It's straight to cover.
6 wickets would be magnificent for England, actually.
Rehan bowls full and driven straight back to the bowler. India, on the other hand, 320 for 4. Now 15 overs left, 15 into 460. About 320 for 4 from an Indian point of view would be just about right. Rehan again from round the wicket, he bowls, and Akshar is off the back foot, playing it away on the onside, out to short leg. He can't get a run. Kath, what's your reading?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think a couple of wickets here, before the end of the day's play would be massive for England. they will feel like it's their day. But on the other hand, if India can absorb a bit of pressure, I really feel in the last couple of overs that England have found their consistency. They've found their line and length. Sometimes in this game, especially the spinners, I think Joe Root's been quite inconsistent today, although he's coming on now. But there has been a lot of inconsistency from him, but they began to find that kind of line and length, knew where to bowl it, and that pressure just started to build up.
One of my friends sent me a message the other day saying this must be the most experienced new ball pairing in the world. Anderson and Root with 320 test matches between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible longevity from Jimmy Anderson. You just don't know when he'll ever retire, but he doesn't look like he should at the moment, does he?
Kathy's looking at England's tour to India, I said a little while back, in 2042.
Will he have grey hair by then? That's the question.
But at the moment, it's a shade of blonde, isn't it?
I think he's been colouring it, isn't he?
Right, Joe Root up in the other commentary box. We've just been giving Kevin Peterson grief about his blue hair. Root bowls and Jaiswal goes forward and defends. Blue hair. Remember seeing Colin Miller with blue hair?
Yeah, Courtney Walsh couldn't stop laughing.
Now they wear helmets. Back with Joe Root into his 13th over, done for 53 so far. Driven through the offside. There's a chase for cover and he'll miss it. Timed beautifully. Jaiswal goes up to 150. So young in his international career, batting with so much composure. Just aware of the situation. From time to time, he'll step out, hit a boundary. Has respected the good balls. This is an innings to be very proud of.
Brilliant for Jaiswal from Hyderabad to Visakhapatnam. He's just grown in confidence, grown in stature.
Again Root, and this time out through the onside. Might come back for two. No, they don't. It's a good chase and good pickup from Rehan Ahmed, running in from that area that he almost holds tenancy rights on, deep mid-wicket. A single will take Jaiswal to 151.
And the best part for me, Harsha, has been the way he's not really, searched for scoring opportunities. He's allowed the opportunities to come to him, and he's not wasted any. I thought in the second innings he was in two minds whether to attack in Hyderabad, whether to attack or play for time. We haven't seen that here today.
Almost all the other Indian batters got in and got out without making a substantial score. This is such a fabulous batting track. Have again round the wicket. Here's Root. And Akshar Patel goes forward and defends. Of all the tracks that England would have expected to see, I think a batting surface like this would have been the last. There's so much talk about India producing dust bowls and where the ball turns from day one. This is a good one. Takes mine back to when England came in 2016. Root bowls. And Akshar goes off the backward, punches through mid-wicket. Not as short as he made it out to be with the stroke that he played. But the tall man rocked back and used that wide open space between a deep mid-on and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary to pick up another four. Not quite Root's day. In his 13th over, none for 62. Akshar Patel has moved up to 9. India 268 for 4. Root again goes round the wicket, short, very short, and easy pickings. This time Akshar Patel will pull it well to the left of Rehan Ahmed at deep mid-wicket. Well dragged down by Joe Root, who bowled so beautifully in Hyderabad. 13 of the over, and it's been a bumper one for India. 272 now for 4. Jaiswal 151. Akshar is up and running. He's on 13.
The longer Akshar Patel bats today, that 320 you mentioned, Harsha, that looks more and more likely. But half-trackers there from Joe Root and Akshar Patel absolutely making them count. This is what he's so good at, irrespective of the number he's batting at. Can do that at number 9, can do that at number 5. He's doing that at number 6 today.
He's always looked, I don't know if he's looked at himself, but we've always looked at Akshar Patel as the closest you can get to Ravindra Jadeja.
I call him Jadeja 2.0.
And I think India would have considered playing Washington Sundar in that role and maybe leave out Mukesh Kumar. But I think India went by the surface and said, look, it's a good surface. Let's see if there's any seam swing, and played Mukesh Kumar instead.
And also because perhaps there was not the second left-arm spinner because Jack Leach is not playing this game.
And so they've backed Akshar Patel to bat at number 6. It's still work in progress. They only played 20 balls so far. Jaiswal's in strike. There's a bowling change, and Shoaib Bashir comes back. So Rehan Ahmed goes off after a longish spell, 9 overs, 1 for 32. The wicket of Rajat Patidar. Here's Bashir. Starts with a short ball and gets away with it. There's enough support there at backward point. There's in fact a short third, very square, almost a backward point. Another about 10 yards to his left. The cover, a deepish mid-off. Man on the boundary at deep cover. 5 on the offside, and 6 if you count the slip. Bashir bowls, it's cut. Finds a gap for 4 between those two fielders. Not easy. It will be pulled back, Justin, in fact. Maybe one of them just got a hand to it. Certainly slowed down as it got to the boundary. But they will come back for 3. And Jaiswal will go up to 154. His shot making through the offside has been absolutely wonderful to watch. And I'm not quite sure myself which one I prefer, front or back. This one of the back foot, always in control.
Zach Crawley getting a hand to it, Harsha, as you had mentioned, which took some pace off the ball and couldn't go to the boundary all the way, but just a tad in front of the boundary rope, that one.
He'll get a hand to most things with his height over there. Akshar Patel goes forward to the next one from Shoaib Bashir. It's been quite an initiation for Bashir in his 21st over, 1 for 73. Only his 7th first-class game. Very, very few get to play international cricket with that level of experience. Bowls again and goes past the outside edge of Akshar Patel's blade, which is well bowled on such a good first-day track.
About Jaiswal, I mean, there were a couple of seasons where he was batting with Jos Buttler.
Bashir bowls and just makes a little height, takes the outside edge and might run away to the boundary. It's pulled in. And they will run 2 more. Zach Crawley, who's having a bit of running to do, pulls it just back in for 2. Akshar goes up to 15. It's 277 now for 4.
He used the bounce very well. There was a bit of an outside edge there, but quite thick, enough to play it down the ground. And as Harsha said, Crawley will stop most things there.
Tossed up the next one from Bashir, which takes some doing given how tall he is, out on the pads. Taken to shot square leg by the batter for no run. Akshar 15, Jaiswal 154, 5 came off that over. It's 277 for 4 with just 12 overs left today.
Harsha, I was just having a look at Akshar Patel because we know he batted at number 5 in the last match, but obviously through most of his career he's been a number 7, 8, 9, 10, everything else. Would you like to hand over to Neil Manthorpe? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Well, you addressed me, so I told Neil, just hang on, he's talking to me.
No, you can
but
go.
I think
I'll talk to myself.
I think it's perfectly capable of batting, certainly on this track, perfectly capable of batting at 6.
But he just hasn't done it, is the interesting thing. He's played 9 innings in his career where he's averaged 18.88 batting at number 9, but 6 of those innings happen to be in Durham. So generally people average about -7 when they bat in Durham. So you do have to factor that in a little bit. I think in these conditions it's fine, but it is worth pointing out this is a lot higher than he is normally doing, and it's a bit different than being a pinch hitter where you're suddenly told to go up the order for a specific job. He's actually being asked to bat at number 6 here. So it's an interesting stretch from him.
Jared, I wanted to ask you, I mean, I was talking about Jaiswal batting with Jos Buttler in the IPL, the one season where Buttler scored tons of runs. Jaiswal wasn't getting it right. The next season, Buttler wasn't getting so many runs, but Jaiswal got a few runs under his belt there. I thought he learned a lot in terms of shot selection from Buttler. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I suppose it's probably more a mentality thing, right? I think when you're an attacking player, the way that both of those are, sometimes it just takes a little bit longer for you to develop and understand when you should play the shots. And you watch what he's done today. He's tried to put as many of the bad balls away as possible, whereas maybe at his worst, he tries to put away some of the good balls as well. A bit like Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you, Jared. Just before you go...
I'm not going anywhere. I'm commentating with you.
Well,
just before you
might change the habit of a lifetime and go and get yourself your first ever cup of tea. But I'm interested, Jared, in how much talk there is in India about the role of a player's success in the IPL plays in his selection for Test cricket. Like Sarfaraz Khan, who's scored a mountain of runs, averages over 70 in first-class cricket. But people say that his inability to break through in the IPL sort of counts against him. I find it fascinating.
I find it shocking that Rahul Dravid would care all that much. I'm not saying that he wouldn't rate some of the IPL performances against the best players and everything else, but I'd find it hard to believe that he would think about it that way. But from an attention point of view, it's obviously massive, right? You know, you can make a couple of triple centuries in Ranji Trophy and there's just no hype. Whereas obviously a really good AT against, Rabada in an IPL game is going to get a lot more attention. So I think that plays a part. I know that when I was talking to the Indian team, they were trying to factor in everything. And the IPL was only part of it. But there is certainly a part of Indian society now that knows all these players because of the IPL. And so if you haven't come through that, you probably don't get as much respect when you first arrive as someone who's made a few runs from Mumbai.
Well, a man whose opinion would be more interesting and valid than ours is alongside me now, Kevin Peterson. It is amazing, isn't it, how success in the IPL translates to so many other things, not just formats of cricket.
Not just the IPL, you've got all the leagues around the world that these players are now making a name for themselves. And because it is the hottest arena and the pressure is intensified when you've got a crowd that's full to capacity and you've got the best players in the world performing, and T20 cricket has been taken so seriously. Maybe 15 years ago it wasn't taken as seriously, but now it's real serious. I was standing on the side of the Chinnaswamy Stadium just before COVID with De Villiers and Kohli, and they were talking about how the IPL has just gone to Champions League level.
Joe Root, after the drinks break, resumes with a half volley outside the off stump, which is driven lavishly out to the cover boundary, just a single.
And they were saying that it's the real deal. It's nothing more than playing at the top of the game. And when you hear guys like that talking about how the comparison of Champions League and IPL plays along, you got your ears have got to stand up and you got to go, okay, right.
Root into Akshar Patel, defends it, no run. It's just that the leap from, like, if you don't make it as an IPL player, if you can't break through, people don't buy you, you don't score runs, then you're not considered for the Test team. It's odd. Root into Akshar Patel, defends it again, no run.
Well, they do judge a lot of your ability to handle pressure on that, and the fans watch that, whether it be digitally or on TV. So you've got a huge fan base in this country that is watching religiously.
Akshar Patel defends again, 278 for 4.
The 20 over format, and it's so intense. It's just there's a different kind of buzz in this country when the IPL is happening, and so no doubt the players who perform there are looked on favourably.
Short and keeps low, but whipped away really efficiently by Akshar Patel. For a tall man, those ones that don't bounce as you anticipate can be problematic, but not for Akshar Patel. Whips it away through mid-wicket for 4.
This is a shot of high quality. This is a guy that bats 8 and 9 for India, is now been lobbed up the order to 6, and he has played a remarkable shot there. Ball didn't get up, but he was able to keep a straight bat.
This time goes back and defends out to short cover. A yelp from Joe Root, because he did play it very late and it was straight. But 282 for 4. Akshar Patel has 19 off 29. Yashasvi Jaiswal 155. Rinku Singh is a fascinating one for me. He's kind of seems to be using the IPL. Well, he's not using it, but he's been successful and caught the headlines in the IPL, and suddenly he's now being considered for the Test team.
Yeah, well, exactly right. And I think what happens is your character is assessed when you're playing the shortest form of the game, and when you get into the environment of one-day cricket or T20 cricket for the country, your character is assessed even more to see if you can handle what should be a step up.
The other off-spinner, the frontline off-spinner, Shoaib Bashir cut just wide of slip. Joe Root diving to his left, and there was a almost impossibly difficult chance to Root in the first session, which I didn't think. I was reluctant. I mean, he did well to get fingertips to it. This one's gone even quicker.
Yeah, if that one in the first session was 1 in 100, this here was almost no chance, because when the keeper or the batter rocks onto the bat foot and you can see him winding up, immediately you're taking evasive action at slip. You're thinking about your teeth, you're thinking about your nose. And so if you manage to catch it, it's because it's around your face that you're protecting.
Bashir in again. Jaiswal defends, and there's no run. Do you know, I'm chuckling because he touched it. Root got a bit of finger to it, so it technically goes down as a chance.
His hands were on his way to his face. The ball hit him, he didn't hit the ball.
He didn't get his hands to his face in time either. Bashir in again. Forward comes Jaiswal. So he's there for the soft edge. He's there for the defensive edge, isn't he, really?
Well, cover drive, he's there for the soft edge, of course, the regulation edge, spinning out the rough, but it's an absolute lottery when the batter goes to cut.
This one nudged away by Jaiswal. Gosh, he's played well, pushing this one to a gap in the onside and sets off for a single. He's Jaiswal has absorbed pressure. I've said this a few times now. He's been happy to go 5 or 6 overs, half an hour in largely defensive mode, and then he scores in a burst. And I don't think that he's had a burst of bad balls. I think he's almost sort of, in Formula One terms, he's sort of making pit stops, load fuel and then attack and go for the fast lap, and then he goes back to defensive mode. This time Akshar plays defensively. Do you know what I mean? He seems to have gone, as I say, 5 or 6 overs, and then suddenly a couple of 4s in an over, 10, 12 off an over, and I just think he has attacked rather than just reacted. He's been proactive. Bashir in again. Akshar plays defensively, and there's no run. Remember, India won the toss, selected to bat first. They're 287 for 4. I think one more wicket before the close of play, and England will be quite satisfied with a day of 5 wickets. And would that be a thing? I mean, would you have a little burst of attack if you felt the momentum was slipping? Or
I think if you see the ball and it's there, you've got to put it away. You can't not put the ball away, and more often than not in international cricket, you've got to try and make the bowler bowl a bad ball. I thought Rayan Ahmed was bowling beautifully before he was taken off, and when he got that wicket, it was because of the control that he was bowling. But there was one over that I'll take you back to where Jaiswal came down the wicket and hit him over extra cover because he was actually landing the ball in a regular spot, and you didn't have to wait for the bad ball that he was bowling. And 2 balls later, there was the drag down, and he cut him away for 4. And with that, you've just got to try and understand as a batter that you've got to make the play on occasions. You've got to take that calculated risk, because these guys are internationals too, and they don't often do anything wrong, but you've got to try and make them do something wrong. Rayan Ahmed back in.
Yeah, back in the attack, change of ends, and driven firmly by Jaiswal out to extra cover, and very good diving stop from Ollie Pope, way to his left. He's wherever he fields, Ollie Pope, but he's especially good close to the bat, around the bat, anywhere around close to the wicket. This one, Jaiswal goes back to from Rayan Ahmed and whips it off his pads out to Zach Crawley, running in from the square leg boundary, the mid-wicket boundary. Another one taken. Jaiswal has certainly made amends for his the 100 that he didn't score in Hyderabad. 3 of them out in the 80s. First time in a Test innings that the top 6, 3 of the top 6 have been out in the 80s.
The 100 that he threw away, is that what you were wanting to say?
No, you can say that. Yeah, that was the general consensus, wasn't it? Rayan Ahmed in again, and Akshar Patel plays defensively, pushing it to mid-wicket. No run.
He's bowling so nicely here, Rayan Ahmed. He's got some control. He's bowled he's in his 10th over. He's only gone for 33. A couple of them, as I said, were a 6 and a 4 in his 5th or 6th over. So
quicker one, flatter top spinner perhaps, and Akshar Patel defends it back to the bowler.
So I think a lot of that might have to go down to the field placing. He's got his boundary riders there, so he's actually not too worried about a drag down. And when you stop forgetting about a drag down or thinking about that negative thought, you just keep that positive thought going.
Akshar off the back foot, forces it away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, and it's Dan Lawrence on the field, who's being given a gallop on the boundary's edge. I can't see immediately who he's on for, but doesn't mind a run round at the end of the day.
Jimmy? Is Jimmy on the field? No, I think Jimmy's off the field.
That was your default go-to, wasn't
I was
it?
straight on there.
Yeah.
The oldest bloke on the field late in the day. They haven't taken the new ball. Where's Anderson?
Driven to extra cover and crowd
I'm right.
catched all.
I think I'm right.
No, you're bang on the money. Absolutely. Yeah, no. You said Jimmy Anderson and then started to look around. End of the over. India 289 for 4. 81 overs gone. Will they take the new ball? I mean, is it perhaps he's gone for a rub down, change his shirt before he comes back and bowls 3 before the end of play?
Maybe, or maybe they're just not going to take the new ball. Maybe they think the new ball is going to leak runs, and England have done well today. They're 9 overs away from the close, and India haven't raced away to 350 or 400 on day one here when the wicket has been playing at its best. England will probably take it. The run rate at T was 3.67, and it's now down to 3.57. So I'd say this has been a fantastic session for England.
Must be remembered that, I mean, England supporters of a particular generation, mine and older, would look at that and think that's emphatically India's day, 289 for 4, but 4 wickets, you know, on a really, really good batting surface after the home team won the toss and decided to bat first. There's just a time unscheduled drink for Yashasvi Jaiswal, which umpire Chris Gaffney is paying very close attention to, and is just pointing out that this unscheduled change of gloves, unscheduled drink, and basically quite a lengthy break.
Is it possible?
Yes?
Is it possible that they've had a look at the over rate, India, and are just thinking to themselves, do you know what? What we need now is not a drink, but it is a pause. So to make sure that we only face 90 overs today.
Distinctly possible, Jared. When's the last time you had more, you can remember a test match with more than 90 overs in the day?
It did happen. I want to say there was an India game where they were on top and they purposely kept bowling extra. But I remember the Dan Vittori line of, yeah, it's really hard to slow down at the end of the day to make sure we don't go past 90 overs. I think he was the first that was really honest about it a few years back. But yeah, I think certainly when I started, and you know, during your career, there were times when teams went over it regularly, and then they started to realise there was just no point in going over 90 overs, unless it was, you know, the light or the pitch or something was in your favour.
Started commentating, Jared. Bowlers bowled in cravats. They bowled 120 overs in the day.
I would have thought so. Have you told KP that you started as a phone operator?
It's Shoaib Bashir. Oh, short cut shot missed into the gloves of Ben Foakes. Quicker one from Shoaib Bashir. Really enjoy his variety. First time that I've seen him live, and I think it's probably the first time the vast majority of people in this stadium have seen him bowl live. Here he is again. Bowls forward comes Akshar Patel. Again plays it defensively.
And he's done nicely, hasn't he? He's gone for 80 in his 23rd over now. But it is day one of a test match on a real good wicket. He got the big wicket of Rohit Sharma, so he's returned decent figures, has Bashir.
That one, a little bit of flight and tucked away off his pads. Everything about his technique, and I was talking about this with Steve Harmison, but as an off-spinner yourself,
poor one.
But you know the technicalities. You know what you can see. I mean, he's got he's nice side on, gets right over that right hip, good rotation, spins it.
Yep.
And quite a repetitive technique. It doesn't look like too much that could go wrong. This one is drivable and is driven down to Ben Stokes at mid-off. You can't see him developing a snag. Unless he, picks up a hip injury or something.
Yeah, no, he's got a very reputable action.
Punched off the back foot now by Akshar.
And that's why he's been so consistent. And consistency has been the key today for England. They've needed consistency. Where they've got most of their consistency has been Anderson. 17 overs, 1 for 30. Something that they missed in Hyderabad. Missed that control. But I think the spinners have been okay today. And could have got away with him with Jaiswal batting as well as he has been batting.
Oh, he's gone for a wild slog sweep there. That's completely out of the blue. Yashasvi Jaiswal's just head up hike. He's gone for the slog sweep. He's missed it. Folks taken the bails off. His back foot is anchored.
TV umpire director, we have
okay, well, they're going to refer it, but I think his back foot was anchored.
A stumping.
How do you explain that?
It's a fair delivery. Can we best side on
Katie,
angle,
where'd the shot come from? Why?
Yeah, it was reckless, wasn't it? Reckless, but he's got 162, so I'm not going to say it's that reckless. He's he's got 162 because he has
ready to make my
the
decision.
intimidation factor, and the intimidation factor is what what produces shots like that.
Wow, I mean, he's actually swung himself almost off his feet. He's looking to hit that out of the ground for one of your famous 12s that you advocate, the 100-metre the hit, and he's missed it by a way. Rian Ahmed in now, and Akshar Patel drives it down towards long on. Ben Duckett is in the deep, kept his enthusiasm up. He's a live wire, Ben Duckett, one of the sources of energy, I think, that England look for from him, and that one again driven by Jaiswal this time down towards long on. Again, Duckett does the fielding. 294 for 4, 23 to Akshar Patel. Yashasvi Jaiswal has 163 in the 2 test matches that have been played on this ground. Here's Rian Ahmed in quicker one. That's definitely an attempted top spinner, but a wee bit short, and Akshar again brings Duckett into the game at long on. Mayank Agarwal and Rohit Sharma against South Africa 5 years ago added 317 for the first wicket. Agarwal made a double 100, Rohit Sharma 170. Here's Rian Ahmed once again, and this one defended out on the onside. And 3 years before that, first test match here, 2016, Virat Kohli made a century as India made 455. Against South Africa they made 505 for 7 declared. Sweep shot, hit hard, well played. Bashir fields on the deep backward square leg boundary, just a single. 296 for 4. Both those occasions India went past 300 on the first day, so they look likely to do that again. Well, they will. They're 296 for 4. Akshar drives, was it a googly? Hit the outside half of the bat, squirted away for a single. He looked at playing it on the onside.
Yeah, the overs are rolling through quickly now, and they haven't taken that new ball. So clearly England want to get on with it here. The lights have come on in Vizag. I don't think Anderson is back on the field yet. Still looking around for Jimmy, and I don't think he is on. Which means that the new ball is not going to be taken. He probably would have had a word, or we most certainly would have had a word with Ben Stokes and asked Ben Stokes about whether or not he wanted the new ball and if England were going to use that new ball, and if they weren't going to use the new ball, Anderson was going to pop off. I can't see a ray to my left-hand side. I'm going to have a look way into the... Actually, Anderson's back on the field, and I can't see it because, as is the nature of our viewing position, we can't see a quarter of the field out to the left-hand side.
It's made it somewhat tricky at times today, but you know, let's not bleat about it. Yes, here we go then. 297 for 4. Just spent the last 20 minutes or so up in the stands above us. First of all, it has cooled off considerably. It is very temperate out there at the moment, and it's really good cricket watching weather. And about 15 minutes ago, when we had the drinks interval, loads of the locals actually started to make their way out. The way Jaiswal's going, I wouldn't be going anywhere at the moment. I'll be wanting to watch this. Shoaib Bashir then around the wicket to the left-handed Akshar, who clips to long on and takes a single to take him to 26. 298 for 4. And you can hear the England supporters getting more and more involved. The lights are on, by the way, here. You can lose a few overs towards the end of the day. Bashir goes in, and this is turned off of the hip by Jaiswal for a single. He goes to 165, 299 for 4. However, we are so far ahead of the over rate today. There's only 6 overs left of the 90. Well, we should get those in easily. So that is not going to be a factor. Great news. Bashir around the wickets, and Akshar just solidly defending. No run. These two have put on 50 now. 74 balls they've been together. Jaiswal 165, Akshar 26. Now, what's Ben Stokes got in mind here? Ollie Pope's going to a short mid-off, and Ben Duckett is going short extra cover, both on the drive. Stokes is the man in between them at deep mid-off. Bashir is in, it's turned into the leg side by Akshar. The Indian 300 will come up as James Anderson will field and return it in. So single taken, 300 for 4, 83 overs and 4 balls. The Indians, they won the toss earlier in the day, and they said, we will have a bat. So far, so good for them.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with the 300. They'll be very, very happy. They've only lost 4. They would want to have lost maybe 2 or 3, but I think if they're being greedy, that is the case. 4 is a very, very good day for India. Best time to bat in this test match was today. Seen a couple of balls keep low. Not too many, but the wicket is platy.
Bashir around the wicket, big stride into the ball by Jaiswal, but he only drives it back to the bowler who fields in his follow through. 84 overs therefore gone. India 300 for 4 here on TalkSport 2. Jaiswal 165 not out, Akshar 27. So as I say, yeah, we've got 35 minutes left of play. It's always tricky because some of our window here is actually tinted, so you've got to make sure you're looking out the part that isn't tinted to actually properly get the light. As I say, we should be okay for the next half an hour or so. Who'd have thought it? We may even get more than 90 overs, Kevin Peterson. There's a rarity for you.
Long may it continue. Healthy run rate, 3.57. That's where England have just been so good. So good. Never let India get away today.
Rayan Ahmed to start a new over from the far end. A leg spinner that turns and bounces, kept out by Akshar, and there is no run. The slip is the only close fielder for Rayan as he goes in. Akshar is playing it off the hip onto the onside. Stokes will field. No run once again. England again. I love the fact that Stokes doesn't let anything settle. Now, mid-on is coming in from a previously deep position, and mid-wicket out on the boundary goes wider to almost a kind of cow corner position. If he's thinking it, he does it, Ben Stokes. Looking for the clip off the toes. Rayan goes in. Akshar very solidly forward, pushing back down the pitch. No run. 1-0 up in this 5-match series. Every match, of course, exclusively live on TalkSport 2. Looking to go 2-0 up for only the second time in an Indian Test match series, England. Rayan Ahmed goes in googly on that occasion. Akshar's solidly forward, and he defends out on the offside. No run. Next big delivery from Rayan Ahmed is bringing Akshar Patel forward, and no run as he pushes to deep mid-off. Steve Harmison's moved in alongside, taking over from Kevin Peterson. Next delivery is just defended out by Akshar Patel, and there is no run as we complete the over. Another one in the book. India 300 for 4, Harmy.
Yeah, it just seems as though the games and that holding pattern that India really haven't been given the chance to get away, I think, in this last session. I think Kevin Peterson's right when he said England have bowled well to keep, that little bit of pressure on. It's India are in an excellent position, but when you look at it, if England were to put 2 on it, 300 for 6, it's a whole different game, a whole different day for India.
Shoaib Bashir to start a new over, and playing from the creases, Jaiswal out on the offside, and there is no run.
There's one person who's had a fantastic day, and that's Shoaib Bashir. He really has impressed on debut. His control has been very, very good.
As indeed. This one is a sort of a flat-batted drive out to deep cover where Zach Crawley is. It's a sort of horizontal bat shot and plays it out. Just a single, another one to the total.
He's been mightily impressive, young man. Not many first-class matches under his belt. He's trekked the big occasion, like he's playing at Somerset, at Taunton. He's got a spring in his step. He's got a lovely action.
Bashir goes in once again, slightly short. Hit to Rayan Ahmed! They have a wicket, England! It's been slapped straight to backward point, and Rayan Ahmed takes the catch, and England have a 5th wicket. Akshar Patel is dismissed for 27. It's 301 for 5, and Bashir now has 2 for 87, and Akshar is walking off, shaking his head. It was a short, wide one, and he's just hit it straight to Rayan, waist high, and Rayan makes no mistake for England.
Yeah, great wicket for England. Not the greatest ball that Shoaib Bashir will bowl in his Test match career, and I expect it to be a long one. But it was a one that was just dragged down a touch, and he does drive the ball into the surface from. I've seen a stat earlier from 2.35 metres. He drives it down into the surface. So because he drives it into the surface, he can get the ball to bounce. So if you're not on top of your shot, especially from a short ball point of view, you can hit it in the air. And Akshar Patel leant back, and he's just hit it in the air straight towards backward point, and one man behind square on the offside, and he's found him no problem, straight into the mid-drift of Rayan Ahmed. And they say bad balls get wickets, but I think it's pressure. He's bowled a nice couple of overs here as Shoaib Bashir. He's put a little bit of pressure on Jaiswal and Akshar Patel, and he's getting rewarded, not with the greatest ball in the world, but it doesn't matter. It says wicket at the end of it, and that now, like I said before, 300 for 4 is a good day for India, especially going into the close of the day. If it becomes 310 for 6, or even better for more than that for England, I think England will walk off and say we've had the best of the day.
Well, I just mentioned a few minutes ago that some of the locals during the drinks break half an hour ago were starting to leave the ground. They're going to regret that now, because the local hero has just strode to the crease. KS Barrett is the new batter. This is his home venue, and those that are still here give him a good ovation. Had it happened about 2 hours ago, the roof would have come off the place. But here he is. There are 4.5 overs left in the day's play, and he's on strike. England have taken 2 for 76 this session so far. So Bashir will bowl with a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg around KS Barrett. Bashir is really keeping him waiting. This is very, very good from the youngster. In he comes now and bowls. It's turned around the corner leg side between leg slip and short leg. Pretty high up on the bat, probably near the stickers, but he's able to control it. And Rayan Ahmed will do the fielding, and there's no run.
Great to see. 20-year-old bowler, 19-year-old catcher. Excellent signs for England. Rayan's come back into his, after what was a difficult second innings at Hyderabad.
As Bashir goes in and bowled, Barrett pushes back down the pitch, no run.
And he's bowled nicely, has Rayan Ahmed. The odd loose ball, but I think England have bowled, been guilty of bowling the odd loose ball on a day where they've been able to hold it all together. And Bashir he really has been impressive.
In he goes once again. Barrett is turning onto the leg side. Duckett will field, and there'll be no run. Bowled the future, caught the future.
Yeah, absolutely. But saying that, you could have said that if you had hit it straight to Jimmy Anderson, because Jimmy's not going anywhere anytime soon. He's springing his step, jumping around, and Anderson's contributed as well as Hartley's had a difficult day. Joe Root's had a difficult day. But the two teenagers in Rayan Ahmed and Shoaib Bashir really have bowled nicely for England and bowled nicely in a partnership. We've got to remember we've got Rayan Ahmed in his third game, Bashir in his first game.
Rayan Ahmed to start a new over, and it is Jaiswal coming forward and popping out on the offside no run.
Bowling in India, we've got to put this in perspective. We've got 19 and 20-year-old bowling in its spin in India in a test match, and they bowled nicely this last session in tandem.
Rayan is in. It's a ball that's drifting down the leg side. Jaiswal will just almost put the bat there and help it around the corner to backward square leg, and they will take a single. 302 for 5. The other thing, of course, is as well, they've actually gone after Joe Root a bit today. 14 overs, 0 for 71. Hartley's bowled 18, Bashir's bowled 25, and this is Rayan's 13th, and they're all going relatively nicely. So, yeah, they'll be happy with the way that the youngsters have stood up. Bashir 2 for 87, Hartley 1 for 74 from 18. Bashir has bowled 25. Rayan is in his 13th, 1 for 40. Now England are just going to set a short extra cover plus a point on the drive. They're bringing Barrett forward as he comes to play. Rayan just pushes out on the offside no run. So England are setting the trap for the drive that isn't quite there, that maybe hits a little bit higher up on the bat and just loops on the offside. Rayan goes in once again, beaten on the outside edge. Folks whips off the bails. I'm pretty sure that Barrett's foot never went anywhere, but it's always good from a keeper's point of view to get the seed sown into the mind, Harmy.
Yeah, very good. It was a good delivery from Rayan Ahmed, leg spinner, just turned. Don't think Barrett picked it, played down. I think he was playing for the one that went straight on, and it just nipped away. Barrett followed it, but not good enough to get anything on it. Good signs for England. Good bowling, good pressure by these two young spinners.
Good morning, TalkSport. As you join us here on TalkSport 2, Rayan Ahmed will bowl to Barrett. India 302 for 5. They won the toss earlier today, decided to bat, and with 3 overs at the end of this one left in the day's play, 302 for 5. Barrett will face Rayan Ahmed. That one bounces, does well to keep on top of that, does Barrett. He's not out from 7 deliveries now. Jaiswal will about to face the first ball of the next over. He's 167 not out, having faced 247 balls. 302 for 5 is the scoreline. Harmy, just for the guys who have just joined us on TalkSport, your overall thoughts on the day so far?
I think it's been a good day for both sides. I think England have contained India. It's been a very, very good pitch. Very good pitch to bat on, and I think it'll still be a good pitch to bat on this time tomorrow night. So I think first innings, both teams will get a decent surface to challenge in this match. Shoaib Bashir for me has been excellent. He really has. 20-year-old. We know the troubles he had getting over here and not being in the country for too long. England thrust him into the battle, and he showed some maturity for someone who hasn't played for so many first-class matches. He really has been good.
Shoaib Bashir starts a new over, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, and he defends, and there is no run.
England collectively, I think Anderson's bowled nicely, done what Jimmy Anderson's done for many years for England, but the two young spinners are now bowling well together, which is good for England.
Bashir is in. Jaiswal aims and off drive will take a single to Ben Stokes, who's fairly deep at mid-off. Allows the single. Barrett will be on strike once again. 303 for 5. Two for 88. Bashir on his debut. He's got Rohit and he's got Akshar. Rohit, the first man out on the day. Caught by Ollie Pope at leg slip for 14. Shubman Gill went for 34, caught behind off the bowling of Anderson, 89 for 2 then. Third man out, Shreyas Iyer, also caught behind, this time off the bowling of Hartley. And it was an under edge to one that kept low. So it was a great piece of keeping that from Folks. He went for 27, 179 for 3, as I say. Patidar, the fourth man out, bowled by Rayan Ahmed, one that he'd actually played defensively to. It took him on the glove, bounced a bit. He played it down at his feet, but it then span back onto his own stumps, and he couldn't keep it out. 249 for 4. Patidar made 32 from 78, and Akshar Patel, last man to go, getting a wide one, and he slapped straight to Rayan Ahmed at backward point. Bashir getting him for 27, 301 for 5. On this occasion, Barrett is threatening to come forward to Bashir and maybe even use his feet to get to the pitch. Doesn't, and it stays at home, 303 for 5. Duckett is just going to move to square leg, with Zach Crawley dropping 5 metres deeper at a catching mid-wicket. Bashir goes in once again. It's a big shot over the leg side, over the square leg fielder, and Ben Duckett will turn around and go back and pick that one up. It goes away for 4. There's a lot of hands on heads from the England players, and I can see Ben Stokes' his face just from here as if to say, don't worry about that. If he's willing to take that on and put that in the air, we're in the game, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, Ben Stokes brought Ben Duckett up and he set him up. Just as we had a little silent pause, we heard Ben Duckett through our effects mics here come in next to the umpire for the flat sweep, and that's exactly what Barrett did, straight up in the air.
Barrett is getting this one. It's very full, Yorker length from Bashir, pushes back down the pitch, no run.
So, England, Ben Stokes are asking Barrett to sweep. The man's gone back now on the fence, but you're encouraging the sweep shot. Barrett did play it, and he played it, I don't think in total control. He did hit it in the air and hit it flat. Ben Duckett's gone back out on the boundary now.
Underway with the boundary. Barrett coming forward to this one from Bashir, pushes quietly out on the offside, and there's no run. There's 2 overs of the 90 to go, so we're going to go past that. Steve Harmison will give you some more thoughts, and I'll get out of the way because Harsha Bogle is coming in for the ball by ball.
Yeah, just to continue about Shoaib Bashir, real maturity in the way he's bowled for somebody who hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket in his first Test match. And just wonder if England are possibly thinking with, 20 minutes to go, that Jimmy Anderson's just doing a few stretches. I think keeping all bases open for Ben Stokes if he decides that he's going to go with the second new ball for possibly 1 or 2 overs to try and make a breakthrough tonight and get another new batter in the morning. But Jaiswal more or less gone through the day, and he's batted beautifully, hasn't he?
And I think he's actually papered over what the rest of the batters have done.
Absolutely.
There's only 20s and 30s alongside him. He's made 168 out of 307. And India find themselves in a position where someone's made 168 and they can't afford to lose him. There's Ashwin to come. Kuldeep Yadav can bat. But India have to find ways of getting to 400 minimum on this track. He's in strike now. It's Rehan bowls to him, and he drives well through the offside, out to deep point for a single. Brings the local boy in, Kona Bharat. Huge cheer. How often do you get a huge cheer for a number 7 coming in to bat? Very, very few from Visakhapatnam, this area, have gone on to play for India. The wicketkeeper MSK Prasad, briefly Hanuma Vihari. Now Kona Bharat, so very popular. Plays his Ranji Trophy cricket here and averages 60 with the bat. And is getting an absolute long hop from Rehan Ahmed. No problem at all, hitting it into the wide open spaces on the onside for 4. Some easy runs coming at the end of a longish day.
Yeah, a little freebie there from Rehan Ahmed to Bharat, who didn't take much encouraging to hit it for 4. He was in total control of where he was trying to hit it. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Rehan Ahmed possibly just tiring now.
And produces the outside edge. This is running away down to third man. Much better ball. Drew the batsman forward. And produced the outside edge, and will still produce 3 for the batter. Much better ball. Good turn. Noticeable too as we come to the end of the first in. Still a very hard surface, no puffer dust coming out at all. It's very good batting surface. It'll probably stay this way a couple of days, then start to turn, but turn slowly. That's the opinion of the person who prepared the surface. Do you understand all that? Just an inch of black soil and red soil below that, and as a result it will turn slowly. Rehan bowls, and this time to Jaiswal. It's tossed up. He goes forward, pushes out on the offside.
Yeah, and there's cracks in the surface at this minute in time. They're staying firm. You know, there's a little bit of grass around them, but them cracks as the game goes on, I agree. I think days 2 and possibly into day 3 might be still good for batting on. And then when them cracks do get loose,
Rehan bowls, it's shot again, flicked off his pads by Jaiswal. It's a long chase for Bashir. He will pull it in just inside. And Bharat says to Jaiswal, you've done a lot of running, you've batted today, let's stop at 2 here. He goes up to 171. And India 317 for 5.
and for me, Harsha, that's a sign of a good test match pitch. You know, you want something good to bat on in the first innings, a little bit of unevenness as the game goes on, you know, natural variation getting into sort of days 4 and 5. You know, for me, that's a proper test pitch, and this seems to be like that. There was something in it for Jimmy Anderson this morning, so there will be something in for Bumrah and Kumar when they get to bowl. It has spun, it's spun slowly, but it's still spun, and I think from a spin bowler's point of view, I'm sure Ashwin and Axar especially will be encouraged by the bounce that this pitch has produced. So I think all in all, at the end of the day one, the pitch is a good one, and I think one we'll end up getting a very high scoring event.
Already 10 of this over. Deep mid wicket comes into sort of in between halfway point to the boundary. Now coming in to a more traditional mid wicket. So on the onside, there's backward square mid wicket, 2 people at mid wicket and 1 at mid on. Rehan bowls, and it's crunched by Yashasvi Jaiswal. Did anyone say he's tired? That's his 5th 6 straight back over Rehan Ahmed's head. Gets 16 of that over, and India go on to 323 for 5.
That was hilarious. Just before that ball was bowled, Bharat's at the non-strikers end, and he's signalling to his partner Jaiswal that Ben Duckett, who was on the leg side boundary, has come up into the ring, and Jaiswal didn't even look at him. He just looked at the fielder. Sorry, he just looked at the Bharat and just shook his head as to say, "It's not going over there. I'm going to plant him into the sponsors' pavilion behind the side screen." It was a great shot, straight down the ground. He's in a bit of trouble here, is Jaiswal. I think he's got cramp in his upper arm, his forearm on his right side. So, you know, grabbing the bat, tension that goes with batting for such a long day. I think he's shown that from a fitness point of view, running between the wickets, not a problem. I think he's just cramping up at that little bit now, and this could be a good sign for England if Jaiswal if he's laboured for the last 15 minutes of the day.
And there's only 1 over left out of the scheduled overs, and a lot of us are just scratching our head trying to think, when was the last time we got 90 overs bowled and still had time left in spite of these stoppages? There was one when Ben Foakes went out and we had a sort of 2-3 minute stoppage. This is another 2 or 3 minute stoppage, and the umpires, they're always hovering around, and they're always hovering around. How much longer do you want to get a move on?
I don't think it'll worry Ben Stokes too much with the time in the bank that he's got. Jimmy Anderson's going through some stretches, and whether Ben Stokes is thinking, well, last over the day we give it to Jimmy Anderson with a new ball and see if we can take one with us, and that's what the call will be. So I'm sure the England captain is thinking very, very hard about his bowling, especially from the end where the change room end, because I think Hartley's had a struggle, Joe Root's had a struggle, and I think now Rehan Ahmed is probably tiring. You know, it's that 14 overs he's bowled in the back-to-back test matches. I think there's a little bit of tiredness in Rehan Ahmed, so you know, Ben Stokes might look to his experienced seamer just to finish off the day.
Dare say if they get another wicket, and India go in 335 for 6, England will still think it's been a very good day for them.
I think it's England's day if they get another wicket on a good surface, and then I think the reality is they could bowl them out for 400, and like you said before, I think 400 is a minimum for India.
Just watching on our little screen, watching what Jared and Kathy are doing there. I think she's taking a selfie.
Taking a selfie.
And she's not hearing us either, so we can say what we want.
We can say what we want. They've not got their headphones on, so they're deep in conversation. They're deep in thought. Then you'll be watching on YouTube. We've got our Zoom monitor to get Kath Dalton's opinion in the studio, but they're having a deep in conversation, and they're not listening to us. They've got no interest in the cricket, really aren't. Jared, your chat must be great. I tell you what, your chat must be unbelievable.
She's just put her headphones on, poor cat.
I thought you guys had forgotten about us. That's what it was.
Yes, Bashir, toss it out on the offside. I looked up, I tried to grab your eye, but you were taking a selfie. Well, that's what it looked like.
No selfies for me. Trust me, not the way I'm looking right now, that's for sure.
Here comes Bashir. What a long first day it's been in international cricket for him. It's hit down the wicket by Bharat. He can't get a run. Can you imagine making your test debut? You've played 6 first-class matches. You're playing for England and bowling 27 overs in a day and counting. Still a slip and a short leg for him. Goes really wide at the stumps, bowling round the wicket. And bowls full. Bharat will drive it all along the ground out to mid-off. Gets darker here, I must tell you. We're very far east. India's only got one time zone. So we're very far east, so it'll get a little dark a little earlier than it does in Hyderabad. The lights are on. Kona Bharat gets a ball that's in his swinging arc and swings it way over mid-wicket for 6. There is no concept of playing for the morrow anymore. If it's there to be hit from a tired finger spinner, I will hit it for 6.
That's a good shot. A little bit of width outside off stump. Bashir's coming around the wicket, so the ball's pitching outside off stump, and it's coming back into the arc of Bharat, who slog swept it. Beautiful. No man on the leg side boundary, so it's a free hit, really.
Then pushes the next one out to cover. India scoring at 3.66 and over. There was a time when we used to look at the mighty Aussies and say, wow, they're redefining the world game. They're scoring at 4 and over. They're forcing everybody else to score at 4 and over. Under McCullum and Stokes, England is scoring at 4.8.
I think if England was scoring at 3.66 and over, Ben Stokes would go in and throw a tantrum.
Oh, it's a little bit in the air. The next one is pushed through by Bashir, and it goes out to short back with square. 90 overs are done for the day. We've still got a little bit of time left, so we will continue play. It's a very rare occurrence. 329 for 5.
Yeah, it's been an incredible day's play so far. I think Jaiswal, if you look at the Indian scorecard, he's the only one who's really stood out today. So it just shows you how well he's played, but equally how well England have bowled on what looks like a fantastic surface to bat on. I don't think England will be too disappointed with where they are at the moment. Maybe they take the new ball, give Jimmy an over or 2 before the end of the day's play, try and pick up another wicket, and then you feel like it would be England's day for sure.
How much can the rest of the batting put together? Ashwin can bat. We saw in the second innings in Hyderabad that he can. Kuldeep Yadav, when you see him in white ball cricket, you say, oh, there's a bit of a tail there, but he can hang around. He's not a slogger, but he can bat. Right, Rehan Ahmed in again. And it's just nudged out on the onside by Jaiswal. In his 15th over, 1 for 56 from the wicket of Rajat Patidar, who I must confess is looking pretty good. Just drifts into the leg side, and Jaiswal can tap it away down behind square. Root's got to come running all the way from slip, and he can't get a run. Just a couple of moments maybe when England might have thought with a bit of luck we would have got Jaiswal. Both times just took Root's fingertips at slip. It would be a very, very hard man who'd put that down as a chance.
Yeah, the second one was no chance. You hope that in that situation it hits your body, pops up, and you can get it on the second go. It was a tough chance.
Rehan Ahmed now to Bharat. Short, and Bharat goes off the back foot, pushes out to backward point. They slip backward point. There's a cover, a short cover, and a mid-off. That's a lot of people in that arc on the offside, which means the onside is open and there is an invitation. But he's turning the ball away and bowling an off-stump line, and goes past the batter once again. When he bowls at 4th, 5th stump line, he just seems to pose a slightly greater threat. But like all the Indian batters today, Bharat's got a start too. 17 of 21 balls. What India will want is, unlike all the other batters, get someone to go on and get a 50-plus score. Another 7 minutes today. Probably could sneak 3 overs in. As I said, the lights taking effect now. You can see more than one shadow around as Rehan Ahmed bowls, and going really low in defence is Kona Bharat. Starting to see 3 or 4 shadows around as the fielders move, which gives you an indicator that the artificial light is starting to dominate the natural light. Short, it's in the air, it's taken. Kona Bharat is going to sit down and say, what on earth have I done there? It was short, it was a long hop, and he hit it absolutely straight into the hands of backward point. And as the shadows lengthen, as the artificial lights take over, England are inching their way back into this game. It's 3:30 for 6. Bharat is gone for 17, caught by Bashir off Rehan.
The youngsters repair each other the favour this time. It's a carbon copy of the wicket before for Axar Patel. It's a short ball. Barrett goes back, not in control of his body movements because he's leaning backwards, and because of that he's going to hit the ball up in the air, and he hits the ball to Bashir, takes a catch round about ankle high with his fingers up, largely because he's thinking this ball is going to come a little bit faster, so he had to readjust, got his hands in the right position and took a nice catch. And now I reckon this is England's day. One more really is England's day, but on a pitch which I think 450 first innings is where you want to be, par score in the game, I think India are a little way short.
I think that's what Kathy was saying a little while back as well, that England have bowled well. They get 6 wickets. Kat, you've got your 6th.
Yeah, well, fantastic from an England perspective, but massively disappointing from an India point of view. I think that was an absolute gift, and you could see by Bharat's reaction, he was absolutely gutted, because when you hit that straight to backward point this late on in the day, you know, we've had 91 overs gone. It's just so disappointing as a batter. You know, you want to keep that concentration. You've got Jaiswal on 178 at the other end. You just need to stay with him and see out the rest of the day's play.
Also from Bharat's point of view, he's battling the perception that he's a keeper who doesn't do enough with the bat. So he needed to get a 50-60 here to reassure his critics. Right now Bashir in his 28th, fielder scatter deep. Even shot third has gone further back. There's a backward point all very far back. Almost as if the single was being offered on a platter, and Jaiswal takes it. Goes up to 179. They said there'll probably be 1 over after this, and brings Ravichandran Ashwin in strike. Have you ever had that moment, when you've bowled what you think isn't really a great ball? That ball wasn't great, it was short and wide, and you get a wicket off it.
Many times, Harsha. The wickets, the pressure you can put on by bowling good balls, and then you might just bowl that half volley which nicks it straight to slip, or you bowl the drag down short ball that gets top edge down a fine leg, or a little clip. I get a filthy one dragged down leg side.
Shoaib Bashir bowls, and Ravichandran Ashwin goes forward, dabs the ball back for Bashir to field on his follow through. 2 for 99 today. The Test cricket is hard work, but I think it's been a baptism by fire for a spinner making his debut on an absolutely flat deck. I think he'll be pretty happy. His captain will be too. In he comes again, bowls to Ashwin. Crouches low, defends, back to the bowler. Time as well for Ashwin to take a look at what this track is doing. Probably wouldn't have wanted to bowl on it till at least well after lunch on day 2. But it's now up to him to decide when he comes in to bowl himself.
And he batted well in Hyderabad. He showed great guts and determination to try and save that test match in Hyderabad. I think he batted 84, 85 balls in Hyderabad. So he can back in R. Ashwin, and he's a competitor.
As Bashir bowls and he goes forward, dabs it down again. He's 4 short of 500 wickets. There's only 2 other players who've taken 500 wickets and scored 3,000 runs. If he gets those 4 wickets, he's already passed 3,000 test runs. That's indicators that he can bat. 2 more balls in this over, then 1 over after that. Bashir bowls and Ashwin drives, will take a single to the left of mid-off and get off the mark. Once again, an India batter's got a start, played 20 balls, 25 balls, not gone on to get a score. And I think Rahul Dravid sitting here, the very epitome of a long innings batter. He's going to have some honest words with his batter, saying, on a track like this, you get in, you do what Yashasvi has done.
And they give it away. You know, it's not because England have created pressure, but India have give their wickets away. Can think of 2, 3 or 4 dismissals at least, where the Indian batter can look back and go, yeah, that was a poor shot. That was a poor execution of the shot.
Shoaib Bashir just pulls out of his runner. Maybe Jaiswal wasn't ready. Jaiswal drives out on the offside, will find the fielder. Suddenly everyone is trotting across. I reckon there's 1 minute and 7 seconds now, so they don't need to hurry. We'll get that last over in, and Ashwin will have to play out that last over.
Yeah, and Ben Stokes has run, the full length of the pitch to go over to Shoaib Bashir. That'll be his job done for the day. Give him a little cuddle high five, and he really has been impressive. And I think the pride that Ben Stokes will have in himself indicated that we can pick this young man to come in and do a job. And the selectors, again, they've got it absolutely spot on. They've got it right. They could easily have gone for another seamer with Jack Leach not playing, but no, we've picked 4 spinners. If one's injured, our game plan is to play 3, and it doesn't matter if he's only played 6 first-class matches, he's playing.
Rehan with the last over of the day, and Ashwin goes forward of the open face. It goes out to backward point. Look what Stokes had for him today. He had Hartley in his 2nd test, Rehan in his 3rd, Bashir in his 1st, and he's got 46 and 15, 61, 62 overs out of them, and he's got 6 wickets. A bit of help, of course, from Jimmy Anderson, 1 for 30 from his 17. Rehan again bowls to Ashwin, who goes back, punches on the offside, out to backward point. There is a fielder there, 4 balls to go.
And the big thing about Anderson, that when England decided before this new regime come in, Broad and Anderson were going to be left out, we had the Caribbean tour on TalkSport 2.
Rehan bowls and Ashwin goes forward and pushes on the offside again for no run.
And Broad and Anderson didn't go on that tour. In every session started with 4 and over, 5 and over, 6 and over. And the one thing that Broad and Anderson always give you is control. So Jimmy Anderson in this test match has started the session each time with 4 overs. And Ben Stokes can then have control of the session.
Rehan bowls, it's full, and a very pleasant looking drive through the offside by Ravichandran Ashwin out to mid-off. He can't get a run. 332 for 6 India with a couple of balls left, scoring at 3.6 and over. Rehan bowls, and Ashwin, can you believe it, has just hiked one right across the spin with 2 balls left. The umpires are checking whether it's bounced inside. It might well be 1 bounce boundary. This game never stops surprising you.
It's brilliant, isn't it? He's just thrown it above the eye line, has Rehan Ahmed. He said to our Ashwin, come on then, can you pick the googly? Premier spinner, 496 wickets in Test match cricket. Can you pick the googly? And Ashwin said, yes, there's 4.
What lies there? Last ball, Ashwin defends. I thought he might play a reverse sweep given the way this game has gone. And he pushes out.
This is brilliant. This is brilliant. Our Ashwin has just defended the ball to slip, and he's gone up towards the umpires, walking there where Shoaib Bashir is, and he's just give Shoaib Bashir a pat on the back. And that's, for me, that's excellent. There's a man here who has got 496 Test match wickets, and he just give a little tap on the back to Shoaib Bashir in his first Test match, off spinner. I thought that was a a nice little touch.
He's still talking to the umpire about something. He's talking to Mare Erasmus. They're both shaking their hands around. So there's something he's a bit unhappy about as well. So he's just, I mean, reading his body language, he's almost saying, look, I'm just telling you. And then the England batters going across and saying, well played. Ben Stokes comes across to Yashasvi Jaiswal, pats him on the back. Ashwin is never short of a word, still having a conversation. But let's put all that aside. Steve Harmison and Kathy Dalton, what do you think of the day? We'll start with you, Steve. 336 for 6.
I think it's England's day. I really do think it's England's day. 6 wickets on this surface. I think it's a 450 first innings minimum pitch, especially on a short, small ground in the fast outfield. I think England have bowled very, very well. The odd loose delivery, one or two of the bowlers probably weren't at their best in Joe Root and Tom Hartley. But Bashir, Rehan Ahmed and Jimmy Anderson really have, and a collective unit, they've fought so hard to keep India to 3.61 runs in the allotted day. And I think 6 wickets on that come out first thing tomorrow morning with a brand new ball and take another couple of wickets and bowl India out for under 400. Then I think England will be pleased after their bowling efforts.
A magnificent coming-of-age innings for Yashasvi Jaiswal. Goes in 179 not out. Ravichandran Ashwin 5 not out. And India end the day 93 overs bowled at 336 for 6. Just taking you through the story of the day in a moment before I go to Kat. Lost the wicket of Rohit Sharma for 14, caught Pope bowled Bashir. Gill for 34, caught Foakes bowled Anderson. Shreyas Iyer 27, caught Foakes bowled Hartley. Rajat Patidar for 32, bowled Rehan Ahmed. Akshar Patel 27, caught Rehan Ahmed, bowled Shoaib Bashir. And Shrikar Bharat caught Shoaib Bashir, bowled Rehan Ahmed for 17. And India finished 336 for 6. Anderson 1 for 30 from 17. Root none for 71 from 14. Hartley 1 for 74 from 18. Bashir 2 for 100 from 28. And Rehan 2 for 61 from 16. Kat, whose day was it, in your view?
100% England's day. I think they were superb today. I think the control that Jimmy Anderson has given England today with that economy rate of 1.76 is absolutely astonishing on a surface that looks flat, looks quite nice to bat on. I think from an Indian perspective, they'll be highly disappointed with the fact that a lot of players got starts, but nobody really went and pushed on. But Jaiswal's innings will be one that I will remember for a long time. The effortless flow that he hits through the offside, beautiful driver of a cricket ball, and if he can go on tomorrow, you just never know. Test cricket is so exciting. Who knows what could happen?
By the words of Kathy Dalton and Stephen Harmison at the end of what's been an engrossing day. The mere fact that we're having a discussion who won the day, one team made 336, the other took 6 wickets, just tells you what a good day it's been on a fabulous first day batting surface here in the eastern port city of Visakhapatnam. It's 1-0 in the series to England, but there's such a lot of cricket to be played. We're just down to the end of day 1 of this second test match.